Hunter x Hunter, Achieving Immortality. Chapter 1. In the bathroom, next to the sink, a young man appeared in the mirror. The young man opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror carefully. His eyes were red and there were Megatama in them. Sharingan? It's a pity that it's not the real Sharingan. Looking at his eyes in the mirror, the young man said with some regret. But the potential is also very strong. Since I have already mastered the relationship of condensation, can I start directly with 2 Megatama? With the power of the Sharingan, I can start practicing related taijutsu. The boy's name is Lucci Felix. A reborn person. Reborn into the world of Hunter x Hunter, and born with the ability of Nin. However, his Sharingan is not the pure Sharingan in the Naruto world, but one that is transformed by the power of Nin. It is hard to tell whether his ability is a system or telepathy. Lucci is a user of special abilities, and his ability is Sign In. He can sign in to obtain items from another dimension, starting from the day he is born, and can sign in once every 12 years. Today is his second check-in, the first being when he was born. The Sharingan is what he signed in, and its abilities will change differently depending on the world. In the world of Naruto, the Sharingan has many powerful abilities. And now, there are some changes in Lucci's Sharingan. In the mirror, Lucci's Sharingan changed from 2 Megatama to 1 Megatama. 1 Megatama is the normal bloodline ability. From 2 Megatama onwards, do you need to chant to activate it? Because he has just obtained the ability of the Sharingan, Lucci has not yet fully understood the ability of the Sharingan. Bloodline ability activated by thoughts? The ability of a Megatama is natural condensation, not just opening the sperm hole, it can see through the hidden, and it strengthens dynamic vision. The 2 Megatama adds the ability to copy, which can copy physical skills. However, Lucci guessed that it should be possible to copy the striking abilities of Nin users. The 3 Megatama have the ability to perform hypnotic illusions. Mangekyo can use Susanoo to open Gundam. Starting from the 2nd Megatama, you need to use Nin ability to activate it. The Megatama of the eyes in the mirror changed again, from 1 Megatama to 2 Megatama, and then to 3 Megatama. Starting from the 2nd Megatama, the copying ability requires the consumption of mind, and the hypnosis ability also requires the consumption of mind. Lucci tried to open the kaleidoscope, but found that he couldn't start, and it was not just a problem of mental energy. It seems like there is some kind of restriction and it can only be opened when certain conditions are met. However, since the world is different, the conditions for opening should also be different, right? Lucci thought about the Uchiha clan's way of opening their eyes. The check-in ability cannot make Lucci powerful immediately. For example, Lucci's first sign-in item was the magical animal phoenix in the Harry Potter world. In this world, it has become his ability of mind. His name is the Mind Beast Phoenix. Lucci began to try to close his Sharingan, and soon his pupils turned black again. If it can be turned off, that's great, otherwise it's easy for people to mistake it for red eye. But I still need colored contact lenses. Are there any colored contact lenses now? Lucci wasn't so sure. Lucci knew a little about Hunter x Hunter, after all, it was one of his favorite anime. But he didn't know much about the specific timeline. But it was definitely before the plot. One reason is that the environment he is in allows him to see it. Lucci's birthplace is in the city of Keri, 2nd setting. You may not know this, but there is a world-famous sky arena in this city, so it is very clear where it is. A famous fighting city in the Hunter world, and also the place where the protagonists Gon and Killua learned to read. Lucci was born here. Although he was not born without both parents, it was almost the same. The identity of his father is unknown, and his mother is a working woman. He was abandoned just a few days after he was born. It was lucky for him, otherwise Lucci might have died long ago. By judging the Sky Arena, you can know that it is not time for the plot yet. Because the Sky Arena is a little different from what we know about anime, first of all in terms of rewards, and the other is various technologies and various home appliances. There were no large screens in the Sky Arena, and even the TV was still in black and white. The games can only be watched live, with basically no recording or live broadcast. It is quite different from the Sky Arena in the anime. The other one is President Netero. As a well-known fighting city, a fighting tournament is held here every few years, and the world-renowned martial artist Netero will also appear here. Lucci has never actually seen him in person, but there are relevant newspapers, magazines, and photos. Netero now is obviously much younger than in the anime. Lucci had reason to judge that it would probably be quite some time before the plot begins. After getting familiar with the Sharingan, Lucci began to plan. Reborn into the hunter world and born with the ability of Nin, his mentality must be different from his previous life. What was once just a fantasy can now be realized. Supernatural powers can now be truly mastered, and those interesting adventures in anime can now be truly participated in. There are also many unknowns in the hunter world that are attracting him. What is that unknown dark continent like? When he was reborn, the hunter was not over yet. Of course, if you want to experience the unknown, then first of all you need to have strong strength. The hunter world is not a safe world, and it is even very different from ordinary modern society. Gangs are prevalent, there are all kinds of wanted criminals, and most countries do not ban guns. There are wars in various countries, and there are disasters caused by monsters or dangerous species. Even in the world known to mankind, it is far from safe. If we were to make an analogy, the hunter world is actually very similar to some of the fantasy novel worlds that Lucci had read in his previous life. Fortunately, Lucci, who was born with the ability to control thoughts, is far superior to ordinary people. Moreover, his abilities are also linked to the other world, which means that his strength is destined to be not simple. It's a bit of a pity that although the sign-in ability is powerful, it can only be signed in once every 12 years. It takes a long time, and unless you can sign in to have the ability to extend your life, this ability of yours will have a limit. Now that he has come to a world with superpowers, how could Lucci not have the ambition to achieve immortality or become an immortal? But in the hunter world, there is longevity rice. Dong Fulishi lived for hundreds of years. Lucci believes that as long as he lives long enough, he will become stronger and stronger, and he will be able to explore all the unknowns of this world. Leave the bathroom and lie down to sleep. I have set a small goal in mind, starting with being a referee. Chapter 2. Wake up the next day. After washing up, Lucci went to the restaurant on this floor for breakfast. Lucci is currently on the 100th floor of the Sky Arena, and the room he lives in is not a room for fighters. But it is a room belonging to the Sky Arena staff. Lucci can also be considered an official member of the Sky Arena. His adoptive father is named Barn Frank, a well-known referee in the Sky Arena. 12 years ago, it was he who discovered Lucci's abnormality and brought him back to the Sky Arena for adoption. Although the Sky Arena is introduced in the anime, it is not given in detail. It was only after coming to this world and having some contact with it that Lucci understood the difference of the Sky Arena. First of all, the Sky Arena was built with joint investment from many martial arts schools around the world, and it is not owned by an individual. The central source accounts for the majority of it. At this time, Lucci finally understood why Yungu could easily get the battle video of the Sky Arena in the anime. Basically, any well-known martial arts school will send disciples to use the Sky Arena as a place for training. Among the owners of floors above 200, most are disciples of martial arts schools. Of course, the current Sky Arena is not the Sky Arena in the future anime, and many things still need to be improved. Without the support of technology, it would be impossible to have a large viewing venue like in anime. After all, without a big screen, you won't be able to see the battle clearly if you are too far away. Lucci's adoptive father, Barn Frank, is one of the current chief referees of the Sky Arena. This is something I only realized after I actually came here. Refereeing in the Sky Arena is a dangerous and discerning profession. The danger is, of course, the possible exploits of the contestants, such as the West Group battle in the comics. As for vision, it is the first 200 floors, to determine whether some players can go directly to certain floors without having to climb 10 floors at a time. In the anime, Gon and Killua went straight into the 50th floor. At the same time, you also need to see the battle situation to determine the score. Sky Arena matches are scored on a point system. If you can't even understand the situation of the battle, then there is naturally no way to talk about scoring. The Sky Arena is said to be a holy place for martial artists to fight, but it also has another name, which is the public underground arena. If you want to sign up, you need to sign an agreement, which is a life and death statement. The battles in the Sky Arena are decided by a scoring system, but there is no prohibition on using a fight to the death to decide the outcome. Many competitions are actually very bloody, and they also satisfy the dark preferences of some people. Now that Lucci has the Sharingan, his goal is not to climb floors to fight. I want to be a referee. There is a daily limit on the number of battles to climb the floors in the Sky Arena, and if a player is injured and applies for the competition before the competition, he will not be able to apply for the competition immediately. However, there is a time limit, which is 1 week. If you do not participate in the battle for a week, you will be punished by being demoted to a lower level. As for why I chose to be a referee, it is because I can see more martial artists and more fighting moves. After breakfast, Lucci went directly to the 220th floor, where his adoptive father Barn Frank worked. He is the chief referee of the Sky Arena and is also considered a senior executive of the Sky Arena. There are a total of 20 chief referees like this in the Sky Arena. The main job is to recruit referees and preside over battle matches above the 200th floor. At the same time, this also means that they are all non-users. Although it is not yet the era of anime, many systems of the Sky Arena have been perfected, and battles above the 200th floor are naturally fought by non-users. As a referee, if you don't master the mind, then close contact will also be affected. Barn Frank, 52 years old, has black hair and looks like a strong middle-aged man. His style is completely different from many referees in the Sky Arena. He feels more like a fighter than a referee. This is true. Perhaps when Barn first became a referee in the Sky Arena, he was not in this shape, but as he presided over more games, he slowly became what he is now. Being a referee in the Sky Arena is dangerous, and few people can guarantee that nothing will happen to them. Generally, once they have saved enough money, they will start to work in clerical jobs and will not stay in the referee position for too long. Barn Frank is the oldest and strongest player in the Sky Arena today. He is rarely asked to host ordinary competitions. Now I am mainly responsible for fighting tournaments. The fighting tournament is a project that Sky Arena has only started operating in recent years. Barn Frank's office is also different from ordinary offices. Rather than being an office, it is more like a place for practicing martial arts. Entering this martial arts venue, Barn was currently practicing punching. It's a bit like Netero, or you could say it's training in the same way as President Netero. Of course, he is not a disciple of the Zenuan school. Lucci entered the training ground and stood aside waiting for Barn to finish his training. It took half an hour to punch like this. Is there something wrong? Barn Frank retracted his fist, took a long breath, and slowly recovered himself. It is not easy for ordinary people to replicate Netero's kind of training. Then he set his eyes on Lucci, and then suddenly spun his body quickly and jumped, punching Lucci. Lucci was prepared and immediately stepped back to avoid the punch, but he only avoided the punch. Because what follows is a continuous attack. Lucci tried his best to dodge, and if he couldn't dodge, he used his arms to block. The two men didn't stop until they were knocked away by a punch. While practicing meditation, don't forget other practices, Baan said. Lucci bent down, yes. Tell me, what's the matter? Barn knew his adopted son very well. Unless there was something important, he would not easily come to him on his own initiative. I want to be a referee of the Sky Arena. Lucci stated his goal directly. A look of surprise came over Bane's face. At first, Barn thought that Lucci was going to start the trial. When Lucci was adopted, the reason was because he valued his talent. He has been quite strict with him over the years and has been training him completely towards becoming a martial artist. There was even an agreement between the man and Lucci that as long as Lucci could reach the 200th floor, then he can come and go freely and do whatever he wants from now on, which is equivalent to adulthood in Barn. Chapter 3. Telekinesis, the unique power of the hunter world. From the first time he saw Lucci, he knew that Lucci could not be a mortal. A child who was only a few days old was born with telekinesis and would actively maintain the state of entanglement. How incredible this is! In this world, all living things possess a being called Qi, and the ability of Nen is the ability formed by mastering this Qi. Although humans are born with Qi, many people cannot sense it, let alone cultivate it. Only a small number of people can awaken their thoughts through practice. The most famous method is the Zenuan school. Of course, there are other martial arts schools that also have similar methods. As for forcing one to recite, that is a crooked way. In addition, there are some masters who are extremely focused in certain areas and may use Qi, but they are far from being non-users. Because that is a passive use, once out of that state, it will be indistinguishable from the crowd, such as the immortal school that Gon and Killua encountered in Uxin in the anime. Later on, because of a certain will and thought, the ability of mind was awakened actively, but it was mainly the use of Fa. He can only use his abilities and does not understand Nen, let alone practice Nen abilities and use them in combat. The typical example here is Nian. Finally, there is the genius among geniuses who are rare even in billions, and they are born with the mastery of Qi. This kind of existence is generally called immortal. And Lucci is one of them. When Barn first saw this legendary immortal, he was very shocked. It is incredible that this legend appears in reality. So he immediately decided to adopt Lucci and brought him back to the Sky Arena. Lucci also showed that he was different from ordinary children. Whether he was hungry or had a bowel movement, he would actively shout out. And their bodies grow very quickly, which allows them to learn to walk and talk quickly. Of course, the most important thing is the innate ability that Lucci is born with. So many incredible things happen to Lucci. In Barn's opinion, Lucci will become one of the most powerful psychic users in the world. As for Lucci's education, he mainly trained him in martial arts so that Lucci would have the ability to protect himself. He could see that a magical existence like Lucci would definitely become famous throughout the world in the future. Although the era is different, Hunter has a modern shadow. But it is completely different from Lucci's previous life. It is more like a fantasy world, very unsafe, where chaos is the majority and order is the minority. With your current strength, it will be no problem for you to reach the 200th floor. Why do you make such a choice? Barn asked. He was aware of Lucci's strength. His natural ability to control thoughts made it difficult for him to encounter a real opponent on the 200th floor. And Lucci also has his own telepathic ability. As early as when Lucci was 6 years old, he had the ability to reach the 200th floor, but Lucci chose not to do so. Instead, we are learning and understanding this world, while at the same time practicing mindfulness. These were all recognized by Ban. Now is not the time for me to grow through fighting. I still need to learn. Lucci said and showed his Sharingan. The Sharingan is not easy to hide, and I don't know if colored contact lenses exist now, so I can only rely on the power of my adoptive father. Your eyes, are they red eyes? Barn was shocked. The flaming eyes are not just any ordinary thing, but are known as one of the 7 beauties of the world and can fetch a high price at underground auctions. It's not the flaming eyes, it's a new ability I developed. I named it the Sharingan, and it has the ability to copy combat moves. When Lucci talked about the power of the Sharingan, he also stated the reason why he wanted to become a referee. Barn looked carefully and also noticed the Megatama in Lucci's eyes. Lucci also demonstrated in front of Barn, changing the color of his eyes from red to black, and from black to red. Have you developed new abilities? Barn was so shocked that he calmed down now. There is no need to be surprised. People with the ability of mind power do not have only one ability. As long as they want, they can develop multiple abilities. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have enough energy and mind power. It also made sense why Lucci wanted to be a referee. He couldn't help but think of his past self. He used to be just an ordinary referee, but after seeing the dangers of being a referee, for his own safety, he resolutely learned martial arts, became stronger step by step, and his refereeing career also changed. Until his current position, he had been learning in the process of acting as a referee, and then integrated it into his own combat experience. I didn't expect Lucci would choose this method. Instead, he was very happy and approved of it. With Lucci's strength, there is no danger even when he is a referee. I agree to your request, but you still need to cover up your eyes. Even though they are not flaming red eyes, they will still attract the attention of those who are interested. Baines reminded. Wait a minute, I'll see if there's any way to hide your eyes. Thank you, father. Over the next few days, Lucci returned to his normal routine, the only difference being that he went to watch more games. From the audience's perspective, use the Sharingan to copy some martial arts of martial artists. Until a week later. Here, I spent a lot of money to prepare this for you. I hired a talented person to make it. There was no concept of colored contact lenses at the time, but Baan had found a way. Lucci opened the box and found a contact lens inside, which even had a faint spiritual energy on it. Was it made by a psychic user? Lucci tried it directly. After putting on the colored contact lenses, no one could see through him even if he used the Sharingan. If anyone had the ability to redden, they would only notice that there was energy on Lucci's eyes. I will only think of Lucci as using condensation. If you want to be a referee, start from the first level. First get familiar with the referee's job and then improve slowly. Barn did not immediately arrange Lucci at a high level, but chose to start from the first level. The job of a referee is not just about ability. Starting from tomorrow, a referee will take Lucci to familiarize himself with the situation. Lucci also obtained the referee uniform of the Sky Arena, with fist logos on both the uniform and the hat. However, at Lucci's age, he still caused quite a stir. Lucci did not grow tall and strong just because he was born with the ability to think. At the age of 12, he still looked like an ordinary boy and could be seen as a teenager at first glance. Chapter 4. The first level of the Sky Arena is divided into 4 competition areas, A, B, C, and D. There are many small arenas in each of the 4 competition areas. The first floor of the auditorium is free and anyone can enter to watch. But starting from the 10th floor, you need to buy tickets. The price is not expensive, just the price of a bottle of juice drink. The higher the level of the game, the more expensive the tickets. In addition to the competition area, the Sky Arena also has many commercial areas. The entire Sky Arena is like a large commercial district. This city is also famous for the Sky Arena, which has made the city prosperous on its own. Luffy came to Division B under the guidance of a referee. When Lucci appeared, he still attracted some attention. Look! Isn't that the referee's uniform? Is there such a small referee? The clothes on Lucci were easily recognized by some viewers, and they immediately started talking about it. Applying to be a referee in the Sky Arena is not that easy. It requires assessment and certain combat capabilities. For example, contestants who are stuck below the 100th floor and cannot make it to the next level due to financial constraints may choose to apply for the referee position in the Sky Arena. The existence of basic conditions makes it difficult for someone of Lucci's age to become a referee. Lucci was arranged to stand next to the ring to observe first. Soon, a match was arranged on the arena that everyone was paying attention to. As the Sky Arena became more famous, a lot of people came to Carry City every day. After all, this was the only place where they could earn money by fighting. Although the Sky Arena was built for martial artists, what really attracted so many people to challenge the competition was the generous prize money. The competitions on the first floor are also the most frequent, after all, it is the starting point. There are probably tens of thousands of games taking place on the first floor every day. Lucci just watched like this, and when he needed to wait, he would go to other arenas to take a look. Starting from the first floor, the level of the contestants is the most uneven. Many competitions are more like street fights, and generally the fighters' fighting skills will be revealed during the fight. Lucci noticed that players with a fighting background would usually be sent directly to the 30th floor by the referee, and the standard of 50 floors was still relatively rare. Unless it is particularly outstanding. There weren't many players on the first floor who asked Lucci to copy their moves and techniques, which was just to let Lucci get familiar with the referee's workflow. After a day, I gained something. He will be able to officially take up his post tomorrow. However, unlike the heavy tasks of the referees on the first floor, he can only judge a maximum of 20 games a day. After all, he still needs to practice. The next day. Today, Lucci was assigned to the 85th stage in Division C to serve as a referee. Naturally, there was another round of discussion in the audience. Please invite contestants 2558 and 3648 to compete at stage 85 in Area C. The voice of the radio is informing the contestants. Soon the 2 contestants entered the ring. Both were young men in their 20s, and one of them had a bandage on his hand. Lucci could tell from the way they entered the ring that they were not ordinary players but people with fighting experience. Are there still referees of your age in the Sky Arena? The young player wrapped in bandages asked directly. Another contestant expressed doubt, can a referee like you really judge the standards? Lucci did not choose to answer their questions. Instead, he asked directly, are the 2 contestants ready? If so, is the game ready to begin? Forget it. The bandaged young man didn't want to dwell on these things. Now he just wanted to play in the game. As for the other one, he felt a little unhappy seeing Lucci like this. As Lucci shouted start, the 2 players immediately started fighting. Because they all have a certain level of fighting skills, they immediately attracted the attention of the audience. The 2 men were fighting, and Lucci could see that the young man wrapped in bandages was not as strong as the other, but he was still able to fight. The bandaged young man has a faster reaction speed, and even if he is not as good as the other party, he can still take countermeasures quickly. While watching the fight, Lucci could see that these 2 were probably at the level of ordinary fighters, at most at the 70th to 80th level, and it was impossible for them to even beat the 100th level. Lucci has been in the Sky Arena for a long time and has watched a lot of matches, so he knows the levels of each floor. If you are not as strong as your opponent, you will lose if you defend for too long. The bandaged young man finally failed to react in time and was kicked by a flying kick and flew out. The direction is where Lucci is. And Lucci dodged it easily. Clean hit, player 3648, scores 1 point. Lucci announced the score. He looked at contestant number 3648, who was smiling at him. The other party's behavior just now was intentional. Because I was indifferent and didn't respond just now, so I am planning to retaliate against myself? This kind of mentality is really disgusting. The fight continued and the bandaged young man quickly got up. Although he has a certain level of fighting skills, is it more of a wild level? Watching the battle, Lucci analyzed more things. Soon, contestant number 3648 scored 5 points again. The result of this game seems to have come out. And as the battle went on, the bandaged young man seemed to be getting more and more exhausted. Your level is pretty good, but it's a pity that your opponent is me. Number 3648 was still declaring his victory. As if he had already won. Knock the opponent down again to get 1 point. Lucci announced the score expressionlessly. But he could see something. Contestant number 2558 was showing weakness. Do you want to use this to make the other party lose their vigilance? If you want to win like this, you can only knock out your opponent with one blow, leaving him unable to resist. When contestant number 3648 scored 9 points, contestant number 2558 fell behind Lucci again. Lucci looked at the other party, and it was really a provocation again and again. Why isn't it time to count yet? Player number 3648 yelled at Lucci. He looked very unhappy when he saw Lucci's face. If Lucci was not the referee, he would probably want to beat Lucci as well. Lucci glanced at the bandaged young man, who seemed too weak to get up. But Lucci knew that the other party was acting. 10, 9. Lucci began to count down. Player number 3648 seemed to be annoyed that Lucci's countdown was too slow, so he walked over and tried to kick the bandaged young man off the stage to get the last point. But the moment he approached, the bandaged young man lying on the ground suddenly attacked. Chapter 5. 10, 9, 1. Player 2558 wins. You can go to the 20th floor now. He handed the ticket to the other party. You can use this ticket to obtain the corresponding money on the corresponding floor, and it is also equivalent to the registration form to continue the competition. The audience was already shouting. This kind of game that suddenly changed the outcome of the battle was beyond their expectations, but it also made them feel very interesting. Some people like to watch the weak defeat the strong when watching the game. Thank you. Contestant number 2558 thanked him. As for the person who was knocked down, the staff of the Sky Arena have already arranged for people to go up to the ring and carry him down, and of course they will also provide him with simple medical treatment. This guarantee does exist, otherwise if there are too many casualties, it will also affect the number of participants. Lucci continued to host the competition. Unlike the first game, the next contestants he met were all very ordinary. It will be over in less than 3 minutes. Some players don't even need to get 10 points because their opponents will just give up. It didn't even take a whole morning, and Lucci completed the work schedule he had set for himself. Anyway, I just want to familiarize myself with the job, so I applied to go to the 50th floor. You're going to the 50th floor? Martha asked Lucci puzzledly. She knew Lucci's identity, but she didn't expect that he would be transferred to another floor on his first day at work. Then you should know that if you want to transfer to another floor, you need to go through an assessment. The referee salary of the Sky Arena is also linked to the level. The higher the salary. The assessment criteria are naturally based on combat proficiency. One needs to face the examiner and defeat him or remain undefeated. Then let's take the test. I can accept it. If it is an ordinary referee, it is definitely not that easy. Generally, he has to complete certain work performance on the corresponding floor before he can be assessed upward. But Lucci is different, he is the adopted son of the chief referee. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it for you. Call directly to make notifications and arrangements. Then take Lucci to the 57th floor. The referee's assessment office. A large industry like the Sky Arena has tens of thousands of staff members alone. When Lucci arrived, there were other people participating in the assessment as well. The assessment of referees is also based on a 10-point system, just like the competition. The slight difference is that the judging criteria are confirmed by the examiner. Lucci's arrival also attracted the attention of the staff, and they all started talking about it in a low voice. It is natural for Lucci, a referee at such an age, to spread the word among the staff. First of all, Lucci's identity is easily known, and then the legend of his adoptive father Barn Frank appears. When it comes to the chief referee, some people may not know much about him, but when talking about his legendary experience, some people will yearn for him and regard him as an idol. Starting from an ordinary person, step by step becoming the chief referee and manager of the Sky Arena, this is so inspiring. Lucci didn't pay any attention to their discussions. Soon it was his turn. Lucci Phoenix? I'm quite curious why you use the last name Phoenix. The examiner asked this question. This is also a question some people have when they know the identities of Lucci and Barn. As an adopted son, why not use the last name Frank? Do I need to answer this question for the assessment? Lucci asked back. She's really not cute. The examiner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. But as the child of Barn Frank, your martial arts skills should be pretty good, right? The middle-aged man was very sure of this. He would not look down on Lucci because of his age. After saying that, he took the lead in attacking Lucci. Lucci only dodged and did not attack, and at this time he had already opened his Sharingan. A jutsu style? This strength is more than just the 50th level, I'm afraid it's above the 100th level. Sky Arena is a fighting industry, and naturally there are martial artists from various schools. Even if they are not martial artists, the family members of martial artists can also become staff members of Sky Arena. It can be said that the existence of the Sky Arena has relieved many martial artists of their worries about survival. Since Lucci had just become a referee, he was not aware that there were factions among the referees. First there was the division between Sanrin and martial arts schools, and then there was the division between each school. Many high-level referees are mostly martial artists from martial arts schools. There's a sense of class stratification in it. There are many factors that affect combat, which Lucci mainly summarizes as physical fitness, reaction ability, and combat experience. As for martial arts moves, unless the moves have profound martial arts artistic conception, ordinary move abilities require physical fitness to support them. With strong physical fitness, you can win the battle even if you have no skills or experience. A typical example is Zyja in the anime, who pushed the building to the 200th floor with just one hand. There is no need to mention Lucci's physical fitness. After dodging for a while, Lucci started a head-on confrontation, but he still adopted a defensive posture to understand the changes in moves after the collision. The examiner initially wanted to rely on his own strength to overpower Lucci, but soon discovered that his strength was not even as good as that of the 12-year-old boy. Then he adopted the joint-locking fighting style. But Lucci's reaction speed is very fast, even if there is a possibility of being locked, he will use force to break free. Is this what genius is? The examiner thought of his fellow disciples, some of whom were called geniuses, but they were far inferior to Lucci in front of them. The examiner paused. With your strength, you will have no problem serving as a referee on floors 150 and above. This also marked the end of Lucci's assessment. Thank you for your advice. Lucci thanked. He didn't have much combat experience, but rather a dodging skill that he had developed every time his adoptive father fought with him. With a talent like yours, you shouldn't be a referee, but should be fighting in competitions, the assessor gave advice. No need. I don't have enough experience now. The referee is very good. Lucci replied. The examiner was stunned for a moment, then reacted, is that so? This is a path that suits you. He thought of Barn Frank's rise to fame. He was first a contestant in Sky Arena, then became a referee, and then resigned and continued to compete in Sky Arena. I reached the 200th floor, experienced the baptism of the 200th floor, and finally became a referee again. Watch the fights between various martial artists. This also seems to be a good way to cultivate the spirit of martial arts, which had been dormant because of his own talent, suddenly became a little excited at this moment. Chapter 6. After the assessment, Lucci directly obtained the right to judge from the 1st to the 90th floors. For the 100th floor, he still needs to go to other assessors. Through these, Lucci had a rough understanding of the personnel structure of the Sky Arena. Although they are all part of the Sky Arena, the controllers of each floor may come from different martial arts schools. These are things that were not mentioned in the anime. Of course, it is not surprising. After all, the protagonist in the anime only participates as a contestant, and the length is relatively short, so there will naturally be no detailed introduction. Now Lucci is also considered a privileged mission. He was not in a hurry to go to higher levels, but first asked Martha to arrange for him to do refereeing work on the 50th floor, also 20 games. If there is still no gain, I will try to improve the level tomorrow. On the 53rd floor, somewhere on a ring, Lucci once again acted as a referee. Unlike the simple competition on the first level, the competition on the upper levels takes more time. There is a preparation stage, and arrangements need to be made for the audience to enter. Starting from the 50th floor, the players were indeed different. They are basically players with fighting skills, and even if they don't, they are the kind of players with extraordinary talents and physical advantages. Lucci copied some moves, which was a small gain. The work was completed in just one morning. Without any further work to arrange, Lucci can be considered a privileged person. After lunch, returned to the room. I opened the window, and a clear bird song sounded. A bird flew into the room from outside the window and landed on the bird stand in the middle of the room. "Phoenix, you're back." Lucci walked over and stroked him gently. This is a creature with a fiery red body, about the same size as a goose, with golden claws, and exudes a sense of luxury. This is Lucci's first thought ability. Fantastic Beasts Phoenix. From the world of Harry Potter. Mind beasts are not a rare ability among mind abilities, but there are very few mind beasts that have their own consciousness. Lucci's ability is more like directly obtaining a phoenix. Of course, maintaining its existence requires consuming Lucci's mental energy. For now, it can be fully maintained, provided that the ability of the phoenix is not used. As a magical creature in Harry Potter, it is also an extremely rare magical creature. It possesses considerable power in itself. Of course, after it became an ability, certain changes also occurred. Possessing fire magic, he has the ability to manipulate fire. He can also carry people flying and use abilities similar to apparition. Tears can help defend against attacks, and they also have the power to heal and purify. It can be said that with just this one ability, Lucci possesses excellent combat power, and can even be directly called a mage. As a phoenix with self-awareness, it certainly does not want to return to that dark residence. So Lucci gives it a lot of flying time every day. And use Phoenix's eyes to understand the city of Carrie. This city is not revealed much in the anime, and the current era is not the same as the anime period. There will definitely be big differences. First of all, the city of Carrie is not stable. The knights break the law with force. How can there be peace in a city with so many fighters? In addition, the gangs in the hunter world are a very large force, and naturally they are also present in Carrie City. Unless it involves the vicinity of the Sky Arena or a few airship fields, other places are still quite chaotic. After comforting Phoenix, Lucci took it back. Start practicing your mind abilities every day. At this time, Lucci had already started practicing. He has been practicing Chan and Ju since he was a child and is very familiar with them. Now his strength can be maintained for 175 minutes without entering into battle, which shows that his mental energy is very profound. The practice of flow is also being mastered, but it needs to be carried out in actual combat to practice faster, and hard practice is also included in the flow. Joe also practiced, but there was no suitable venue. Ning was still in the training plan before, but now that she has the Sharingan, she was pushed back by Lucci. As for invisibility, Lucci practices it every day. Phoenix is formed by mental energy, and can also have the effect of invisibility. Now Lucci's main practice is circle. A detection skill among the telekinesis application skills. Allow the chi to expand outward with itself as the center, and be able to detect intruders within the range of the chi. Circle is defined as a technique that extends the mind to a range of more than 2 meters and maintains it for more than 1 minute. The scope of the circle varies depending on the level of each person's skill, but the circle does not represent the level of a person's mental ability. Sometimes it is just the difference in the way a person applies or needs the circle. Lucci's circle can now expand to a radius of about 2 meters, and of course it can continue to expand, with a maximum range of 7 meters. But doing so will consume mental energy, and another issue is the level of precision. The size of the circle does not represent the strength of an user. But unless one has the ability to combine the circle with his own hair, such as Nobunaga of the Phantom Troop, the range of the circle is not large enough and one cannot be called a master. What Lucci considers to be a master of Nen is an user in the shape of the Chinese character. They are very strong in their own Nen ability, and their nin abilities in other areas are not too bad either. They can deal with various situations and are considered true masters. And Lucci attaches great importance to the use of circles. The Hunter's Ant chapter can be described as a high-end game, in which Catwoman's Yuan was once an extremely difficult existence for the expedition team. If it weren't for Wheat, the expedition team's plan might not have gone so smoothly. The other is the battle between Kurora and Hisoka, and the way in which Kurora defeated Hisoka. If Hisoka's circle had a certain strength, then the result of this battle would most likely be Hisoka's victory. There is also the battle between Wutong and Hisoka. If Wutong's Yuan had a certain scale of strength, he would not be easily killed by Hisoka. Yuan's ability to search for enemies is too strong. Yuaki Xenozaldik relied on Madoka to find Kurora, and Madoka, who was reborn as the Ant King in the Ant Arc, instantly found Nakuru and others among tens of thousands of people. Now Lucci is practicing how to maintain the circle for a certain period of time. He can complete a circle with a radius of 2 meters for 40 to 50 minutes. Of course, if used in combat, the time will be even shorter. I can only say that after truly practicing the mind, I felt the terrifying power of the Chimera Ant's talent. Lucci thought of Neferpitu, that terrifying circular range, and that terrifying duration. When the energy is consumed. Lucci began to practice the moves he had copied today. His physical fitness allows him to perform these easily. But soon he stopped practicing. It seems that I still need to find a suitable place to practice. His room was completely useless. Chapter 7. Ever since Lucci could manage himself without anyone's care, he had been living in the staff room on the 100th floor. The facilities in the room were certainly not as good as the luxury suites on the 200th floor or above. If Lucci is willing to ask his adoptive father for help, he can get a lot of privileges. But he didn't choose to do this. There are some things that he still wants to obtain on his own. Lucci was not in a hurry. The next day, Lucci started his work again. Unexpectedly, I met an acquaintance, contestant number 2558 from yesterday. Of course, after passing the first few levels and reaching the 50th level, players will start to be addressed by their names. And Lucci also knew the other person's name, which was Piccolo. "It's you again." Piccolo was also surprised to see Lucci. Lucci's features were too obvious and he recognized him immediately. His opponent was also a skinny young man. Starting from the 50th floor, the audience can place bets on the outcome of the game. This is also a hot business in Sky Arena. Lucci did not choose to reply. Instead, the two players are asked whether they are ready. If they are ready, the game begins. As Lucci finished his words, the match began and the two players started fighting instantly. This Piccolo player uses defensive attack. Lucci could tell that the other party was not confident enough in his own strength, so he planned to wait for the other party to attack and see how strong he was. The skinny young man opposite started with a standard martial arts posture, and Lucci recognized that it seemed to be a style called Iron Fist. A martial arts school that focuses on punching. The force of the fist made Piccolo, who was defending, feel uncomfortable. Obviously his body's ability to withstand blows is not strong. After just a few moves, Lucci could already tell that today's outcome had been decided, and that the battle was different from yesterday's. If we want to launch a sneak attack using the same method this time, it will be impossible. When the gap in strength reaches a certain point, any means or tricks will be of no use. Obviously, the player named Piccolo is facing such a situation now. His luck was also very bad as he met this young martial artist on the 50th floor. Piccolo was knocked to the ground by a punch, although he got up quickly. But Lucci still quickly scored. "How did you judge it?" Piccolo was instantly dissatisfied. Although he was not as strong as the opponent, he was still very unhappy with the referee's behavior. Lucci did not answer. In fact, he just adopted the referee's choice when Gon and Hisoka fought in the anime. That is, when two players with a huge difference in strength compete with each other, they need to quickly determine the scores to avoid casualties. The competition in the Sky Arena is very bloody, and being disabled can be considered good luck. Such a ruling increases the chances of survival for some contestants and gives them the opportunity to challenge again. Lucci didn't answer. Of course, this also caused dissatisfaction among some viewers. Lucci's refereeing method does not exist in the current Sky Arena. As for the commentator, he just said a few words to make up for Lucci. There is no way, the fight can only continue. In the end, Piccolo lost the game very quickly. At this time, his hands were hanging on the ground, looking weak and in pain. Even though Lucci had quickly scored the match, his arm was still directly fractured. In his current state, I'm afraid he will continue to lose ground. Piccolo stared at Lucci with anger on his face. On the contrary, his opponent understood, he is doing this for your own good. If you continue to fight, your arm will not be like this now. Then he stared at Lucci and said, so you quickly saw the difference in strength between us? No wonder you can become a referee at your age. The game is over, both players please leave quickly. Lucci said with a cold attitude. After hearing this, Piccolo also understood. The dissatisfaction on his face disappeared, and he sincerely bowed and said thank you to Lucci. After Piccolo left the arena, he received simple medical assistance from Sky Arena. Lucci's work continues. When everything was finished, Lucci was ready to return to his room. Piccolo was found in the corridor on the 50th floor. At this time, Piccolo was eating bread with great effort. His hands were not easy to use, so even eating became troublesome. At this time, his injuries were even more serious. Apparently he was participating in the competition again. Next to him was a package, which obviously contained all his assets. Although there are monetary rewards for those who come to the Sky Arena to compete, the rewards for the first few levels are not high, and they have to reach the 100th level before they can be provided with rooms to live in. Apparently Bick is the type of person who has no money. There are many people like him, and some contestants are sleeping on the floor in the corridor. It's difficult to survive in this world. This is Lucci's sigh, he is really lucky. After lunch, Lucci was not in a hurry to work and took Phoenix back. But out of the Sky Arena. Sky Arena meets all the needs of people's lives. But there are some things that the Sky Arena does not have, and that is books. Although television already exists in this era, there are very few programs. If you want to know more about the world, relying on television alone is not enough. And Lucci also wanted to know some relevant information about books. It must be said that most of the places near the Sky Arena are martial arts halls, some famous and some not. The whole city is full of martial spirit. If you want to find a bookstore, you have to go quite far away from the Sky Arena. The bookstore is called Conrad's Bookstore. It is an industry of a mafia family. It's hard to believe that a gangster would run a bookstore. Lucci, you haven't been here for a long time. I have prepared all the books you want. The owner of this bookstore is a young woman with blonde hair, wearing a women's suit and a pair of glasses. The bookstore is very large and has 2 floors. The bookstore's service staff are all young women, and some are even children like Lucci. At this time in the bookstore, there were still some people learning to read and reading books. Isn't it time yet? It's so painful. And those who can read and write have painful expressions on their faces. Lucci was no longer surprised by such scenes. Thank you, do you have any more money? Luffy asked. Lucci had left money in this bookstore, and every once in a while he would ask the manager to help him collect some books. Also, Lucci, I heard that you became a referee recently. Julia Conrad asked casually. Well, there's not enough money. Lucci nodded and made up an excuse. Lucci has picked up the book and started reading. This time, the books are all related to novels. Chapter 8. Are you still short of money? Julia knew Lucci's identity. I don't want to rely on my father. Lucci answered casually, put down the book in his hand, and flipped through another book. Oh. Julia didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, ask, so, what other books do you need? No need, but does your Conrad family have a publishing business? Lucci put all the books into the prepared bag. Julia wondered, are you going to publish something? Conrad met Lucci 4 years ago. At that time, Lucci was only 8 years old, and Conrad had not yet completely settled down. It is very unusual for her to come to her bookstore alone at such a young age. Especially after he came for the second time, he attracted her attention. After a little inquiry, she found out about Lucci's identity. Another time, I even saw Lucci take action. I haven't thought about it yet. Lucci put away the books and prepared to leave. Julia replied, there is a publishing business, but there is no sales. This is a business that is unique to Julia, which is dedicated to printing some learning books. She is the eldest daughter of the Conrad family. She believes that gangster families cannot just do fighting and killing, but also need some knowledge. Lucci paused to think. I understand, thank you. Lucci hasn't thought it through yet. Then I left the bookstore. Looking at Lucci's departing back, Julia murmured, will it be published? What will be published? Through reading, Lucci knew that this world was more closed than he had imagined. Of course, the closure here is not only due to the closed-door policy of some countries, but also partly due to external factors. The three major means of transportation had already been invented at this time. But because of the environment of the hunter world, the traffic conditions are also very bad. What is harsh is not the geographical environment, but the various animals in the wild. The animals in the hunter world are more ferocious than those in Lucci's previous life, and large creatures on land are everywhere. What kind of protected animals would there be in the previous life? In the hunter world, there will only be a dangerous species rating. Similar accidents can occur on both roads and railways. There is even the possibility of encountering even more terrifying monsters. The ship is in the same environment, but there are more species of marine life and they are larger in size. Every exploration of a safe route requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Even in the anime plot, a place like Greed Island has never been discovered by anyone, which is enough to explain a lot of things. The final aviation was even more tragic. In the era where Lucci lives now, there are airship airlines, but they are very few. The dangers in the sky are no less than those on land and sea. Not only are there dangerous creatures in the air, but there are also various extreme climates, and this is becoming more and more true as you go further. Even in the anime plot, there are no satellites in the hunter world's aviation development, otherwise many of the secrets of the Dark Continent would have been revealed. In this day and age, there is a sense of a lot of work to be done. Lucci pays attention to novels and also learns some information from them. Of course, this was also chosen by Lucci as his first pot of gold. His mental ability training could no longer achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time, so it was time to move on to other areas. Prepare to practice martial arts, and while practicing martial arts, you also need to take good care of your body. The Dark Continent is his ultimate goal, but there is no need to think about it for now. Lucci's goal now is to make some money while practicing. This is a different world, plagiarism should be okay. While Lucci was thinking, he was unknowingly surrounded by several people. Kid, hand over the money you have on you. A group of thugs stopped Luffy. Lucci was puzzled. Another blind person appeared? This was not the first time that Lucci had been robbed when he went out. The city of Carrie is famous for the Sky Arena, but now it is far from the time of Zyja and his friends, and order is still a big problem. He has been walking this route for several years. Every time he is robbed, it boosts his reputation, and few people dare to rob him now. Is he the new gangster? Hand over the money quickly. These thugs couldn't help but take action, and their first target was Lucci's school bag. Lucci sighed and disappeared. The thugs felt dizzy, then felt pain in the back of their necks and passed out. Lucci believes that he has no combat experience relative to opponents who can fight. I have quite a lot of experience dealing with such thugs. Looking not far away, a figure who was about to rush over stopped and showed a surprised expression on his face. You actually... Piccolo was surprised at what he saw. Originally, he was thinking that he didn't have much money left, and with his injuries, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue to break through the floors. In this case, he planned to find a part-time job in Chris to at least ensure that he would not starve to death. Unfortunately, given his condition, most places wouldn't accept him, not to mention that his hands were still weak. However, he learned that there was a bookstore nearby that provided temporary jobs, so he decided to try his luck. Then he saw the gangsters surrounding Lucci. He was about to help, but he didn't expect to see Lucci making a move. Of course he also recognized Lucci. How could this little referee be so awesome? Simply incredible. Lucci also noticed the other party. This is the third time. It seems like we have some fate. Lucci said. He is usually a reserved person. As a reborn being, and obsessed with cultivation, Lucci doesn't have many friends. I wanted to help you, but it seems there's no need for me to do anything. Piccolo said regretfully. I originally wanted to help others, so at least I could get a meal for myself. If I can't get a temporary job in a bookstore, at least I can be guaranteed dinner. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude again. Gurgle. Piccolo's stomach growled at this time. It made him feel a little embarrassed. He didn't feel full at all after eating the bread at noon. Seeing the shy expression on the other person's face, Lucci had already guessed why the other person might be here. It's a pity for such a person to fall into the gang. Since we have met, it seems like fate. I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go. Lucci said directly. Ah. Piccolo didn't understand and followed him. I don't know the reason, maybe it was because I heard there was food to eat. In fact, if he went further, he could get a temporary job and his food and accommodation problems would also be solved. There are many people who come here and want to make a living by fighting, but in the Sky Arena, they can never climb to the top and cannot make a living, so very few people can hold on to the bottom line. Chapter 9. In the restaurant, a teenager was feeding a young man, attracting the attention of many diners. It's a bit strange after all, isn't it? And Piccolo's face turned red because of all the attention, and he looked very shy. In fact, he is not very old, only 21 years old. If he were in Lucci's previous life, he would be just a big boy. After the meal, Piccolo thanked again and said that he would pay for the meal. Next you still need to go to the bookstore and ask. But Lucci stopped him. If you need a job, you can actually try to become a referee in the Sky Arena. Lucci gave the other party a suggestion. Is it okay? Asked Piccolo. He came here only because he heard about the Sky Arena, saying that as long as he could reach a certain level, he would have no worries about food and drink. He, who only knew how to fight, came here without hesitation. I am not a martial arts pursuer. Lucci took Piccolo back to the Sky Arena. Still didn't let the other party go to Conrad's bookstore. That bookstore is quite famous in Cary City, and many people have received help here. The Conrad gangster family is now one of the most powerful gangs in Cary City because of the existence of this bookstore. Or should we say it was because of the existence of a person named Julia Conrad. There was nothing special about that bookstore, but for the city of Cary, it was a place of order and even a place of learning. In this bookstore, you can find a job that can support your life. You can also learn characters and increase your knowledge in this bookstore. Conrad grew up relying on such funding. There are ordinary people in this bookstore, as well as many contestants like Piccolo who are fighting in the Sky Arena. There will always be people who stand out among them, and some of these people will join the Conrad family, while some people will choose to help with certain things even if they do not join. It is a means of winning people's hearts and minds, and of course in such a world and environment, it can also be considered a good deed. After all, even the Phantom Troupe will do charity work in the future. Generally speaking, one's character can be seen from the behavior of someone who has certain military power and chooses to exchange his labor for compensation. When such a person joins the Conrad family, it also changes the family. But some fundamental things will not be changed. The three major industries of gangs are all involved in pornography, gambling, and drugs. After returning to the Sky Arena to inquire, he found out that the referee's job was not as simple as Lucci had thought. The main reason is that there are more referees at the lower level, with less rotation and fewer new employees. Some referees have no ambition and do not want to be promoted. After all, promotion means greater danger. And Piccolo's strength is just that of a grassroots referee. Of course, if Lucci insists, Piccolo can still become a referee of the Sky Arena. Without waiting for Lucci to make a decision, Piccolo refused outright. I'll find a job on my own, please. It's hard to find a job here. The overdeveloped business in the Sky Arena has had a great impact on the surrounding businesses in Cary City. It can be said that except for martial arts gyms, other businesses are not well developed. It's difficult to find a job here. Can only let Piccolo join the Conrad family? I'm afraid no one will hire you in your current state. Piccolo looked bitter. This was indeed a problem. Since you need a job, then give me a job. Lucci planned to offer Piccolo a job. Piccolo didn't show any joy, but instead asked, "Why did you help me? Even though you said we were destined to meet, we've only met 3 times, right? I helped if I wanted to. If I really need a reason, your previous behavior is one. Even though it didn't really help me, maybe I just wanted to have more good people in this world." Lucci said this while thinking. Lucci was reborn into this world with extraordinary powers, and although he didn't have great love, he still did some good things if he came across one. "I'm not a good person." Piccolo said this with a complicated expression. "Forget it, you need to consider too much. Just tell me whether you want to work for me." Lucci asked directly. "What job is it?" Piccolo needed this job. "It's not that difficult, but I can only provide you with accommodation and 3 meals a day, no salary." Lucci agreed. "I am already very satisfied with these." Lucci then told Piccolo about his job. "It is indeed a simple job. To understand the various situations in Keri City, in simple terms, is to inquire about intelligence. As for why Lucci needed these, it was because he was planning to do something. Despite the prosperity brought by the Sky Arena, the city of Keri is still too chaotic. He is not a crazy cultivator and he also wants to change some things. Otherwise, he wouldn't let the phoenix fly every day and understand through its eyes. After all, this is his living environment, so he still hopes it can be more stable. Of course, I still have some other ambitions in my heart, but it is not the time to talk about them now. I have to take one step at a time. Although it is to inquire about various information. But Piccolo, who had never done such a thing before, was a little confused. And he can't read. Then let's start with how many martial arts schools there are in Keri City, what schools they belong to, and how many students they have. Lucci didn't intend to let him do the most difficult thing directly. I understand. And then he planned to go to work directly. Wait a minute. Lucci immediately called out to Piccolo. It's really too urgent. Lucci first got Piccolo a meal card at the cafeteria outside the 25th floor, and then found him a place to stay on the 18th floor. Then tell the other party where you live and agree on a meeting time every day. The rest of the time is up to Piccolo to handle on his own. Piccolo thought that Lucci was just trying to help him out of kindness for this simple job. At night, returning to his room, Lucci was not in a hurry to practice. But think about yourself. Soon a goal was reached, which was to become the controller of the Sky Arena. Of course, at this stage he doesn't know exactly how to do it. The ability of mind he possessed made him believe that living in this world would not be a big problem, and he could even live a very easy life. But he was not satisfied with this. Even the Dark Continent is not his ultimate goal, but more unknown mysteries. But all of these require strength to support. Because of his different experiences, he believes that if you want to become stronger, it is not enough to just practice hard. He needs more power. To put it in a more spiritual term, it means wealth, dharma, companionship, and place. Lucci's mentality began to change. Before, he only had vague goals, but now they are more precise. Chapter 10. Now that we have a precise target. Lucci also began to make some changes. He no longer just practiced, but started to interact with other people in the Sky Arena and learn more about the situation in the Sky Arena. Lucci became busier and more fulfilled. More than a month passed like this, and he got to know the Sky Arena better and the situation in Keri City better. At this time, the floor he was working on had reached the 100th floor. The ability of the Sharingan allowed him to copy many moves, but of course it would take time and fighting to fully master them and truly make them his own. And Lucci also gained a lot of fame in the Sky Arena. Being a referee of this age has its own gimmicks. Besides that, Lucci never gets injured in the ring, which adds to his legendary status. There are a total of 12 martial arts schools that control the Sky Arena. It is not completely fixed, because there are so many martial arts schools in the world, and one of them may rise. Equivalent to 12 board seats. Of course it wasn't like this at the beginning. But it gradually evolved into this with the emergence of fighting tournaments. In every fighting tournament, the top 12 martial arts schools will get this seat. Participate in the profit sharing of the Sky Arena, or participate in the operation of the Sky Arena. Of course, the latter is rare, and most of them are to find a job for the unsuccessful disciples of the martial arts school, or arrange jobs for their family members. Allow them to concentrate on their practice without being disturbed by external things. Since this rule was established, these seats have changed every year, and the only one that remains unchanged is the Zenuan Flow. There is still half a year until the next fighting tournament. The requirement for participating in the fighting tournament is to win a game after reaching the 200th floor. There is no host setting for the current Sky Arena. What would happen if an individual participated in a fighting tournament and even achieved a good ranking? It is not clear yet, because no individual has ever won the championship since the fighting tournament was held. It's not that there are no masters among individual practitioners, but that there are more masters in the world-famous martial arts schools. Lucci also learned about the champions of previous fighting competitions and saw a familiar name among them. Beander, son of Nitrod. As for the others, Lucci naturally had no way of knowing them. Now the operation of the Sky Arena mainly depends on each fighting tournament. After the seats are selected, a meeting will be held to distribute the benefits, and the Sky Arena has been running. The 20 chief judges are the executors. Of course, the chief referee also has the opportunity to participate in the operation of the Sky Arena, but his authority is not that great. He needs to inform the 12 directors and then obtain the support of most of the chief referees. The entire Sky Arena is extremely complex. There are many staff members in the Sky Arena, but the referee position is the most important one. The rest are ordinary staff or administrative personnel. To become the chief referee, one has to be almost the same as the contestants, with sufficient qualifications and strength. The higher you go, the fewer referees there are, which also means more power. At first, Lucci thought it would be difficult to make some changes, but he soon found that it was not the case. Naturally, he has no chance of participating in large-scale operations. But when his authority increases, he will be able to do some things. For example, as a referee on the 100th floor, he can now gain complete control of a certain area below the 100th floor. He can use it at will. You can run various businesses and even rent it out to other people. It's really a great benefit. Lucci hasn't decided what to do yet. There are too many businesses in the Sky Arena, and he would like to do something that doesn't exist elsewhere. In addition to the Sky Arena, Piccolo also figured out a lot of the situation in Cary City after more than a month. The city of Cary has officials, after all, it is also within the territory of the Republic of Budokia. Cary City is one of the 5 major forces. They are the Budokan forces and the 4 major mafia families. There is no need to say much about the power of the martial arts hall. Some martial arts schools have settled here, some big and some small. The big one is world famous, and the small one is opened by a Sky Arena player. It is a large group, but of course it is not particularly harmonious among them. The 4 major mafia families radiate in 4 directions with the Sky Arena as the center, each occupying a piece of territory. Among them, the Conrad family is the one that Lucci is most familiar with. Then there are the Hobart, Daniel, and Harlan families. They mainly engage in pornography, gambling, drugs, and collect protection fees. Only the Conrad family is a little different. They have some legitimate businesses covering food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and they are even connected with some martial arts schools. Based on this information, Lucci can come up with some conditions. First, to become the controller or operator of the Sky Arena, one needs to be able to bring in greater profits, and then be accepted by various martial arts schools. In Lucci's opinion, many martial artists become corrupt after coming here. In Cary, there is a lot to experience if you have money. No matter whether it is some high-ranking personnel of the Sky Arena or martial artists, after they have enough status and money, they begin to indulge in a life of luxury. A lot of the gang's profits come from them. That is to say, the Xinyuan school has the highest status in the Sky Arena. It has some plans for the operation of the Sky Arena to ensure order, and some things cannot appear in the Sky Arena. Otherwise, there would definitely be casinos and entertainment industries in the Sky Arena. Therefore, if Lucci wants to gain enough voice, in addition to his own strength, it would be best for him to join the Xinyuan school and become a member of it. At the same time, one must have equal qualifications to negotiate with the mafia families, both in terms of status and strength. Or just unify the mafia families in Cary City. At least for now, it seems that the Conrad family has such qualifications, and judging from the operations of this family, it is not a short-sighted gangster family. If he wanted to gain status, Lucci felt that it was not enough to just become a referee and slowly move up the levels. He wanted to use other methods. Of course, if you want to make it work, you need money. Lucci first tried the entertainment industry, which can also be said to be a cooperation with the Conrad family. Lucci began to develop his own NAN ability. As a natural NAN user, he even has the ability to sign in. But in Lucci's eyes, that ability was more like a system that could not be controlled by itself. He needs to develop an ability that he can control. Instead of developing powerful abilities, he focused on memory. Without a photographic memory, he needs to tap into memories deep inside of himself. At first he thought about waiting for the 3 Megatama Sharingan to hypnotize himself to remember, but when he thought about the difference in his body, his memories might be related to his soul. I decisively chose the ability of mind. Chapter 11. Lucci's ability development went smoothly without encountering too many obstacles. The ability is called Dream, which allows Lucci to recall many forgotten memories in the form of dreams while sleeping. And because it is a dream, the time factor is no longer a problem. At least Lucci doesn't have to worry about forgetting a lot of Hunter x Hunter's plot. Then he began his copying work. He carefully read the entertainment works of this world, most of which were adventure novels. Of course there were also some novels about ancient times and mythology. Lucci was not sure whether the works from another world could be successful in this world. But in short, you still need to give it a try first. If it doesn't work, then consider other ways to make money. The world is different, and considering the issue of sense of immersion, Lucci can only choose fantasy works. In the end, Lucci chose a martial arts novel like Demigods and Semi-Devils among many works. Conrad Bookstore. Is this the manuscript you want to publish? Julia took the manuscript and began to flip through it. In her opinion, some parts of this manuscript are difficult to understand. After all, there are some words she has never seen before, and the world view is completely different. Of course, she soon became addicted. After watching for more than half an hour, Julia was surprised. Although there are many things I don't understand, the story is very exciting. She didn't finish reading the book, and was able to free herself from being immersed in the book, which also proved that she has strong self-control. Of course, Julia was also very interested in the martial arts mentioned there, which seemed to be somewhat different from the martial arts she knew. But before that, I have to tell you that our publishing house is basically self-sufficient and has no relevant operating channels. Even if we sell the books to other places, they won't make much money. The problem of piracy exists in this world as well. And not everyone likes to read, there are even more illiterate people in the world. And if you want to publish, you have to pay for it yourself. Although the story was interesting, Julia didn't think it had any money-making value. If you want to plagiarize, you also need to look at the world and the environment you are in. It is called publishing, but in fact it is just private printing. Lucci's journey of plagiarism ended halfway. But he quickly changed his mind and asked, "Have you sold the printing machine you have? Or can I ask you to buy a printing machine?" Julia had no idea what Lucci was trying to do. Of course, but it's not cheap. Lucci doesn't have that much money, so he can choose to look for his adoptive father. But he plans to choose other options. I don't have that much money, but I can buy it in other ways. I am now the referee of the 100th floor of the Sky Arena. Julia smiled. Of course I know this, the youngest referee in the Sky Arena. But then his face turned serious, and it was obvious that he had guessed something. However, he did not speak a word, but let Lucci speak personally to confirm it. I can rent you my space in the Sky Arena. You should be aware of the value of this. Not only can you buy the printing machine you have, but you will also have to pay me a sum of money. Lucci plans to cooperate with the Conrad family. Are you sure you can? Julia asked. Of course the Sky Arena gang members want to get involved, but they basically won't give way to outside gangs. As long as it's a formal industry, it's fine. That's why Julia had such a big reaction. Of course, such cooperation cannot be concluded with just a few words. After taking the manuscript back, Lucci first found his adoptive father, brought some of his own experiences, and informed him of the matter. Of course, when facing his adoptive father, Lucci said something completely different. There are some things that he can still influence even if he has not reached that position. The first thing Lucci discussed with Barnfrank was a public security issue. The public security issues in Carey City have restricted some developments of the Sky Arena. You've changed a lot during this period of time, Baan said with emotion. He usually cares about Lucci very much. He has seen all the changes in Lucci. He is no longer cold and indifferent to others and only cares about practicing. Now it seems there is a new pursuit. The problem you mentioned has actually been under discussion for a long time. It's a pity that Zenu and Liu doesn't want to get involved, otherwise things would be much simpler. Some problems are not invisible, they are just difficult to deal with. According to Barnes' idea, he didn't even want gangs to exist in Carey City. Unfortunately, if he really did that, he would be making enemies with gangs all over the world. Martial artists of the Zenuan school are more focused on their own cultivation and do not take care of too many mundane affairs. As for other martial arts schools, the situation is similar. They also take into account the possibility of rotation in fighting tournaments and do not want to make things difficult for others. On the contrary, Barn, the employee's individual referee, has good intentions, but he does not have enough say. This matter is not easy. Conrad is a little different from the other three. It seems to be more inclined to settle down. And judging from its development, it will probably stand out among the four in a short time. What Lucci meant was that they could simply cooperate with the Conrad family, or in other words, support them, so that this gang could expel or annex the other three gangs. By entering the Sky Arena, the opponent will be able to contact the contestants of the Sky Arena faster and more conveniently. It is also easier to attract people. It was the Conrad family that brought order to the entire city of Kerry. If you can do it, then try it, but only within your authority. Barn couldn't make the final decision. Let Lucci try it first. I understand. Soon, the area on the 68th floor was converted into accommodation and dining hall by the Conrad family. Some actions have also been taken to provide financial assistance to those unsuccessful martial arts players. You can choose to pay it back with money after reaching a high level, or you can work for the Conrad family. There were even arrangements for gang members to seek advice from some independent martial artists. Restricted by favors and not wanting to sell themselves and be controlled, most people choose to teach gang members for free. There are obviously many martial arts schools, why would you choose a freelance martial artist? Generally speaking, these freelance fighting techniques are all their own and are more suitable for gangsters. In addition, it also gives them a chance to repay their favors, lest kindness turn into hatred. Of course, Lucci did not rent all the areas to the Conrad family. He also opened a bookstore, or a library, in part of the area. Books can be sold here, and books are also available for reading. All the books were copied by Lukiwen and then printed by himself. In addition to books, there are also newspapers, which mainly report on some fighters in the Sky Arena. Chapter 12. Several months passed. A lot of changes have taken place in the past few months. Lucci's bookstore was quite famous at the beginning because it introduced various fighting players and provided some reviews. But this business was quickly copied by someone else, and its technical content was only information about the players. This is not difficult either. Then there were some rankings, but they were quickly copied as well. Lucci did have a book business, and his plagiarized books had gained some fame, but they were not really popular. Because literacy is always an issue. Later, Lucci changed his idea and started recording the storytelling directly, and then sold the tapes. It became an instant hit. It has become another hot entertainment industry in the Sky Arena. After all, television had not yet been widely developed at that time. There were even some martial artists who thought the martial arts in the book were real and came to learn. Of course, these impacts are relatively small in Lucci. The really big problem is that some people who have the ability to read or read books cannot help but wonder whether those martial arts are actually the ability to read or read. Mistaking internal energy for chi. Then I couldn't help but want to try it, and the result was naturally that some martial arts were actually replicated. A typical example is the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, an ability that can be easily cultivated by those with release-type abilities. Lucci made a fortune, but pirated copies soon appeared. Lucci couldn't help but sigh that it was too difficult to make money through formal channels in this world. At this time, in Lucci's bookstore, a sturdy man is reading Demigods and Semi-Devils. She was deeply attracted by the skill of I am the only one in the world. Ever since she learned how to chant, she has been practicing the transformation department. Because she is dissatisfied with her appearance, she wants to change her body shape through practicing the transformation department. Of course, this cannot be achieved overnight, and even if you want to change your body shape, you still need to maintain training that can allow your body to be tempered. She felt that this martial arts gave her great inspiration. The stages of rejuvenation and power recovery in the book seemed to her like the constraint X oath. Is it possible to apply some of these benefits to my own transformation abilities? The 150th floor, where Lucci works. He has been quite busy with work during this period, as the biennial fighting tournament will begin in a month. During this period, martial artists from all over the world came to the Sky Arena to participate in the fighting tournament. Such events naturally attract tourists from all over the world. In this game, Lucci met an acquaintance. A woman named Biscuit Kolyuga. Of course, her appearance is not the Lolita in the anime, but a very sturdy one, looking like a grown man. Lucci thought that he would meet a disciple of the Shinzen Ryu at the beginning of the fighting tournament, but he didn't expect to meet Biscuit. This is a mother-type character in the anime. But it seems that her ability of Nin has not yet been developed. Lucci could feel the other person's aura, and it was obvious that he was an user. Of course, Biscuit also glanced at Lucci. A young referee who is also an user? No wonder. It seems that I should apply to become a referee above the 200th floor. During this period of time, the number of martial arts moves copied by Lucci can be described as countless. Next, it's time to witness a battle of Nin abilities up close and see if I can copy the strike-type Nin abilities. As for the result of this game, there is no need to ask. Biscuit ended the fight with just one punch. Even when Biscuit was young, his abilities were not bad. He has seen quite a few people with the ability to read minds during this period of time. The disciples of those well-known martial arts schools are basically users of Nen. There are far more people with Nen ability than you might imagine. Lucci also received news about this fighting tournament that Netero, the founder of the Heartsource School and the president of the Hunter Association, would also attend. Biscuit has already appeared, so should we contact it? But first apply for a referee above 200 floors. There are less than 200 judges above the 150th level. Because only people with an ability can take on this role, and their number is too small. The person doing the assessment is one of the 20 chief judges, and Barn Frank, as Lucci's adoptive father, has to avoid suspicion. Lucci's test attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the referees, there are also some martial artists who have acquaintances or work in the Sky Arena. Lucci's fame is not just his age, being the youngest referee. At the same time, it is also due to the impact of plagiarism. Basically, everyone who knows about Nen thinks that Lucci must be an Nen user. Now they want to know whether he also has the psychic abilities that Lucci wrote about. When Lucci was taking the test, all 20 chief judges were present. The person who was testing him was named Bellamy Byron. He is a user of the release type ability, and also an Nen user who has mastered the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Of course, he had only heard of it and had never actually seen it. Not knowing what it is like? I guess his abilities might be similar to Franklin from the Phantom Troop? The longer you can hold on in my hands, the better. The longer the time, the higher your authority will be. The chief judge is naturally not an ordinary Nen user. Lucci remembered that this chief referee also came from a martial arts school that was good at finger A cup ointment pressing. Some things also exist in this world. Lucci came to the ring. Speaking of which, this should be the first time I have fought against an Nen user. There is also a referee for this assessment, mainly to prevent accidents, so Lucci's adoptive father Barn Frank is in charge. You have mastered Nen at this age. Your talent is extraordinary. Bellamy praised Lucci. It is not easy to master this skill. Even if one practices it through the orthodox method, it will take at least a week at the fastest. In the past, Lucci was just an unknown person, and all people knew about him was that he was Barn's adopted son. He has only recently become famous, and it was discovered that he is actually an Nen user. There are young people who have the ability to read Nen, but they are very rare, and when they appear, they are definitely geniuses among millions. Baines began. Bellamy then said, I'll give you the chance to strike first. Even if you think Lucci is a genius, you don't think he is that strong now. Age is also a very important factor. And Lucci was thinking whether to go all out. Could do with a little hiding. A ball of red energy appeared on Cai Lucci's body, and a shape appeared at his shoulder. A fiery red bird appeared on Lucci's shoulder. It was Phoenix. Oh, a mind beast. Although the abilities of a mind beast are common, it is not so easy to cultivate successfully because it involves abilities from several categories. Chapter 13. A bird-type beast? What kind of abilities will it have? As the chief referee of the Sky Arena, Bellamy is knowledgeable and has seen many kinds of abilities of the mind beast. Some have the ability to fight as a helper, while others have special abilities to fight with. The most common type of mind beast is the one that creates animal forms and attacks in coordination. Animal-type beasts all have animal characteristics and are enhanced in certain aspects. He has developed the ability of a mind beast at this age. Regardless of how strong or weak he is, his talent in mind ability is amazing. In the field, only Lucci's adoptive father Barn knew that this ability was something Lucci had since he was a child, as if he was born with it. And he had seen what the bird was capable of. He was once seriously injured in a battle with a psychic user, and was healed by Lucci's psychic beast Phoenix. As for whether he has other abilities, Barn doesn't know. Phoenix spread his wings and flew high, hovering above the ring. Bellamy took a look. I was guessing in my mind that, generally speaking, the combat capability of this kind of bird-type beast would not be very strong, and it mainly played a reconnaissance role. Some Nen users can even share vision with bird-type Nen beasts, allowing them to see higher and farther. When Phoenix flew up, Lucci also moved instantly. A sprint is to actively attack Bellamy. First test your close combat ability and the application of multiple streams. He instantly approached Bellamy and kicked him, mainly at the side of his waist, with about 70% of his energy directly exerted by his right foot. The chief referees around naturally saw it at a glance. Skip the basics of entanglement and go directly to using firmness. A non-user of this age cannot last for long even if he uses Ken. It not only consumes mental energy, but also has certain requirements on physical fitness. Most people will get tired quickly. The speed displayed by Lucci also made them look sideways. Of course, it was easy for Bellamy to block it with his hands. When Lucci kicked, he had already expected to be knocked down, so he turned sideways, landed on one foot, and raised the other to kick sideways again. This time the power came with a spin, even more so. Starting with kicking skills, Lucci began to test all the moves he had learned on Bellamy one by one. First the kicks, then the punches, followed by quick moves, attacking Bellamy everywhere. Bellamy also went from blocking with his hands to using both hands and feet, and he also needed to move to dodge some moves. After all, some moves directly attack the eyes and lower body, so even with mind defense, they are still very weak. Bellamy went from being surprised at first to being shocked. The spectators around also showed shocked expressions. Only Barn looked as if it was a matter of course. Although he didn't know Lucci's true strength, he believed that Lucci was very strong. When I taught Lucci the ability of telekinesis, he quickly mastered many application skills. He was a genius among geniuses in the use of telekinesis. Because Lucci is a special type, he can't teach him anything. However, as a veteran non-user, he had already begun to sense Lucci's nin ability. Of course, it is still impossible to be completely sure. When Lucci showed the Sharingan to Barn, at that point in time, some associations would naturally arise. It seems to be a very powerful ability. Bellamy started out by passively defending, giving Lucci a chance to show his strength, and in less than a minute he began to actively attack. There was no way, because if he used passive defense without using his abilities, he would actually be unable to resist. Bellamy shouldn't be like this. Because at this time Lucci is in the posture of opening the Sharingan. Powerful dynamic vision allows Lucci to further understand Bellamy's reactions. There is also a perspective provided by Phoenix in the air. Let Lucci be like a white eye and be able to see more movements clearly. It can be said that it is very difficult to make Lucci suffer by relying on small moves and physical techniques. No wonder he chose to be a referee. Turns out he's the same guy as Barn. He hasn't been a referee for long, has he? Looking at how proficient he is in these moves, his learning ability is somewhat amazing. The other chief judges around were no weaklings either. They could naturally see that some of the moves used by Lucci had shadows of various schools. Combined with Barn's rise to fame, it's easy to imagine. Many referees from martial arts schools were wondering what would happen to such a genius if he were to join their school and receive careful training. They have all decided to wait until after the fight. They would all try to get Lucci to join their martial arts schools. And he also had to spread the news of this genius to his own martial arts school. Joining a world-renowned martial arts school has great benefits. You can get guidance from famous teachers, not only in martial arts, but also in the practice of mind ability. Money is still secondary. Martial arts practice is not simply the practice of physical techniques, there are also some supporting practice methods and secret medicines to enhance physical fitness. This is also the foundation of a powerful martial arts school. In addition, disciples of some well-known martial arts schools also have visa-free access to some countries, which is similar to the effect of a hunter license. Today's hunter is not yet a world-renowned profession, and many of its benefits have not yet reached the level of the anime. The battle on the field continues. Bellamy actually found that he was no match for Lucci by simply fighting like this, so he even increased his use of nin. But Lucci adapted to them all perfectly. And as time went by, he was actually no match for his opponent. Lucci's moves changed very quickly, and he could hardly keep up. Could it be that Lucci is a user of enhancement ability? Bellamy wasn't the only one who had this suspicion. But when I saw the beast in the sky, it didn't make sense no matter how I thought about it. I underestimated you. You are the first one I have seen who has such strength at this age. Bellamy said from the bottom of his heart. Because even though he was a talented disciple of the Zenyuan school, he had never seen anything like this. Sometimes, age can indeed reveal many things. Looks like I need to show some strength. Bellamy said, reminding Lucci at the same time. Is it coming? Lucci did not retreat, but continued to attack. But he retracted his hand and quickly stepped back when he was about to throw a punch. A whip shadow was directly pulled into the air. Bellamy used his ability directly. A long whip formed by mental energy appeared directly in Bellamy's hand. The telekinetic whip is Bellamy's ability, and he is also a master of whip techniques. Chapter 14. Is Bellamy finally going to use his ability? It looks like the battle is going to be exciting. The judges around all laughed. Looking forward to the next battle. Because Lucci's mind beast has not yet demonstrated its abilities. Of course, they also saw the ability of perspective sharing. Everyone thought that Lucci's response was so quick mainly because he had a slight advantage in vision. Lucci became cautious. Because Bellamy's telekinetic whip is not a materialized product, but it is formed simply by thought. In the release system, the chi can still maintain its power outside the body and can be sent to a place far away from the body to release the chi in the body. The released chi can change the appearance, attack the enemy or execute orders. This kind of property will be used in any application of chi outside the body, and the farther away, the more obvious it will be. After practice, one can even achieve instant movement. This type of attribute is the most commonly used mind beast. The main attack method of the release system is mind bomb. In the anime, there are people with release type abilities, such as Franklin who attacks with telekinetic bullets, and Liza from Greed Island. Liza is a little different. He also uses the mind beast to assist in attack, and his combat suit ability is much stronger than Franklin. A true master of an ability will make up for his or her shortcomings in all aspects. Another powerful release type is Xenozaldique, official book. I used to think it was a transformation type, and the opponent's dragon head game is also very applicable. Bellamy's telekinetic whip is not a materialized type, but it is not without substance. It has the same substance as a telekinetic bullet. However, its abilities also involve some training in the materialization and transformation systems, as well as plastic changes. But because of its simple structure, its training is also simple. And because of the structure of mind energy, if the eyes pores are not open enough, then concentration must be used to be able to see. And because I thought of Kurapika's battle, Lucci could naturally imagine that if he attached invisibility to the whip, he would have to ensure that he could always maintain the state of concentration. As a releasing system, the opponent's mental whip can probably be easily extended and retracted, and the distance shown by the whip is definitely not the real distance. Another one, the release system is adjacent to the reinforcement system and the operation system. If the composition of the ability is also restricted by X-oath, then there must be the concept of strengthening weapons. Combined with the release of mental energy from the body, the power of this mental energy whip will definitely not be weak. At the same time, the whip may also have the ability to bind, so the control ability of the operating system must be considered. Even if it doesn't reach the level of an operating system that can be directly controlled, as long as the goal is achieved, it will definitely be troublesome. After a brief analysis, Lucci felt the difficulty of this ability. Moreover, this is a ring battle, and the space is limited, which means that there is limited room for dodging. And I heard that it also has the ability of 6 Meridians Divine Sword, but Lucci doesn't know whether it is true or not. It is indeed not easy for someone to become the chief referee of the Sky Arena. The long whip of mental energy was swung, forming a long snake whip shadow, pointing directly at Lucci. Every whip shadow will create grooves on the ring. Because the speed was too fast, Lucci's Sharingan was unable to keep up. Soon he was hit on the back with such force that he was sent flying out of the ring, but Lucci was not hurt. His mind energy is very strong. Some people may think that he has only been studying for a short time, but in fact it has been 12 years. The cultivation process is very long. Your mind beast should not only be used for reconnaissance, right? Why don't you show its other abilities at this time? Bellamy was looking forward to Lucci's other performances. Of course, even at this point, Bellamy still felt that Lucci was a genius. But geniuses need to grow. When he gets serious, Lucci will not be his opponent. Lucci was transferred back to the ring. It is impossible to continue fighting by relying solely on physical techniques. This is also one of Lucci's shortcomings. He focuses on practicing his mental abilities, and his practice in physical skills is relatively slow. Just like Killua, he didn't come into contact with Nen at the beginning, but laying the foundation. However, Lucci estimated that when he went to the Sky Arena at the age of 6, his family must have planned to let Killua get in touch with the ability of Nen. It also took Killua 2 years to reach the 200th floor, but because he didn't go up to register, he didn't come into contact with Nen. The time for learning has been delayed. If we look at Killua's foundation, Lucci's current physical fitness and physical skills are definitely still at an unsatisfactory level. In that case, let's give it a try. Lucci raised his right hand. With a cry from the phoenix, Lucci flew directly, landed on Lucci's right arm, and then merged directly into his right arm. Lucci does not intend to use his ability to transfer space such as flying or apparition. Then I can only use the power of fire. Of course, Phoenix's ability does not have to be possessed before it can be used. Lucci just wants to hide a few more tricks. To put it bluntly, it was just a test. I showed enough talent to attract enough attention. So he has other abilities. Everyone else was also waiting for Lucci to show them. A large ball of fire burst out directly from Lucci's body and immediately covered Bellamy. This. Everyone around showed surprised expressions. It wasn't that I was surprised that Lucci used the power of fire, but that the fire was pouring out of Lucci's body. The ability of the transmutation system can change the properties of qi. It is not surprising to turn air into flames. But generally speaking, there will be no physical contact. Even if there is contact, there must be a restrictive X-oath. An example of this is the ability of Phaeton from the Phantom Troop. As for Killua, he is more used to being electrocuted since he was a child, but if he wants to make his electric ability stronger, he must set corresponding restrictions, otherwise his body may not be able to withstand it. Lucci, covered in flames, was unharmed. Perhaps Lucci could also be called the Unburnt One. In fact, it is because of Phoenix's possession that Lucci has the ability to be immune to fire. As a Phoenix, it is naturally not harmed by fire. I am still used to calling it the Phoenix, because although it is also called the Phoenix in translation, it is obviously different from the Phoenix in Eastern culture. Of course, fire can also be defended against with thoughts. Bellamy's mental energy was simply consumed more, and the flames did not hurt him. Just like in the Ant chapter, Yuppie stepped on the magma and entered the center of the rose explosion. This consumption is all-encompassing. But Bellamy had other ways to deal with it. He swung the telekinetic whip in his hand quickly, but did not choose to attack Lucci. He wanted to see if Lucci had any other means. Swinging in a circle, it forms a tornado whip shadow, creating wind and suction that pulls the flames. Chapter 15. Once the qi is released from the body, if one wants to perform delicate operations, it will definitely involve the practice of the operation system. The general practice of telekinesis is also straightforward. The fire ability that Lucci is currently displaying also belongs to this type, but in a different form. But Bellamy used the wind to pull it back and even threw it back to Lucci, attacking him with fire. His control over his own qi and use of the whip technique are both quite strong. However, Lucci will not be hurt by the flames. The flames that hit him will be absorbed by him. Apart from the impact of the impact, he will not be hurt. Okay. Bellamy shouted. Being able to absorb flames also means that Lucci can control flames more finely. If you have other means, use them now. This assessment can end here. Bellamy's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to Lucci's power to control fire. And there are people present who have at least a slightly advanced level of telepathic ability. It has been determined that Lucci is a special type. Lucci's ability display involves too many things, and it is absolutely impossible for him to control them at his age, so it can only be a trait system. And it is a special characteristic of the Mind-Beast ability. The characteristic system never means that it is necessarily stronger than other systems, it is just more special and elusive. Generally speaking, there are more operation-oriented, materialization-oriented, and trait-oriented types. There are relatively few release-type characters like Lucci that tend to be trait-type. Lucci now realizes that he might be strong enough to deal with ordinary people or ordinary psychic users. But facing a senior psychic user like Bellamy, there is still a long way to go. Judging from the speed of the opponent's whip shadow, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan cannot keep up, and the body's reaction ability will not be able to keep up either. Even if Phoenix used his ability to apparate, he would probably not be a match for him. Because Lucci might not be able to react. Today, Lucci has gained some understanding of his own cultivation. First of all, the application of telekinesis can be temporarily stopped. Except for the circle, there is no need to lay too much foundation. Next, we should focus on physical training, improving physical fitness, and applying mind abilities in combat. As for physical techniques, most of them also require the support of the body for training, such as President Netero's punching training and training like Iron Sand Palm. Today's battle also allowed Lucci to learn a skill. Bellamy's telekinetic whip can also be copied for use as long as he has enough telekinetic energy. Flame control? Not only does Lucci know how to do it, he knows a lot of it, and of course, these are abilities he has only recently developed. Phoenix's mind beast ability gives Lucci so many abilities. Lucci began to make hand seals, yes, hand seals. Lucci's ability to control fire was brought by Phoenix, and he does not need to practice transformation skills himself. After developing the dream ability, he also had new ideas about how to use his ability. At the beginning, Lucci's goal was magic. Thinking that the Phoenix is a magical creature from the Harry Potter world, can I use magic? Unfortunately, Lucci has seen Harry Potter, but only the movies, which involve very little fire-related magic, and it would be quite difficult to replicate it. On the contrary, the fire-style ninjutsu hand seals in the Naruto anime were simply developed. However, it is definitely different from the fire-style ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Seal is a strict requirement, similar to a restrictive X-oath. It is impossible to get whatever you want by just clapping your hands. This ability is not only available to Lucci, but also to Phoenix. Rather than developing ninjutsu, it's more like putting Phoenix's magic to use. Lucci used the non-killing technique, the Great Fireball technique. It directly spewed out a huge fireball, which was completely different in nature from the scattered flames just now. It was like a huge flaming bullet. This is a fireball, but unlike the previous flames, it can be pulled by the wind. Faced with this fireball, Bellamy could only choose to avoid it. Moreover, the fireball was so big that it directly covered the area of the ring where he was, forcing him to jump off the ring. The high temperature coming towards him alone told him that this was not something that could be defended against simply by thinking. At least he couldn't defend against it. It might be possible to defend against such an attack, but it would be meaningless if you can't protect your entire body. It is a very powerful mental ability. Of course, in the eyes of those present, this ability is still limited. First of all, there is the problem with Lucci's hand seals. The movements are too obvious, and the speed of the fireball is still a little worse than the telekinetic bomb attack. Everyone present can dodge before Lucci attacks. Of course, no one dares to underestimate this ability. Because it has a fatal effect, it cannot be resisted head-on. In the battles between non-users, if one has a sure kill ability, then most of the battles between non-users will be planned around that sure kill ability. For example, when Kurapika fights the brigade, all his goals are to bind the brigade members with the middle finger binding chain. Of course, in a real battle, it may not be 100% certain, and sometimes it is possible to use a kill ability as a trap and place the real killer move somewhere else. The entire floor was burned red and even liquefied. It makes the power of this ability clear to people. That's it. Your assessment is over. You have the ability to not only become a referee above the 200th floor, but you also have a chance to run for the chief referee. Bellamy said with a smile. After all, it was a test, and we just needed to see how strong Lucci was. There is no need to actually determine the winner. Lucci also cancelled his ability. The other chief judges all congratulated Barn, saying it was an honor to have such an adopted son. And it was rare for the serious Barn to smile. After this assessment, Lucci officially became the referee of the 200th floor. His authority in the Sky Arena was increased again. Of course, he still needs to become proficient now. After this assessment, disciples from other martial arts schools soon came to invite Lucci. Each one of them makes Lucci very moved. You are different from me. You are still young and very talented. If you join a martial arts school, you will grow faster. Barn also thinks that Lucci should join a martial arts school. Well, that's what I planned too. Before you were practicing Nin, I couldn't guide you too much. Now that you have started practicing Taijutsu, I can teach you some things. As a self-taught person, Barn could only teach Lucci some bodybuilding techniques. Chapter 16. What Barn taught Lucci were mainly some prescriptions. When exercising, you can take medicated baths, apply ointments on your body, or take pills. You are still young, so you should use these things in moderation. Otherwise, not only will they be ineffective, they may even harm your body. All that Barn was able to collect were those that could only be used by adults or those whose bodies had grown to a certain size. Of course, there are definitely ways to lay the foundation by strengthening the body from an early age. But these are basically secrets that even Barn cannot find. Some things cannot be obtained with money alone. Even some of what Barn collected could not be obtained with money. After becoming a referee above the 200th floor, Lucci's residence also moved to the 200th floor and he could have his own training place. Lucci looked at some book prescriptions that Barn had given him. There are boxing techniques for bodybuilding, and also summaries of experience. As for the prescription, Lucci couldn't understand it either. He only knew the names of the ingredients. In an era without the internet, it was quite difficult to get information. Fortunately, he could learn from his adoptive father and there was a way to obtain it. But he didn't want to just rely on spending money to get it, he also wanted to understand it more deeply. After all, he also knew a saying, that is, medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Perhaps we can change our mindset and treat cultivation as a way to practice martial arts or cultivate immortality. Thinking in this way, my mind is completely opened up. These prescriptions assist in cultivation, similar to elixirs. There is also the divine word in this world. If used properly, it can also be a kind of formation or weapon refining. It's like cultivating 100 arts of immortality. There is no need to think about the target's heart source, and he needs to become a hunter, and he needs a sufficient intelligence network. The fighting tournament is about to take place, and the number of battles above the 200th floor is also increasing. Lucci also witnessed many battles between non-users, some with all kinds of strange and bizarre abilities. Of course, there is also a person like Baizaji who deserves attention. So far, Baizaji has never been defeated. Her fighting abilities all rely on applied techniques, and her tall stature makes many contestants believe that she is a user of enhancement abilities. After careful consideration, Lucci chose to take the initiative to visit Biscuit. On the 200th floor, Biscuit was resting in her luxurious room, and of course her Miss Cookie was giving her a massage. Miss Cookie is Biscuit's first ability. An ability specifically used to assist her in her cultivation. Her own unique talent, coupled with the cultivation of this ability, has allowed her to become as rugged as she is now. The doorbell rings. Biscuit knew who it was. It was a very formal visit by Lucci, and he had prepared a note in advance, which was handed over to Biscuit by the counter staff on the 200th floor. Of course, Biscuit also knew about Lucci's existence. It's not because of the post, but because of what I learned from other martial artists. Many staff members of the Sky Arena are from various martial arts schools. Naturally, the battle between Lucci and Bellamy would also be spread and become a topic of conversation among them. Biscuit is not a loner, so he will naturally hear relevant information. Later she found out that Lucci was the author of Demigods and Semi-Devils, so naturally she would be curious about such a young man. In other words, Lucci is not a contestant, otherwise there would probably be a lot of people inviting him to fight. Of course, during this period of time, many people visited Lucci, and their goal was to make Lucci become their disciple. The door was opened. At this time, Biscuit naturally couldn't wear a skirt or Lolita clothes, but a set of men's clothes. Although she is a female, her appearance is too masculine. If she wears women's clothes, she will attract too much attention. There was no other choice but for Baizaji to wear men's clothes. "Hello, player Biscuit, my name is Lucci Phoenix, sorry to bother you." Lucci bowed his head politely. "Just call me Biscuit." Biscuit brought Lucci into the room. Biscuit at this moment is completely different from his performance in the anime, he looks very serious. Maybe his mentality is different now. Biscuit made a cup of coffee for Lucci. "If you don't come to me, I'm afraid I will go to you." Lucci naturally noticed the books on the table, which showed signs of being flipped through. These are all books he plagiarized. "You are not the author of these books, right?" Biscuit asked first. Considering Lucci's age, and considering many of the vocabulary in these books, it seems like they were not something Lucci could have written. "That's right." But he didn't say who the authors of these books were. And Baizaji didn't think about it further. Instead, he picked up the book and asked Lucci for advice. For example, what are the I Ching, Beiming, and various concave words and what do they mean? It's really hard for Lucci to explain. Seeing Lucci's embarrassment, Biscuit immediately reacted and showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I really want to know the secrets. Although I don't understand some of them, I always feel that there is a different kind of wisdom in them." Even Baizaji felt that it would be helpful for her cultivation in martial arts. As a disciple of the Shinzen Ryu school, and an extremely outstanding one at that, Baizaji also has a martial arts fanatic side. "I almost forgot that Lucci came to see me for his own business." "It's okay. I'm also happy to see these books are so popular." Lucci responded with a smile. Then he said seriously, "I came here today for only one purpose, and that is to become a disciple of Xinyuan Liu." Lucci was not clear about the apprenticeship process of the Xinyuan school, and there were not many people in the Xinyuan school, so he came to find Biscuit. Of course, the identity of Bisky and Netaro's disciples is also crucial. Baisaji was not surprised. When he talked about Lucci with other martial arts disciples, he learned that he had rejected many invitations. Naturally, everyone would think that Lucci wanted to join the Heart Source stream. The Heart Source school is simply too famous, not to mention that Netaro is now known as the strongest person in the world. This is not just one of the 5 great Nen users, but the one who is recognized as the strongest in the world. Especially at this time period, although Netaro has begun to slowly decline from his peak, he is definitely not as strong as he was in the plot. Baisaji also became serious. With your talent, it is no problem for you to join the Heart Source school, but I am not qualified to teach anyone yet. Although Yungu in the plot teaches Hixi, the fact that he is only an acting master can explain many problems. In the Shinzen Ryu school, only those who have been recognized by Netaro and have truly become masters are qualified to accept disciples. In a few days, Master Netaro will also arrive at the Sky Arena. Is President Netaro coming back this time? Lucci has not received the confirmation letter yet. Netaro does not participate in every fighting tournament. The reason why Lucci is called this is mainly because Netaro is best known for being the president of the Hunter Association. Chapter 17. Biscuit nodded. I've heard a lot of talk about you recently. Do you want to fight? Biscuit directly challenged Lucci. Seeing is believing. He wanted to see if Lucci was as powerful as the rumors said. Just think of it as a simple entrance exam. If you are really strong, maybe you can become my junior fellow apprentice. Biscuit showed an interested look. It was also made clear that if Bisky felt that Lucci's strength was good enough, then Bisky would help Lucci and allow him to become Netaro's disciple directly. And this is exactly what Lucci wants. I agreed immediately. However, as the referee, Lucci must prevent outsiders from knowing about this fight. When this news came out, it definitely attracted the attention of the disciples of the martial arts school. Lucci is considered a royal figure, and so is Biscuit. Disciples of the Shinjin Ryu school were sent to participate in fighting tournaments, and recently they have defeated many martial arts disciples one by one. Of course, the most talkative thing about Biscuit is his madness. In some battles, he didn't even use his magic to withstand attacks, demonstrating his strong physique. Of course, her female identity was also a topic of discussion, and many martial arts disciples said they did not believe it at all. Naturally, there will be a chief referee to referee this match. The battle mode adopted is the scoring system of Sky Arena. The audience consists of all the staff or disciples of martial arts schools who receive the information. This also made many old masters of martial arts schools who had already rushed to Kari City look regretful. With such a talented disciple joining the Zenyuan school, the Zenyuan school will only become more powerful. But it's because they are not as strong as others and their reputation is not loud enough. People strive for higher goals, but what can we do about it? Through understanding, Lucci knew that Biscuit was only 18 years old now. Of course, her current appearance had not changed much from her original appearance in the anime, and she didn't look like she was 18 years old at all. 6 years older than Lucci, Lucci can judge many things based on his age. The first one is the difference in mental energy. Lucci is definitely not lower than the other party, and may even be stronger than Siji. The other is the use of telekinesis application skills, which Biscuit certainly cannot achieve smoothly at the moment. As for physical strength, it certainly wouldn't be abnormal. Even as for his abilities, even though only one ability was shown in the anime, Lucci believes that Biscuit definitely has the ability to fight. At this age, Biscuit may have developed an ability. Considering the training she has done on her body, even if she has the ability, it can only be that of Miss Cookie and cannot be used in combat. At the beginning of the battle, Lucci summoned Phoenix again. I didn't choose to possess, but to observe first. Engage in close combat with Biscuit first. Biscuit also knew about Lucci's abilities, and when he saw Lucci's behavior, he understood what he was thinking. Directly launching an attack is different from Bellamy before. After all, the current Lucci has proven his strength. The sturdy body does not affect Biscuit's speed. Lucci had his Sharingan open at this time, so he could easily block Siji's attack. Considering his size advantage, Lucci did not choose to engage in a head-on confrontation. Even when he was parrying or blocking, he tried his best to reduce the force. But once the collision started, it was completely suppressed. There was no difference in terms of mental energy, but the force brought by Biscuit's attack made Lucci a little difficult to bear. The difference in physical fitness is easily reflected. For the same punch attack, Lucci needs to expend more mental energy. Of course, Lucci also discovered some of Biscuit's weaknesses. The first one was his use of convection, which he was not so proficient in. The attack and defense conversion reaction of the mind energy is not fast enough. Lucci also attacked Biscuit, but due to the difference in physical fitness, it did not create an effective gap. Unless you increase the output of mental energy. At the same time, Lucci also had another feeling. Unlike the previous battle with Bellamy, the force generated by Biscuit when his fists and feet collided was more concentrated. Biscuit's speed is not slow, but the attack and defense in a small space is not as fast as imagined. Maybe he felt a little uncomfortable facing Lucci, who was smaller in stature. He can win. Even without using Phoenix, Lucci still has the possibility of winning. This is Lucci's idea. The current Biscuit is really far from being strong. If we compare, Biscuit is not even stronger than Bellamy. With the Sharingan in his hand, all of Biscuit's actions were seen through by Lucci. Of course, if Biscuit only had this kind of strength, he would definitely not be able to remain undefeated at the 200th floor. Soon Biscuit's moves changed. Although it is still a big move, the technical level has been improved a lot, and some fake moves are mixed in during the fight. There were some things that Lucci didn't see, but he also relied on the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan to avoid and dodge in advance. The Xinyuan flow emphasizes inner cultivation, and everyone's path will be different. Biscuit can't do Netaro's Hyakusha Ki cannon. But the speed of punching was inherited. After seeing how difficult Lucci was, Biscuit also began to show his strength. His punches were not only faster, but also more powerful. The wind from the fists made a whistling sound. The people watching the fight, seeing Lucci's performance, some murmured to themselves, he is even stronger than last time. The one who spoke had seen Lucci and Bellamy fight. Barn, who was watching the battle, could also see that the Sharingan was indeed powerful. Not only could it copy, but it could also be used for one's own benefit so quickly. It was amazing. Lucci's combat response was more smooth. It's a completely visible improvement in strength. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes. The two sides were engaged in close combat, offense and defense. Except for the suppression at the beginning, Biscuit began to show signs of decline later on. There is no problem with physical strength, the main problem is maintaining the mental energy. Of course, those watching the fight just thought that Lucci was a monster. Not only was his Nin ability outstanding, but his physical skills had also improved so much, and his Nin magnanimity was so high. It can no longer be described simply as genius. In this game, you can see more things, including how long the fight lasts, the level of mind power, and the use of flow. I lost. In the end, Biscuit took the initiative to admit defeat. Baizaji has a pretty good mentality and doesn't think it would be a big deal if he lost to someone younger than him. The teacher says he is a genius, but there are even more geniuses out there. Thank you. Lucci was still happier after defeating Biscuit. I didn't expect that I couldn't even force out your telepathic ability. Biscuit looked at the telepathic beast flying in the sky. Don't you have any ability to use it either? Lucci replied. My abilities are not suitable for fighting. Baizaji believed that if she was given time, she would be able to win back in the future. Chapter 18. After the competition, Biscuit immediately called Netero. Telephones already existed in this era, but they had not yet reached the level of mobile phones of the future. It was not just the development of mobile phones, but also the establishment of many signal base stations. Even so, at later stages of the plot, there are many places where telephone contact is not possible. At this time, Netero is in an invincible stage with no opponents. Hearing Biscuit praising a genius so highly, Netero would definitely be interested. He said that he would meet him in person after arriving in Kari City. As for the question of joining the Shinjin-ryu and becoming his disciple, we will talk about it after he arrives. After this battle, Baizaji started to pester Lucci, mainly about various martial arts novels. Ask these authors whether the internal energy in the book can be chanted. Is it possible to use thoughts to create the martial arts in the book? Lucci didn't know how to answer. When Baizaji asked about the I am the only one in the world, Lucci was shocked. He thought that he would not change Baizaji's future ability. For some questions that could be answered, Lucci tried his best to answer Biscuit. As for ability development, not much advice was given, leaving Biscuit to decide for himself. Perhaps he thought that it was a foregone conclusion that Lucci would join the Heart Source stream, so Biscuit also told Lucci a lot about the Heart Source stream. The first one is that the Shinjin-ryu school does not have a specific martial arts hall, that is, it has no base. Accepting disciples also requires a sense of casualness, and after teaching the basics, the rest of the way forward will be up to you. Another point is that the foundation of the heart source flow is a process of strengthening the body, gradually opening up one's own pores, and slowly mastering the mind. After mastering the mind, you can advance to the next level of training, which mainly focuses on physical training. And Baisaji is at this stage now. In addition to exercise, there is also the concept of health preservation in the Xinyuan flow. The key point Biscuit mentioned to Lucci was that no matter whether you are training or fighting, you must take good care of your body afterwards. Not leaving any hidden injuries on the body will allow you to make better progress in the martial arts. You cannot harm your body for the sake of temporary strength. The Xinyuan school has only one purpose, which is to reach the limit of martial arts. At this time, Netero is a peak of the heart source stream, and the goal of all heart source stream disciples now is to surpass Netero. There are actually not many disciples of Xinyuan Liu, not even 100. Compared with other martial arts schools, there is absolutely no advantage in numbers. In that strange anime, there is no introduction to the masters of the Kono Subaryu. It turns out they are unfamous. The reputation of the Shinzen Ryu is entirely Netero's reputation. At the same time, Lucci also learned that Biscuit has not yet become a hunter, and does not know much about the world. Biscuit also taught Lucci the method of practicing burning. A way to open the Jing Kong. Even if Lucci has learned the Nen, he can still practice it, which can help people further control the Nen. As the fighting tournament draws closer, the city of Kerry becomes more and more lively. Biscuit also started losing the game. When some martial arts players older than him appeared, Baisaji was naturally no match for them. This also allowed Lucci to see a lot of martial arts and Nen abilities. A move that combines martial arts and mind abilities. It was 100 flowers blooming, which amazed Lucci. It even made Lucci sigh that there were many strong people in this world. What is shown in the anime is just the tip of the iceberg. Only a grand event like a fighting tournament can bring together these powerful people. It is not only to compete for honor, but also to challenge opponents and improve one's martial arts level. Lucci copied a lot of abilities, which were no longer just physical techniques. There were also some Nen abilities that could be practiced without the need for special constraints of the X-Oath. 1 week before the fighting tournament, all the players who have obtained the qualification above the 200th floor have basically stopped and started to conserve their energy. Even if they are still in the competition, the players who want to obtain the qualification will no longer fight to the death, but will admit defeat as soon as they see the trend of defeat. I will never allow myself to be disabled. Of course, with such a fierce battle, there will definitely be many injured people, even several referees were injured. Once again, referees of Lucci's age stole the spotlight. In the Sky Arena Medical Center. Didn't I tell you not to participate in the competition during this period? Lying on the hospital bed was Piccolo. Since he got a job here at Lucci and solved his daily food and accommodation problems, he continued to participate in the Sky Arena competitions. We have now defeated the 90th floor and will soon break through the 100th floor. Or in other words, it has broken through the 100th floor. Because of the fighting tournament, there were too many top-level contestants during this period, so he was demoted. I don't want to miss such a martial arts tournament, but unfortunately I'm too weak. Although he was injured, Piccolo was still very happy. Or rather, he found his own way forward. He used to fight just to survive, but now he just wants to become stronger. I'm sorry, Master Lucci, I'm afraid I can't work for a while. As Piccolo spoke, his wound moved and his face twitched. It's nothing. You don't need to do anything now. In half a year, the situation in Kerry City was basically figured out. It is even clear where intelligence brokers are. If you want to know something, just spend money to find the intelligence broker. There, as long as there is money. After all, it was impossible for Piccolo to find out deeper things, such as the internal situation of the 4 mafia families. He didn't need to know too much, he just wanted to help Piccolo. After a brief conversation with Piccolo, Lucci left the medical floor. As I passed by the window, I saw a large airship with the Hunter Association logo on it. We're finally here. The airship flew directly to the upper floors of the Sky Arena. The entire city of Kerry has begun warming up, and there are only 6 days left before the fighting tournament begins. And Lucci has been selected as one of the referees of the fighting tournament. Lucci, I didn't expect to meet you here. Suddenly someone greeted Lucci. Lucci turned around and saw Julia Conrad. There were two girls following behind her. But Lucci knew that these two girls were psychic users and could be considered Julia's protectors. Why is the player from your family injured? Lucci asked afterwards. Well, the fighting tournament has made the battles a lot more brutal. Julia said with a smile. Lucci, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Julia then took the initiative to invite Lucci. Okay. Lucci agreed. He might be able to guess the other party's purpose, and he also knew some of the other party's actions in the Sky Arena. On the 185th floor, in a private room of a restaurant. Chapter 19. Julia met Lucci by chance. But since we have encountered it, it is better to share the details than to encounter it by chance. It just so happened that Julia also wanted to find Lucci for something. Although it has only been half a year since he moved into the Sky Arena, Conrad has already undergone considerable changes. The most important thing is that there are several more fighters in the family. Of course, many people may look down on fighters. After all, no matter how skilled they can be knocked down with one shot. But Julia is different. She knows that there are supermen in this world who possess extraordinary powers. The gangs in Carey City are the ones who know this best. After all, there are no viewing restrictions for the games on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, and anyone can watch it as long as they pay. Then you will definitely find that the battles above the 200th floor are different. Hand-to-hand combat and gunfights are common among gangs. Even some more powerful gangs can bring out more heavy weapons. Julia is different. She is very smart and knows that even if she is equipped with weapons, there will be differences depending on the user. Not to mention that she also wanted to get in touch with that magical power, the power called thought. She is an ambitious woman. There are very few female gang leaders. As a direct member of Conrad's family, she is not the only daughter of the current leader, but has many brothers and sisters. For example, the Nisra family in the anime is different. Nisra rose to power entirely due to Nian's divination ability. A large mafia family usually has quite a few family members. Even though she was the eldest daughter, Julia was never a contender for the position of head of the family. And as a woman, she is difficult to be accepted by most gang members. So she took a different approach and began to show her kindness, and her family business also involved industries that did not make much money and that most people did not want. By being kind and charitable, she gathered a group of loyal people under her. And he was extremely lucky as he met two girls with superpowers. The meeting with Lucci and the cooperation in the Sky Arena also made her gain some fame in the family. The Sky Arena industry is still under her control, but she handed over most of the profits. Her target is only those players she is friendly with. The reason why Lucci was wondering why Conrad did not take any action was because all this was Julia's personal behavior. As Lucci's status rises, Julia wants to cooperate further with him. But now she needs to know what Lucci needs. I'm afraid that money alone is no longer what the other party values. So what's the matter? Lucci asked. I want to cooperate with you, and it's a deeper level of cooperation. Julia understood Lucci's temperament well, so she went straight to the point in a simple and clear manner. Cooperation. Lucci was puzzled at first, then looked at Julia. Yes, this is just my personal cooperation with you. Lucci understood, leaned lazily on the sofa, and asked, so what can you bring me? Lucci could guess a lot about Julia's behavior. Of course, what he was thinking about at this time was what the gangster family could bring to him. Julia is optimistic about Lucci, who at this age can become a referee on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, and his father is also the chief referee of the Sky Arena. If nothing unexpected happens, Lucci will definitely become the chief referee of the Sky Arena. In the absence of interference from the directors of the Sky Arena, the chief referee is the controller of the Sky Arena. Among them, there is not only the violent industry in the Sky Arena, but he also has a large number of military forces under his command and is on good terms with various martial arts schools. If I could get Lucci's support, then not only the Conrad family, but even the entire city of Carey can imagine it. As long as it's what Lord Lucci wants. As soon as Julia said this, she was already putting herself in a lower position. Lucci thought about it. All gangs are connected to each other, and if there is a huge network of gangs, then Lucci can indeed get a lot of convenience in some things. Various martial arts schools, hunter associations, and gangs. These kept flashing through Lucci's mind. If he could build a network based on these, it would be of great help to him. Now Lucci has understood Julia's actions. Is a smart woman. So what is your goal? Lucci asked. Lucci is weighing. Julia understood that Lucci was moved. Julia loudly stated her goal and made a statement that women can also become gang leaders. At first she just didn't accept her father's choice, but now she wants the world to know her name. Of course, her target now is still the gang boss of Carey City. That was enough for Lucci. Had some discussion. Instead of talking about direct cooperation, Lucci wanted to see Julia's abilities. A well-maintained road leading to other cities. If Julia can do it, then Lucci will choose to cooperate with her. This requirement is not simple. First of all, the cost of building a highway is not simple, and there are many risks in its construction. It cannot be accomplished with just manpower and financial resources. Julia also has her own simple request, saying that if she succeeds, hopefully, Lucci can tell her about superpowers. Even though her two bodyguards have mastered the neon, they don't know how to use it and can only entangle her at most. They are the daughters of a martial artist, but one day someone sought revenge and killed their father, and that person turned out to be an user. Under the impact of the mental energy, they were forced to open their sperm orifices. And then an user believed that the two children were doomed to die. He still ignored them, not expecting that they had mastered their mind energy at the last moment and did not die from the loss of energy due to the opening of their sperm orifices. Then he was taken in by Julia while wandering. Lucci is not surprised either. The ability of telepathy is not known to the general public, and some people who have mastered it will not tell others about it. Even if you know that thoughts exist, you don't know their details. If you want to practice, you can only rely on your own exploration. There are such people among the players on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Generally speaking, people who have mastered the ability of Nen do not want too many people to learn it. Kind-hearted people think that this kind of power will cause chaos and harm. People with evil hearts are afraid that other people may possess this power stronger than themselves, or that if too many people possess it, they will no longer be so special. There are also some superiors who, though they themselves lack the aptitude, are worried that too many people will learn how to recite it, thus threatening their own positions. There will also be certain restrictions. It's just like the 10 old gangsters in the anime. With their power, they can easily build an army of non-users, but they are afraid that they won't be able to control them, so they limit themselves to the 10 yen beasts. Chapter 20. And now Biscuit takes Lucci to see Netero. In the room, Netero was practicing calligraphy. Master, I brought Lucci here. Biscuit was still very respectful to Netero at this time. If Lucci wasn't there, she would probably call Netero Master Old Man. When Lucci entered the room, he first noticed Netero. Netero is 81 years old at this time. Unlike the old look in the anime, Netero at this time actually has black hair. His stature is not as short as in the anime. Netero also stopped what he was doing and looked at Lucci. This glance was like a sharp sword, giving Lucci a sense of extreme danger, and making Lucci unable to help but take 2 steps back. I almost dodged this gaze. But Lucci reacted quickly and looked directly at him. Haha. Netero laughed, very satisfied with Lucci's performance. Since you want to join the Heart Source School, then be my disciple. Netero said directly. Lucci was stunned, then asked, is it that simple? It's that simple. It was a similar situation when Biscuit became Netero's disciple. Since you are my disciple, come and play with me. The room on the top floor is much larger, and there is a small training ground inside. Do we want to play the ball-grabbing game again? Biscuit asked directly. Directly told Netero what he was going to do. I just want to see the quality of my new disciple. Netero smiled, stroking his beard. Isn't it his duty as a master to test Lucci's level? And Lucci thought of the fun that Netero, Gon, and Killua had in the anime. I only use one hand and one foot. As long as you can grab the ball, I can teach you a boxing technique. Although it is just for fun, there are rewards. Of course you can use your mind abilities as well. Biscuit has an unhappy expression. All disciples of the Zenuan school have played this game. Netero's Hyakushiki Cannon is also quite famous in the Shinzen-Rita school, or in the martial arts world. But so far, no one has been able to learn the 100 styles of Guanyin from President Netero. The most they have learned is the method of practicing punching. Even though he only uses one hand and one foot, no one can snatch the ball from Netero if he doesn't want to. Of course, Biscuit has never succeeded. She is also very curious about 100-style Guanyin. Even if it is not her own path, she can still get to know it and draw inferences from it. Is any method possible? Lucci asked. Of course. Netaro nodded. Could Netaro's boxing style be the 100 styles of Guanyin? Even though it looks like fun, given Netaro's temperament, I'm afraid that what he gives will not be simple boxing. And if I perform well enough, Netaro will pay more attention to me, right? If they want to control the Sky Arena, then the Hunter Association may also be able to do so in the future. Oh, that's a good expression. Netaro showed a happy expression. Although he didn't know Lucci's talent and strength yet, this ambitious expression made him quite satisfied. Then let's start. Netaro tossed the ball back and forth in his hands. Lucci did not rush to attack, but walked around Netaro. It is full of flaws, but these flaws give people the feeling that they have no idea where to start, which is quite contradictory. Netaro will be even stronger during this period. If he wants to snatch the ball from Netaro, he will probably have to use his ability of space travel. Lucci summoned Phoenix first. What's the name of your beast? Netaro asked when he saw Phoenix. Its name is Phoenix, an immortal bird. As he said that, Lucci moved instantly, sprinted in front of Netaro, and reached out to grab the ball. But he missed because Netaro had already left on one foot. The speed was so fast that even after images appeared, and this was the speed using only one foot. But Lucci did not stop, but continued to chase Netaro. Phoenix? So your name is related to him? Netaro dodged while leisurely communicating with Lucci. Yes. The phoenix in the air also began to move. In Lucci's previous battles, it had never been allowed to intervene, but this time was different. The flying speed is very fast, and the claws are directly attacking Netaro just to create a chance for Lucci. But Netaro was faster and Phoenix's attack completely missed. So strong. This is Lucci's intuitive feeling. Not to mention grabbing the ball, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. This speed is probably not the fastest speed. Lucci thought of 100-style Guanyin. With that kind of attack, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to see it before being knocked down. Lucci is now using the Sharingan, and even with such a powerful dynamic force, he cannot easily capture Netaro's movements. Maybe 3 Megatama will be enough. The moves are pretty good, but the body needs more training. Being able to consciously control your breathing and integrate it into the battle is not bad, but it's still a bit messy. Netaro dodged while commenting on Lucci. It's not surprising that Lucci behaves like this since he doesn't come from a regular martial arts school. In Netaro's eyes, his physical skills are not outstanding. But his eyesight is very good, and he was able to capture his movements several times. Listen to the reviews. This is not an empty arena. Lucci adjusted his breathing and sped up again. This time he stepped on the ground much harder. This was because the building materials of the Sky Arena became more unusual as you went higher up. If it were an ordinary building, the floor would shake when he stepped on it. Lucci relies on the power of stepping on the ground to increase his speed and move quickly in a straight line. Lucci just jumped up and down, and when he hit the ceiling, he turned around and stepped on the ceiling to gain leverage, moving back and forth continuously. Just to grab the ball from Netaro. Not bad, not bad. Netaro was very satisfied. At the same time, Phoenix also began to move, and this time he would also show his ability. In order to snatch the ball from Netaro, Lucci doesn't mind exposing some things. Phoenix flew up with a roar. Netaro dodged the attack. But at this time Phoenix suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared on Netaro's right-hand side. Netaro reacted instantly and realized that this was the ability of space transfer. Biscuit also opened his pupils wide in shock. Phoenix was about to touch the ball. But a momentum emerged from Netaro, and then the movements of his hands changed. The ball was hit out instantly. But Lucci Phoenix's reaction was not slow either, and he used his ability of apparition again. Bang sound. Phoenix fell short once again. The fight for the ball continues. The field completely turned into a competition between Phoenix and Netaro. Netaro's face was even more smiling. Chapter 21. Netaro is excited now. Ever since he had no opponent, his martial arts career began to become boring. Even a powerful non-user would be unable to resist his 100-style Guanyin. It's not that the enemy is weak, but that he is too strong. He couldn't even find an opponent to have fun with. And now with the emergence and ability of Phoenix, he has found a good way to have fun. Users of space-based non abilities are extremely rare, especially those who can use them in combat. Netaro had never fought against an opponent who could use spatial abilities so smoothly. Of course, the battle with Phoenix cannot be considered a real battle. For Netero, it is a kind of fun in the face of rare abilities. Even Lucci stopped. Because this game, which started out as a ball-grabbing game, turned into a chasing game, with Netero chasing Phoenix. This forced Lucci to focus his attention on Phoenix. Although Phoenix is intelligent, it has never fought much and basically follows Lucci's wisdom. Fortunately, it is not a simple magical beast, but a mental beast connected to Lucci. Thoughts follow the heart, otherwise Phoenix would have been captured by Netero long ago if he relied on himself. Under Lucci's command, every space transfer was to avoid Netero's capture as much as possible. In other words, Lucci now has the Sharingan, otherwise, even if Phoenix has the ability to transfer space, he would have been caught by Netero. This training place is also relatively large, and allows for space transfer back and forth. Biscuit also noticed that Lucci's eyes were constantly moving. He also immediately saw that the landing point of each Phoenix space transfer was where Lucci's sight was. Netero no longer used one hand and one foot, but 2 feet and 1 hand, while the other hand was still holding the ball. The free hand is completely different. Every time he attacks, he will be in a state of clasping his hands together, but it does not hinder Netero's attacks at all. Because at this time, Netero had already used the methods of 100 styles of Guanyin. At this time, Netero did not use his thoughts, but simply relied on his own strength to chase Phoenix. Netero's strength is such that he can defeat many masters of Nen even without using his Nen ability. This is the strength of the strongest person in the world. Lucci couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Now Netero is showing the prototype of 100-style Guanyin, but unfortunately in order to make this game last a little longer, Lucci couldn't even concentrate on copying. Because one distraction and Phoenix loses. The chase lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. In the end, Netero wins. It's not that Lucci's mental energy is insufficient, but because he has to use the Sharingan so intensively and constantly judge the direction of space transfer. It made Lucci a little confused. It's not a battle, but it's better than a battle. You're very good. Netero praised Lucci as he was sitting on the floor, stroking his head and resting. He finally found a good toy. You win this game. Netero was talking about the ball-grabbing game. I will formally teach you starting tomorrow. He then said this. You don't want to play it every day, do you? Biscuit revealed Netero's thoughts in one sentence. Netero laughed sheepishly, ahaha. This is also a form of practice for me. Lucci said. Having too many abilities can also be a problem, and he knows that Phoenix has a lot of potential to be tapped. But these cannot be achieved through exploration and practice in a short period of time. Lucci also has the ability to transfer space, and unlike many Nen abilities which have limitations, he can use it at will. And unlike apparition in the Harry Potter world, there is no danger. After all, this is not true apparition, but an ability unique to the Phoenix. Of course, Lucci doesn't have time to practice every day now. The fighting tournament is about to take place, and he is very busy, even Netero is busy. Every day, masters and founders of various martial arts schools visit him and ask him for advice. Soon the fighting tournament was held as scheduled. Tickets are selling like hotcakes, and visitors from all over the world come to Kerry to attend this event. There are also some well-known TV stations from major countries that come to film and interview. The whole city of Kerry became bustling with activity. There were more than 300 participants in the fighting tournament. The teams were divided into 4 divisions by drawing lots, and then the competition began. The battle was very fierce, and Lucci even saw the god word he had always wanted to understand. God word in the hunter world is a kind of ability word related to thoughts, which has special abilities in itself. His first appearance was in the Sky Arena arc of the anime, where Yungu and Xiaoji made a promise to tie a lace with the word God on it on his finger. As long as you use your telekinesis, it will split apart directly. Of course, the one that appears most often is the Greed Island chapter. The fighting tournament requires the power of God, mainly to maintain the stability of the arena. Those who can participate in the fighting tournament are all users of Nen ability. They have extraordinary destructive power and ordinary arenas can be easily destroyed by them. But the arena is different with the blessing of the word God. Lucci also learned from his adoptive father that this was specially arranged by hunters from the Hunter Association. It also cost a lot of money. Every fighting tournament requires Nen users who are familiar with the word God to provide maintenance. In Lucci's eyes, these are the immortal texts, divine texts, runes, prohibitions, and the like in fairy tale novels. If he wants to cultivate immortality, he wants to master all of these. Every day Lucci will host a game. Even if he had no work, he would go back to watch the fight. With so many masters fighting, he could gain a lot from it. And every night, he would play with Netero. Then Netero guided him in his training. First, he was taught a set of Zinyu and Liu bodybuilding boxing techniques, which could be practiced to strengthen his physique. At the same time, there are corresponding secret medicines to assist in practice. Lucci benefited a lot from this, including increased physical strength, growth in power, and a bigger appetite. These are all immediate effects. In addition to this, we also learn about the body. Since there is qi in this world, there is naturally research on meridians, which is similar to traditional Chinese medicine. These are the things that Netero summarized and learned after he became powerful. At the same time, Lucci also combined the ability of dreams with some knowledge from his previous life to verify and learn together. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I was too ordinary, and some of my knowledge was gained from watching short videos, so I didn't even have a superficial understanding of it. But he likes the current learning and growth model very much. Visible growth is the most motivating thing. Chapter 22. I lost. Biscuit collapsed on the ring. At this moment, her image was quite embarrassing. Her opponent was a martial artist who was about 40 years old. When I was your age, I didn't have your strength. The other party also praised Baizaji's strength. You didn't use your abilities, otherwise I would have lost even more miserably. Baizaji pulled his clothes to cover the part that was about to be exposed. Haha, didn't we agree at the beginning that we would only compete in martial arts? Biscuit's opponent walked off the ring with a smile. And this battle of Biscuit was presided over by Lucci. Biscuit's journey to the fighting tournament ended in the top 80. Fortunately, Baizaji is not the only one participating in the Kokorogan Ryu. In this fighting tournament, there are indeed some young talents emerging, but basically only martial artists who are 30 years old or above can stand to the end. The older you get, the stronger you become. When fighting, not everyone will use special telepathic abilities to fight, and many people will choose to fight using martial arts methods. This was the case with this match. Biscuit lost fairly. I still need to keep working hard, and I will definitely win a championship. Biscuit made his declaration. It's a pity that you are the referee, otherwise I really want to meet you on the ring. Biscuit said to Lucci again. Lucci smiled slightly, there will be a chance in the future. Just not now. He likes to accumulate strength, and unless it is necessary, his preferred way of fighting is to crush his opponent. Then I look forward to it. This fighting tournament lasted for a full month, and this period was also the most prosperous time for the city of Kerry. It was also the time when Sky Arena made a lot of money. Lucci also received Netero's instruction for a month. It also involves the practice of 100 styles of Guanyin. After all, Lucci won the game. Of course, the 100 styles of Guanyin taught by Netero is only the most basic one. Lucci also used the Sharingan to copy it, which is the first ability that cannot be completely copied so far. The fighting tournament also copied a lot of striking abilities. Lucci will be busy in the next period of time. Before leaving, Netero specifically asked Lucci to practice his abilities more, hoping that he could have more fun when he saw Lucci next time. All Lucci could do was try his best. The fighting tournament was over, and there were no changes to today's directors. Some people left, and some stayed to continue training in the Sky Arena. After all, it was rare to find an opponent. Baizaji also stayed and she would stay in the Sky Arena for a while. At this point, Lucci had a sparring partner. Apart from work, he practices every day, and the bookstore is left to Piccolo to manage. In this way, another half a year passed. During this period, we also heard the news that the city of Kerry was going to build a highway leading to the nearby city of Roland. Led by the government, 4 mafia families worked together. This highway can promote the connection between Kerry and Roland and the development of the two cities. Lucci knew it was Julia's action, but he didn't know what means she used. But Lucci didn't pay attention to this. Just like this, another half a year passed. The road was finally built and there were special buses. When I saw Julia again, her temperament had changed. She was wearing a professional suit and I might have thought she was some official female staff member. The temperament has become much more capable. Lord Lucci, I have fulfilled your request. Now can you tell me about Nian? Julia asked. Julia now knew the name of this power. As long as you spend money, you can still learn some things. Of course, you should know that as long as you can reach the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, you will inevitably come into contact with this kind of power. Lucci explains to Julia about the power of thoughts. But I will just talk about it briefly, without going into too much detail. Julia asked a few more questions about Nian, and Lucci answered them all. Lucci even demonstrated his abilities, Phoenix, to Julia on the spot. Also has the ability to control fire. It can be regarded as a display of one's own strength. Lord Lucci, since I have completed the request, can we start cooperation now? Lucci asked back, how do we cooperate? It's a matter of each taking what they need. Lord Lucci, I will find a way to give you whatever you need, and what I want is more benefits for the Sky Arena. Julia answered quickly, obviously having thought it all through on the way here. I want yours, but I'm afraid it's hard for you to provide it to me right now. He knew some of the secret medicine recipes of the Heart Source School, but apart from those provided by Netero at the beginning, Lucci needed to collect and prepare the rest by himself. The Xinyuan school will not actively provide this to its disciples, and this can be considered a practice process of the Xinyuan school. Many materials are difficult to obtain. Some of the recipes are even from ancient times and have never been formulated. They are part of the heritage of the Xinyuan school. Lucci already knew that Yukixin had been established in this era, but the auction there had not yet gained enough fame. It is not yet a world-renowned auction city, but rather an underground auction city where gangs sell stolen goods. This is also a big channel, but I don't know the status of the Conrad family in the world's mafia. What does your excellency need? Lucci said a lot of words in a row that Julia couldn't understand at all and didn't know what they meant. These are not easy to get, and even if they are available, they are not cheap, but I am not in a hurry. Tell me your plan in detail first. Julia sat upright and took out her plan from the briefcase beside her. During this time, she was not working as a bookstore owner, but did a lot as the person in charge of highway construction. Also grown a lot. When I came to meet Lucci today, I took this into consideration and had already prepared a plan. Let Lucci understand clearly and then support her. Lucci flipped through the plans and found quite a few. The first thing is naturally to make a lot of money with the help of the Sky Arena. Money is a must. The second thing is to continue to win over the lone martial artist. There is also a plan to sponsor the Sky Arena, providing monetary treatment to some injured martial artists, which can achieve better treatment results. Among them, an orphanage and some public welfare places and buildings were built in the city of Kerry in the name of Sky Arena. And many more. At first, Julia didn't know what Lucci needed. But when Lucci made the highway request, she began to make some guesses. If my guess is correct, there is some overlap between what Lucci wants and what she wants. And now I understand a little more, including the practice of martial arts. Chapter 23. Lucci agreed. Julia can further enter the Sky Arena. Of course, it's all within his authority. The city of Kerry is changing little by little, and some changes are also taking place inside the Sky Arena. Lucci is still the same as before, but with a little more added, that is the study of medical skills and the learning of medicine preparation. Study with Biscuit. It's totally not enough. And the effect is already very weak. He walked out of a big bucket. The whole bathroom was filled with the smell of medicine. After washing up, Biscuit put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. She was wearing a very thin bathrobe, and her skin was red, obviously affected by the medicinal bath. Just lie down on the bed and let Miss Cookie come over. When I started to recover myself, taking a medicinal bath was a stimulation to my entire body. But this stimulation is getting weaker and weaker. Lucci, haven't you collected all the other materials yet? Biscuit asked another person in the room without any suspicion. At this time, Lucci was lying on the floor. He came here to take advantage of Biscuit's abilities. You've already spent all your money, and now you still owe me 370 million. If you want to take a medicinal bath again, go and earn the money yourself. Lucci stood up. Can you lend me a little more? Biscuit immediately stood up, approached Lucci and acted like a spoiled child. But Biscuit's coquettish attitude made him feel a little nauseous, and he took a few steps back. No. Lucci was covered in sweat at this time, with his upper body naked, showing off his perfect body with 8-pack abs. I don't have enough for myself, and the materials for bone refining paste are very expensive. Lucci refused directly. It's been 2 years since I started working with Julia. At this time, Lucci was already a handsome 15-year-old boy. According to the practice of Xinyuan Liu and the assistance of various drugs, Lucci should have become a big muscle man. However, perhaps influenced by Biscuit, he relies on his practice of transformation to maintain the form of an ordinary boy. Biscuit has not yet successfully cultivated the ability, but has allowed Lucci to cultivate some basics first. Oh, it seems like it's time to leave here. Biscuit sighed, lay down on the bed, and enjoyed Miss Cookie's massage. It is so comfortable to practice with the help of drugs. Won't you try to persuade me? I'm leaving. Seeing that Lucci didn't say anything, Biscuit said immediately. After 2 years of getting along, Lucci and Biscuit have a very good relationship. Although Biscuit is a woman, because of her appearance, Lucci treats her like a brother. What's there to advise? If you want to make money, why not be a referee in the Sky Arena? With your strength, it's easy to become a referee above the 200th floor. Lucci started to put on his clothes. No, but it's time to leave. I've stayed here long enough. Biscuit also participated in the biennial fighting tournament again, but he still did not win the championship, but his ranking improved a lot. It took quite some time. I originally thought that after participating in the fighting tournament, I would take the hunter exam and become a hunter. At this point, Biscuit stood up again and said, Lucci, do you want to go to the hunter exam together? Lucci refused directly, I have no intention of becoming a hunter for the time being, nor do I plan to leave the Sky Arena. Oh! Biscuit said regretfully as he lay down again. After becoming a hunter, I will make a lot of money. I didn't expect that training would be so expensive. Biscuit sighed. In the past, her cultivation was all based on her own hard work, assisted by her mind ability, and drugs, except for the beginning when she had some support from Netero. It was cut off afterwards. She had never experienced this kind of practice assisted by drugs. In fact, no martial artist can use training so luxuriantly. For example, low-level drug cultivation can easily reach its limit and become no longer useful. However, for high-level drug-assisted cultivation, financial resources are a problem, as are materials. After all, sometimes having money doesn't mean you can buy the relevant materials. Make a lot of money? Become a bounty hunter? Lucci asked. No, my goal is all kinds of shiny gems. I want to become a gem hunter and collect all kinds of rare gems. Biscuit talks about his hunting target. You won't make any money, and you may even have to spend money. Yet. Biscuit said distressedly. With your ability, there is actually a simple way to make money. Lucci reminded Biscuit. What method? Bizaji thought that Lucci was talking about her personal ability. I'm talking about your telepathic ability. Ah. I was confused at first, then I understood. Indeed, with Miss Cookie's ability, this ability that can assist in practice, many martial artists would probably be willing to spend money to experience it. But this is very troublesome, and I also need to practice. Bizaji didn't want to make money in this way, it would also hinder himself. It's up to you. Let me know when you leave. Lucci left Biscuit's room. In 2 years, Julia relied on the income from the Sky Arena to build good relationships with various parties. He has now become the leader of Conrad and has a dominant position influencing the entire city of Kerry. She even provided taxes to the official government to get official support. Some of the family's businesses are also being slowly sold off. It was simply a means of whitewashing. At least the Conrad family was no longer synonymous with a mafia family in Kerry City. Instead, it is called a charitable house or a wealthy family. Because of Lucci, the Conrad family is no longer involved in the drug industry, and other industries have shrunk to a certain extent. Now the family's main source of income comes from the Sky Arena. The second is the real estate in Kerry City. In 2 years, the city of Kerry has added several transportation hubs, making it more developed. The real estate business is also picking up. Lucci is still the referee of the Sky Arena, and he is waiting for the chief referee to step down. He is going to be the new chief referee. The chief referee of the Sky Arena will either abdicate on his own initiative, or due to injury, or finally due to age. 60 is the age for abdication. Of course, for a martial artist who knows how to preserve his health, this age is not considered old. Just give newcomers a chance. The position is left to the judges on the 200th floor to compete for, and Lucci is a strong contender among them. Biscuit finally left. Lucci didn't feel reluctant to leave, after all good things must come to an end. Chapter 24. 1963 6 month 18 day. A high-level meeting was held at the Sky Arena. All 200-level referees also participated. On the podium in the conference room. Unconsciously, I have been working here for 15 years. The retired chief referee is named Harrington Maleditz, a master of the Yufeng sword style. He first reminisced about the past, and then explained the method of selecting the chief referee. The chief referee is usually selected by the outgoing chief referee, and the more common method is direct combat competition. Let's not go through so much trouble this time. Let's use a secret ballot. Harrington said this method with a smile. As soon as this selection method was announced, the faces of several chief judges immediately turned unhappy. The same is true for Lucci's adoptive father, Barn. Even Lucci frowned. According to the usual selection methods, Lucci can be said to have won overwhelmingly. But if this method is used, Lucci's winning rate is the lowest. Lucci was absorbed in his training and did not pay much attention to his interpersonal relationships, nor was he particularly familiar with other referees. It may be difficult to get them to support me. Let's put it in 3 days. Fortunately, the voting is not taking place right now, otherwise Lucci would have lost the election. Only the chief judge and judges above the 200th floor can participate in the voting. The chief referee's vote counts as 10 votes, and the ordinary referee's vote counts as 1 vote. After the meeting, Barn approached Lucci. That Harrington guy probably wants to keep the position of chief referee in their Yufeng sword school. Where there are people, there will be the world and human relationships. As the benefits of the Sky Arena increase, many martial arts schools will naturally not be far away from seeing the benefits of the Sky Arena fall into the hands of others. Some martial arts schools have begun to contact each other and help each other, just to expand their rights in the Sky Arena. There is also a bit of class solidification, which means not giving opportunities to later independent martial artists. The chief judge has 200 votes in total. If you include me, Baron, and Lambert, you can only get 30 votes at most. There are 200 judges on the 197th floor. How many votes do you think you can get? Barn asked. But thinking about his son's daily life, he probably doesn't have many votes. Among the judges on the 200th floor, there are less than 30 judges who are independent martial artists. Even if we win all the votes, it will only be around 30 votes. Since that guy Harrington proposed this selection method, he must have chosen the candidates in advance and canvassed the votes long ago. It is basically impossible for others to compete with him. Barn didn't really want Lucci to be the chief referee, but he was quite dissatisfied with the selection method, if it would be the same in the future. Doesn't that mean the position of chief referee has been directly appointed? I guess there won't be many votes. Lucci thought about some referees he knew, and they might not vote for him. Looks like you'll have to wait until next time. Barn felt sorry for Lucci. As for the next time, Barn is now 55 years old and not far from 60. Of course, there are also referees who are close to 60 years old. Most of them become chief referees when they are 50 years old, and at that time, strength is the basis. I didn't expect such a sudden change to happen this time. I'm afraid everyone will follow suit in the future. What worries Barn even more is that if Harrington chooses a young referee, the referee will probably have to serve as the chief referee for a long time. What do they think of the Sky Arena, a holy place of martial arts? Barn vented his dissatisfaction. Lucci didn't like this approach either. This can happen the first time or the second time. It must be stopped, so what method should be used? Father, I think it's time to change the referee mechanism. I think we should hold a discussion meeting. Lucci immediately proposed. Change the chief referee mechanism? Hold a discussion meeting. I don't understand what Lucci is thinking. Lucci has always wanted to make some changes to the Sky Arena, at least to further modernize the interior and make changes according to his ideas, but unfortunately he has no say in the matter. Even though his adoptive father was the chief judge, he never thought of letting his adoptive father carry out his plan. I wanted to wait and come in person, but it seems I need to come earlier. But what we have to worry about now is whether the suggestions put forward can be adopted by the directors. Please tell me in detail. I think the development of the Sky Arena has reached a bottleneck. Although more people come to the Sky Arena now, it is mainly because of more convenient transportation. Some of the facilities and mechanisms of the Sky Arena have not changed much. The chief referee said that it was to maintain the operation and development of the Sky Arena, but now it has basically become a place for retirement. In other words, being a referee may require some strength, otherwise the position would have been squeezed out by relevant personnel long ago. But other places have become the private preserves of some people. The arrogance of some staff members and the corruption of various commercial facilities in the Sky Arena are the most serious problems. Lucci didn't even need to investigate to discover the problem, which meant it was already serious to a certain extent. Hearing what Lucci said, Barnes' brows furrowed even deeper. I'm afraid even if you say what you said, it won't change anything. After all, those directors themselves are members of martial arts schools. This Sky Arena was originally built under the leadership of Master. I will inform Master of the problems with the Sky Arena. I believe he will support me. Only then did Barnes remember that Lucci was a disciple of the Heart Source School and also a disciple of Netero. There is no need to say much about the reputation of the Heart Source School. If it gets the support of Netero, even if others disagree, it probably won't change anything. After all, this is a world where strength speaks. Moreover, Netero has been invincible for too long, which has caused many martial artists to develop a fear of his invincibility. All the preparations are far less refreshing than just clinging to someone powerful. Then you should contact President Netero first. I will also inform the others first. Anyway, it won't be long before I retire, so it doesn't matter if I don't become the chief referee. Baines didn't care at all. Lucci made a phone call and informed Netero of the situation. Netero said he knew about it, and told Lucci that he would send someone to deal with it. Soon on the day of voting for the chief referees, all the chief referees received the news of a board meeting. Of course the voting is not over yet. In the end, the referee who was elected was indeed a member of the Yufeng Kendo School. Chapter 25. The 12 directors of the Sky Arena are, Shinjin Ryu, Yufeng Kendo Ryu, Aikido, Silat, Phantom Fist, Tiger Style, Snake-Shaped Jujutsu, Capoeira, Clark, Krav Maga, Kyokanyo Kick, and Shin-Taito. Generally speaking, only 2 or 3 directors will change in each fighting tournament, and there will not be large-scale changes. The fighting tournament has been held 13 times. Among them, only the Source of Heart has never changed. This time, it was the Zenyuan School that convened a board of directors, and it was also the first time that the Zenyuan School took the initiative to convene a meeting. Naturally, the leaders or founders of other schools could not refuse. The senior referees of the Sky Arena were smart enough to easily think of the previous chief referee selection meeting. Lucci is also a disciple of the Zenyuan School. It is entirely reasonable to suspect that this is what Lucci did. So what changes will there be to the board of directors this time? A week after the chief referee selection meeting, other directors arrived in Kari City one after another. Now all we need is the source. Then who will the Heart Source stream send? A tall man with a bun, cross-shaped marks on his face and a long black beard. It gives people a feeling of being tall and violent. When Lucci came to pick him up at the airport, he recognized the other party's identity at the first moment. Beander Netero, the son of President Netero, looks very similar to President Netero. He is also an important character in the Dohang arc of the comics. Unfortunately, when he was reborn, the manga was not yet finished, so Lucci's ability was limited compared to Yandere Netero. All I know is that the other party has been to the Dark Continent. It can be said that this person is definitely a heavyweight. Are you the old man's new disciple? Bai Yang kept looking at and scanning Lucci, trying to see what was extraordinary about him. It has been 2 years since Lucci became President Netero's disciple, which is far from recent. But he knew the old man's standards for accepting disciples better than Yang Di. Ordinary people were not in his eyes. Even if they were able to join the Zenyuan school, he would hand them over to others for teaching. You can call me senior brother, and of course it's okay to call me Bai Yang. Bai Yang showed his kindness. Being valued by the old man, he will naturally care about you. Of course, Yang De remembered Lucci's existence earlier than he did now. The year is now 1965. In 1950, Bai Yang went to the Dark Continent with the permission of V5, and he was the only one who came back alive. Even though so many years have passed, he has not let go of the Dark Continent. But he is still in the dormant stage. That failure made him realize that exploring the Dark Continent requires more people than just a large number of people. It must be done by professionals. After getting in the car, Bai Yang began to ask about the main business. He didn't know much from the old man. He himself didn't care about these mundane matters, but thinking about the Sky Arena as an industry promoted by the old man, he had never seen it before. Thinking that there might be many non-users gathered here, and with Lucci involved, he agreed to participate in such a board of directors. Of course, how to act specifically depends entirely on his own wishes. Lucci was well prepared and took out some information compiled from the investigation results during this period and handed it to Bai Yang. This time, I asked my father to initiate the meeting in order to change the increasingly corrupt situation in the Sky Arena. As the development progresses, some systems have become outdated. Bai Yang began to look through the information. After briefly flipping through the section investigating corruption, he expressed little interest. But when he turned to the back, Bai Yang's flipping movements became slower. Since the meeting is being held, it is naturally impossible to just raise issues. Some rectification plans must also be proposed. The more Bai Yang watched, the more interested he became. When they arrived at the Sky Arena, Bai Yang had not yet finished reading and was flipping through the books as he walked. When they arrived at the luxurious suite prepared for Bai Yang had not finished reading yet. He even read a little slowly, sometimes even flipping forward. There was even light in his eyes, and his face showed a happy expression as if he had encountered something interesting. And Lucci has been waiting. Only after Bai Yang finished reading did he look at Lucci with a burning gaze and asked, "Are these the plans you prepared?" "This is just my humble opinion," Lucci said modestly. Bai Yang raised the information in his hand and said, "That's really bold. And from these materials, this shouldn't be all your thoughts, right?" Bai Yang now has a strong interest in Lucci. There are indeed some ideas that are not included in it. Lucci also admitted. "Haha, this is so funny." Bai Yang even laughed out loud. "I can support your plans, but I can't say for others." He couldn't convince others. What Bai Yang wanted to know was whether Lucci had other ideas. Or make some other preparations. Here, Yang De thinks more highly of Lucci than he does of Yang De, because it happened rather suddenly, and it was Lucci's sudden whim that brought forward the original plan, so naturally he was not fully prepared. But still answered Bai Yang, "I don't think all the regulations can be passed, as long as some of them can be passed." Then he showed his confidence and at the same time exposed his ambition in front of Bai Yang. "I'm not in a hurry. I can take my time. I have enough time. Besides, I have also notified other martial arts schools this time." Lucci did not do nothing. This information is just one of his things. He also notified other martial arts schools, hoping to expand this meeting. The position of director is not fixed. Although those martial arts schools are not directors now, they still have a lot of say, and among them are the participants of the Sky Arena at the beginning. As long as the interests of the majority of people can be satisfied, passing some regulations will not be a problem. Bai Yang admires people who are ambitious and capable. "Your plan is very interesting and I am also very interested. Let me help you. The gangs you are dealing with are still too weak. How can they compare with those big companies?" Bai Yang plans to help Lucci. "I don't expect anything from Lucci in return, but I hope that if the Sky Arena really becomes as planned, there will be some changes. I guess even the old man will have a headache by then. And if it is operated well, it will actually be helpful to yourself, but it takes time to realize it." Chapter 26. The arrival of martial arts leaders from other martial arts schools at the Sky Arena would naturally attract attention, plus Barn Frank has been receiving these people these days. It has also been announced in advance that this meeting will be different from previous meetings. It was a martial arts conference, just like the large-scale conference in which martial arts schools from all over the world united to build this Sky Arena. There were more than 700 people participating in this meeting. Fortunately, the Sky Arena has enough space for meetings. This meeting was arranged directly on the top floor and was held at the venue of the fighting conference. The entire area was renovated and arranged to look like a conference venue. There is an area for directors, an area for chief referees, an area for referees, an area for senior executives, and an area for representatives of various martial arts schools. The protagonist of this meeting is Lucky Phoenix. "Barn, are you planning to pave the way for your son?" The meeting hadn't started yet and all the people were communicating with each other. Since this meeting started with Barn, naturally many people asked him questions. You can say that, but it also has something to do with the current situation of the Sky Arena. Some actions cannot be concealed, and a large-scale investigation can easily lead to their discovery. Although it is not clear what the topic is, we can guess something. This will naturally cause dissatisfaction among many vested interests. The meeting is scheduled for 10 a.m. All personnel began to take their seats one by one. The meeting was chaired by Barn Frank, and it was not yet time for Lucci to appear. "Everyone, my name is Barn Frank, one of the chief referees of the Sky Arena. He introduced himself first. After all, not everyone knew him. Those who can come here are either high-level staff of the Sky Arena or well-known figures in the martial arts world. I convened this meeting today mainly because I am worried about the current situation of the Sky Arena. Barn briefly explained the reason for convening the meeting and also emphasized the authority of the chief referee in the Sky Arena. Some martial arts schools that have just gained fame are paying close attention to this. Okay, let's get to the point. Some directors were already getting impatient. As a warrior, I don't like such tedious meetings. Previous meetings were basically about confirming one's rights and then dividing the profits of the Sky Arena. For some, things are going great for Sky Arena right now. Before we get into the main topic, I have some information that I hope everyone can take a look at. The staff began to enter the venue, pushing carts with thick materials on them. As there were so many people attending the meeting, distributing the materials was rather troublesome. Everyone can take a look at this information about the Sky Arena. Soon everyone in the venue started flipping through the books. It contains information about various corruption cases in various Sky Arenas, and even intelligence about match fixing between players. Of course, there is also the annual income statement of Sky Arena. It took a lot of money to figure this out. They knew that the Sky Arena was very profitable, but they never imagined it would be so profitable. Many martial artists couldn't help but breathe heavier when they saw the monetary figures above. Not everyone can resist the temptation of money. Of course, there were also many martial artists who slammed the table and started cursing those martial artists who had fake matches, which simply brought disgrace to the reputation of martial artists. Such a person cannot be called a martial artist at all. Even the directors looked at each other and at some directors from previous years. Some martial artists who became directors for the first time only realized that there were so many fancy operations involved. No wonder they have been growing in popularity over the years, opening martial arts schools all over the world and becoming famous. The Sky Arena has been established for 33 years and has become a world-renowned martial arts holy place. Many rules were established at the beginning, but there are also many unsatisfactory aspects. Among them, neither the chief referee nor the directors have played their respective roles. Before he could finish his words, these things caused an uproar. Barn, what are you going to do? There is no way we can agree to it. One of the directors stood up and asked directly. There is even a murderous intent. It is obvious that this person is a vested interest. Taking someone's money is like killing their parents, which they will definitely not accept. Some chief referees were also surprised. They didn't expect Barn to go to such a big length. As an independent martial artist, he has no foundation. Why are you in such a hurry? The Sky Arena is indeed unreasonable now. This way of operating will only ruin the Sky Arena. Beyond Netero spoke. The voice was very loud, and he also used telekinesis. Just mute all the sounds first. And isn't this something that needs to be discussed at the meeting? Bai Yang spoke first, and everyone gave him face. This was also facilitated by the heart source flow. Baines thanked him and continued. The purpose of this meeting is to conduct comprehensive rectification of the Sky Arena. As for the content of the rectification, my son, Lucci Phoenix, will introduce it. Barn began to hand over the stage to Lucci. Others began to talk about it. Some people don't know Lucci, while others are wondering what this has to do with Lucci. Baines' son? Why is one Frank and the other Phoenix? And what's the point of Barn promoting his own son? Even if the other party is a disciple of Xinyu and Liu, there are some things that they cannot give up just because of a title. Lucci started to go on stage, and many staff members also went on stage to install the projection equipment. Many people are still preparing. Lucci's age is surprising. Lucci first introduced himself and also explained his current position in the Sky Arena. I believe you have seen these survey materials. I can tell you that this is just the result of a very superficial survey. There are still many things that have not been investigated. Of course, the purpose of this meeting is not to hold people accountable, but Sky Arena must make changes in response to these problems. There are too many people involved and there is no corresponding organization, so it is naturally difficult to hold people accountable. It's something that there's nothing that can be done about it. Even he himself is among the beneficiaries. Lucci did not rush to talk about his plan, but began to talk about some problems in the Sky Arena and why such problems had arisen. There is also the issue of criticizing Sky Arena's administration. Provides a prelude to what follows. Then the projection turns on. Chapter 27. Let me first talk about the various disadvantages of the Sky Arena. Now the natural direction is rectification. The first point mentioned is naturally that the Sky Arena needs to be grouped, or it should be said that professional things should be done by professionals. Some permissions also need to be revoked. Martial artists can obtain corresponding rights in the Sky Arena, but the method has changed. It is no longer related to refereeing, so that refereeing can truly become a real job. The post-owner system from anime has been introduced. However, at the current stage, the Sky Arena does not have the so-called post-owner from anime. Of course, the OP system proposed by Lucci is different from that in the anime. The posters will no longer have any rights related to the operation of the Sky Arena. In addition to fame, they will obtain certain fixed monetary benefits. The revenue is tied to the revenue of Sky Arena, which sounds no different from the current directors. The Sky Arena has a total of 251 floors. The OP system proposed by Lucci starts from the 200th floor, with 1 OP on each floor. This is equivalent to a total of 51 OPs. Depending on the number of floors, the income obtained will naturally vary. It is equivalent to encouraging people to challenge the OP. In addition, the host has the right to hold competitions in the Sky Arena under his own name or the name of a martial arts school. Competition. Many people don't understand what the meaning of this is. And Lucci also answered at the right time. The original intention of building the Sky Arena was to hope that martial arts would flourish and to provide a place for martial artists all over the world to challenge themselves. Of course, it also aims to raise the profile of our own martial arts school. The majority of people are after fame and fortune, but those who are truly committed to the development of martial arts are only a minority. By organizing a competition, the host can obtain relevant income and build a reputation. Of course, these competitions also have restrictions, that is, they are only open to individual registrations, and there are also age restrictions. Some people don't understand why they bother. Lucci explained, this right is more for some martial arts schools that need to recruit disciples, or martial artists who want to establish their own schools. Now I understood. If an individual becomes the OP and has no intention of establishing a new school, it doesn't really matter. This hit many people's hearts at once. Especially the martial arts schools that have the opportunity to flow in the current director seats. The landlord is different from the director. The landlord can only be a strong person and will have to endure many challenges. Only the truly strong can stand firm. Unlike the current 12 directors, they are not necessarily the strongest in the martial arts school. And the OP has more positions than director. And there are 51 floor master positions. If a martial arts sect has many talented people, they may be able to occupy all the floor master positions. Lucci directly pointed out one of the points. When Lucci said this, all the martial artists were immediately interested. The directors elected by the fighting tournament are not simply the top 12, because a school can only occupy one position. It has to be postponed. There were martial arts schools that were dissatisfied in the past. Now they have such an opportunity, and the fact that they occupy many positions as the host of the post proves the prosperity of their school, doesn't it? Moreover, selecting disciples based on competitions is also very important for the growth of a martial arts school. After all, no one can guarantee that their school of thought can continue to prosper. As long as one generation is a little bit sluggish, it will immediately weaken. The prosperity of a martial arts school has a lot to do with its strength, and having talented disciples is extremely important to them. Of course, there are definitely some restrictions on the event held by the OP, and Lucci explained them one by one. Of course, there are also various rules for the qualifications to become a poster and to challenge the qualifications of a poster. After talking about administrative changes, there are also some institutional changes. Then came the big change. In order to cope with the development of the Sky Arena, the entire Sky Arena also needs to keep pace with the times. The internal facilities of the Sky Arena and the venue of the competition need to be rectified. Lucci will first give a brief overview. Then projection work came into being, and some electrical technological facilities such as televisions and VCRs appeared. In fact, some things have already been used in some big countries and big cities. Lucci's original plan was to use the power of the gang to obtain these things to change the Sky Arena. However, Bai Yang was more willing to help because he knew some people in the 5 major countries. Of course, these are not free, they definitely cost money. Of course, some young people who are quick to accept new things will understand this faster, while some older or old-fashioned people may not fully understand it. All Lucci said now was that the Sky Arena was established for the sake of martial arts, to make martial arts more prosperous. In short, it's a big deal. The Sky Arena needs to be modernized in order to better promote the reputation of the Sky Arena and let more people understand the charm of martial arts. Of course, Lucci also added that the profits of the Sky Arena could be made even higher. The last one is the real point for many people. In Lucci's opinion, due to the limitations of the comic era, the Sky Arena in the anime is actually a bit out of date. To achieve these goals, a signal base station needs to be established in Cary City. Lucci's introduction is exactly the same. The commercial aspects of the Sky Arena will be cut back a bit, to a reasonable degree. To further provide martial arts resources, it is not limited to players above level 200 who can charge money for private instruction to others, nor is it limited to the use and sale of medicinal bath bags and bodybuilding plasters. It provides a special training ground for martial artists and sells some weight-bearing training materials. In addition, there are some other ideas that were not discussed in this meeting. Among them are hunter exam registration, medical resource research, related scientific and technological resource research, forging material research, internet plan, entertainment industry publicity and development, martial arts school group competitions, martial arts practice secret recipe research, health practice diet research. In short, it is something that a martial artist needs for all-round research. All the martial artists present were shocked because the plan was so huge. Anyone who still has a passion for martial arts will want to see the real thing appear in reality once they hear about this plan. Of course, Lucci hasn't been mentioned much. Nothing related to non-users or the word God was included in the plan. Because it's still a bit far for Lucci. Even the current plan doesn't know how long it will take. All of this was actually just some of Lucci's fantasies, and the reference materials were nothing more than various novels he had read before. It has the shadow of many sects in novels. Chapter 28. This meeting lasted a long time. Lucci hosted the lecture on the stage from morning to evening. There are also some breaks in between. Many people are enthusiastic about this rectification plan. It was as if witnessing the emergence of something amazing. When Lucci finished his explanation, Lucci finally said, "For the prosperity of martial arts, I hope everyone can support my plan. The Sky Arena must change." After saying that, he drank water in big gulps. "Haha, I support this plan. Of course, this plan is too large, and I guess everyone needs to discuss it carefully." Bai Yang was the first to express his support. He was naturally not interested in the so-called prosperity of martial arts. What he was interested in was whether the plan could be successfully realized. So how big will the impact be on the world? At least he could see that the number of martial artists would probably be even greater, and there would be even more powerful ones. What's in it for him? He also wants to go to the Dark Continent, so he needs enough companions and enough talents. As more people are talented in martial arts, there will always be companions that he needs. So he strongly supports this plan. When Lucci's plan was fully revealed, many people already supported it in their hearts. The chief referee or referees cannot represent the entire martial arts school, and most of their interests are personal. If the people above really want to change, there is no point in them opposing it. As for the directors, some are interested, but it still needs to be discussed. Many people suffered from insomnia that night. In the following days, important figures from various martial arts schools continued to rush to Cary City. And Lucci also received a call from his master, President Netero. At the same time, he also expressed his support for Lucci, and he also wanted to see the situation of prosperity of martial arts. Lucci pushed for such a plan, initially for his own sake, and then the more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. Since we have come to this world, how can we not want to change this world? In the following period of time, Lucci was very busy and had no time to rest. Because many people came to him to ask questions and get further information. When Lucci said the words about making martial arts flourish, it actually made many people excited. Many of them are from the older generation, and gaining their support will be enough to increase the chances of the plan being passed. In addition, the Sky Arena has also been very lively recently. That is the issue of corruption and the behavior of some people who abuse their power for personal gain. The law does not hold Lucci responsible for the entire group, and he does not have the corresponding strength and power to deal with it. But some martial artists are different, and now famous martial arts schools from all over the world have gathered here to work for the prosperity of martial arts. For the sake of their own reputation, they will naturally take action. As a martial artist, sometimes you need to be sincere and cannot tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. This grand event that influenced martial arts all over the world lasted for more than a month and addressed various issues. Moreover, Lucci also encouraged some schools for the prosperity of martial arts. You can donate some of your own secret recipes. Of course, it's not free. Once it's fully planned in the future, there will be corresponding monetary income for each copy sold. These are all things that can be discussed. Things like cultivation methods were something they could keep to themselves, and Lucci didn't have the ability to ask them to give them up. But some things that assist in cultivation are fine. Some big sects may still be considering it, but some small sects that have financial difficulties naturally cannot care so much. Of course, some similar secret recipes will also cause a lot of disputes. But everything is moving in the right direction. As for the operations of the Sky Arena, we can find professional managers. Such a large scale of the Sky Arena is enough to attract enough talents. The meeting ended with no rush to make changes. The first step is to find professional managers and relevant talents to evaluate the renovation project of the Sky Arena and come up with a more detailed project book. The plan proposed by Lucci is actually just a general direction. The team will continue to be maintained, but some things can be changed. The first is the relevant rights, and the second is that the income of the Sky Arena must be retained first. Because the next development will cost a lot of money. Because of this incident, Lucci's name became famous in the martial arts world. Lucci even thought of a way to promote it. That is to reveal some of the construction plan of the Sky Arena to the outside world, so that people all over the world who care about it can witness the changes in the Sky Arena with their own eyes. Because of this meeting, Lucci's identity became a recognized executor. It can be said that Lucci now holds great power in the Sky Arena. However, he quickly handed it over to 20 chief referees and asked them to supervise. As for Lucci, he just wanted to practice. The city of Kerry is also undergoing massive construction. The city of Kerry is further expanding and plans to build signal base stations and large screens on various high-rise buildings. As for the changes inside the Sky Arena, they are relatively slow. Whenever possible, renovations should be carried out without disrupting operations. Various machines purchased from the 5 major countries were also shipped to Kerry. As for the fighting tournament, it was simply suspended. When everything was back on track, martial artists from all over the world left Kerry City one after another, but after leaving, many people have already planned to open the headquarters of their martial arts school in Kerry City. Because this will be a true holy land of martial arts. When Bai Yang left, he was curious about Lucci's abilities. It was interesting to be evaluated by the master, and he also wanted to experience it. Lucci naturally would not refuse. This time, Bai Yang really helped a lot. The senior brothers all shouted very smoothly. Then he saw that Yang was much stronger. On the top floor of the Sky Arena, Lucci stood high up and looked out. The glory that belongs to him begins to bloom. In other words, the timing is not right yet. We need to wait until the Sky Arena is perfected and has some time to grow. He also plans to form a martial arts alliance. Time flies, and the Sky Arena is changing with each passing day. The first year is nothing more than more detailed planning and internal adjustments and changes. The following few years will be the process of realizing the relevant plans one by one. And Lucci is also growing up year by year, and of course his strength is also constantly growing and improving. During this period, he never left the Sky Arena and always served as his little referee in the Sky Arena. With the help of some conveniences provided by Lucci, the Conrad family truly became the overlord of Kerry City. All other mafia families were driven away. Lucci also used the power of the Conrad family to exert his influence on the entire city of Kerry. Chapter 29. In 1971, 8 years had passed since the Martial Arts Development Conference. It took more than 7 years to implement most of the proposals from that conference. The city of Kerry has expanded more than 4 times in these 8 years. There are many types of roads running in and out of Kerry City, and there are now as many as 10 airship airports. The interior architecture of Kerry City is also much more prosperous, filled with many high-rise buildings. There are large screen TVs on the exterior walls of these high-rise buildings, showing games related to the Sky Arena. The public security of the entire city has also undergone many changes. There are many new industries, the first of which is the various martial arts halls. The second is the pharmaceutical industry, and there are 2 TV stations. In the eastern area of Kerry City, there is a film and television city that is being expanded and built. The entertainment industry of Sky Arena was the first to be developed. In this world where the entertainment industry is not particularly developed, when Lucci began to develop in this direction, it was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Among them are some technology and medical industries in the Sky Arena. The medical department specializes in responding to various combat injuries in Kerry. The development of science and technology mainly focuses on the development of entertainment electrical appliances, and of course there is also development in the internet. Among them, mobile phones have become something that everyone needs in Kerry City. Because of the signal base stations built in Kerry City, telephone communications have become easy in Kerry City. One of the reasons why the company has been able to develop so rapidly is that it is willing to spend money on hiring people and technology. Panasonic Airship Airport. A blonde loli was holding a map and looking at it. What a huge change! I can't recognize it at all. Biscuit looked at the big screen in the distance. Except for the Sky Arena, he could not find any trace of his past memories. After many years, Biscuit came to the Sky Arena again. Of course, she and Lucci have always kept in touch and they often call each other. This time when he returned to the Sky Arena, Bizaji did not inform Lucci, but wanted to see with his own eyes how much the city of Kerry had changed. The purpose of returning to the Sky Arena this time, like last time, is to become stronger and test one's own strength. At this time, Biscuit is already 29 years old, but now she is in the form of a loli, and it is obvious that she has successfully cultivated her abilities. Compared with the anime, in the anime, it is a pure transformation training application, reaching the extreme level, allowing Biscuit to switch between loli form and original form. But Bizaji is not like that now, and she is not able to cultivate to that level at her age. So she chose to take a shortcut, or to be more precise, she turned this change directly into an ability. The reference is naturally that I am the only one in the 8 desolations and 6 directions that I read at the beginning. This ability was named Rejuvenation by Biscuit. Being in this state is a practice of transformation abilities. It can also slow down aging and growth, which is another way to prolong life. When paired with Miss Cookie, the Changchun effect is better, but its performance in terms of lifespan needs to be verified in the future. Of course, since it is about ability, there must be constraints on the X-oath. In this state, Biscuit can only exert 10% of his strength. And half of the time every year must be in the state of rejuvenation, which can be controlled independently, but once the 6 months is up, it will be impossible to actively change back to its original state. It is equivalent to a half-year period of weakening strength. For some hunters who are also martial artists and want to travel around the world, it is a very dangerous thing. Finally, there is a vow, which is that if you stay in the state of rejuvenation technique for a year, your own mental energy will be improved. No matter how you look at it, this ability belongs to the category of Guo Dao ability. And Bizaji is also very satisfied with his current condition. In her current state, it is difficult for her to make any major progress, and each step forward will require more time and effort. On the contrary, in this state, although her strength is weak, she can continue to hone her skills, not only to improve her strength but also her physical fitness. It is equivalent to weight-bearing training. As soon as he left the airport, someone came to see Biscuit. Make no mistake, they are individual tour guides working near the airship airport. Specially provide some guide assistance to newcomers who are visiting Kerry for the first time. The Sky Arena is now more famous than ever. With a tour guide, Bizaji doesn't have to worry about how to get to know Kerry. The tour guide will take the initiative to tell her, and if she still doesn't understand, she can just ask directly. Ms. Biscuit, are you coming to Kerry City to travel and watch the game in the Sky Arena? Asked the tour guide. The tour guide probably asked this question because Biscuit's current appearance was too confusing. I'm a martial artist, and I'm here to participate in the competition at the Sky Arena. Biscuit told the truth. Martial artist. The tour guide was shocked. It's not like he hasn't seen any female martial artists before, but none of them were like Bizaji. But he quickly recovered his expression and said, Ms. Biscuit, if you are here to participate in the competition, the kamikaze competition is now accepting registrations. Do you want to participate? The kamikaze style here refers to a competition held in the Sky Arena by a certain OP in his own name. It is aimed at individual martial arts players under the age of 20. Kamikaze style. Bizaji didn't quite understand. But when the tour guide said he was the owner of the Sky Arena, she understood. But she was clearly unqualified. Take me for a walk around Kerry City first. Biscuit was not in a hurry to go to the Sky Arena. Okay, Miss Biscuit, but before that, let's talk about hiring a Filipino maid. The tour guide began to get into work mode. Biscuit is a hunter now, so he naturally has no shortage of money. Then the tour guide drove a car, which was his work prop. Then he began to introduce Biscuit and told him where they were going. Ms. Biscuit, if you are not in a hurry to go to the Sky Arena, you can start by touring the various martial arts halls in Cary City. In addition to the Sky Arena competition, the most famous event in Cary City is the challenge competition. Kick-out activity. Is that what she understood it to mean? This activity was proposed by Mayor Lucci, and it is very popular. Biscuit heard a familiar name. As for Lucci's identity as mayor, it is actually more of an honorary title given to Lucci by the official government of the Republic of Bartokya. It can be said that the changes in Cary City have a lot to do with Lucci. Tell me more about it. The so-called kick-out activity is actually accurately called Martial Arts Challenge Road. You can get a seal from any martial arts hall certified by Cary City. Take this and challenge the martial arts school in Cary City. If you succeed, you will get a seal. Initially, it was only aimed at various martial arts halls to resolve conflicts between them, but later it became an interesting activity and a challenging practice for martial artists. Chapter 30. Infinite Martial Arts Hall, ranked 42nd in the ranking of martial arts halls in Cary City. Infinity is just a name. In fact, it includes all kinds of martial arts, not just simple boxing and kicking, but also weapons teaching, so it can be said to be very comprehensive. The Kamikaze Martial Arts Hall is a 20-story building, or rather, all the martial arts halls in the city of Cary are 20-story buildings. These martial arts hall buildings were all built by the construction team affiliated with the Sky Arena. There are also large screens on the walls of the building. At this time, the big screen was playing the battle scenes of the disciples of Infinite Martial Arts Hall in the Sky Arena. Every martial arts hall has a screen like this. As long as you reach 200 levels in the Sky Arena and win 100 games, you can open your own martial arts hall in Cary City. The tour guide was also introducing the relevant situation to Biscuit on the way. In today's Cary City, it's not possible to open a martial arts gym just anywhere. Instead, it requires the consent of Sky Arena. This is the martial arts hall closest to the airport, so the tour guide brought Biscuit here first. What's the ranking of this martial arts hall? Biscuit asked with interest. This ranking was made by the media. It seems to be related to the challenge road, but I don't know how it was calculated. At this time, the entrance of the martial arts hall was crowded with people who looked like fighters coming in and out. There were also quite a few individual tourists, some of whom were taking pictures with cameras. There are also people like Bizaji who follow a tour guide. Biscuit also noticed that there were even group tours coming to visit. She has been training outside for many years and has seen various martial arts halls. But it was her first time to visit a martial arts hall like the one in Cary City, which gave her a very novel feeling. Biscuit thought of what Lucci had originally proposed about the prosperity of martial arts. It does seem to be very prosperous now. The tour guide took Biscuit into the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. The first floor of the Infinite Martial Arts Hall is very empty, but there are many people inside. As you enter, you can see the front left area, where there are a group of children playing and fighting. Of course, there are also disciples wearing Infinite Martial Arts Hall uniforms teaching and correcting them. There was also a broadcasting voice in the hall. Martial artists who are participating in the challenge road, please come here. The first floor is open to everyone. You can sign up for the challenge, or buy a ticket to watch. It's not expensive, only 100 yen. That's where you sign up to become a disciple of the Infinite Martial Arts Hall. Disciples are divided into student disciples and gym disciples. Students and disciples are taught according to the hourly fee, but they are not considered real staff of the martial arts hall. What they learn is only the basics and they cannot learn anything truly advanced. As for the dojo disciples, they are the disciples who truly join the martial arts hall. The tour guide is still introducing Biscuit. At the same time, he told Bizaji that this set of procedures is followed in all martial arts halls. Needless to say, this set was naturally created by Lucci. So, Ms. Biscuit, are you planning to go on the challenge road or watch the challenge road competition here? The tour guide asked. Of course it's a direct challenge. Biscuit found it very interesting and planned to participate in person. Biscuit went directly to the challenge road to sign up, while the tour guide could only wait outside or in the audience seats. Enter the registration point for the challenge road. First, the staff introduced the relevant information about the challenge road to Biscuit. I first gave Bizaji a booklet, and Bizaji flipped through it. This booklet listed the many martial arts halls in Cary City today. There are currently 68 martial arts halls in Cary City. Ms. Biscuit, if you want to be stamped with the seal of success for your challenge, please complete it within this year. Without waiting for Biscuit to ask why, the staff has already explained, because the number of martial arts halls in Cary City has changed, one or more new martial arts halls will be added next year. The cover of the booklet is a distant picture of the Sky Arena, telling many people that the booklet comes from the Sky Arena. This booklet is available once every year, no matter which martial arts hall you attend, as long as you participate in the challenge road. Having a seal on it is also a kind of honor. This is our martial arts hall, and the people sitting in the ring today. As the staff member was operating the machine, pictures of the people began to appear on the display screen nearby, also showing the floor of the Sky Arena where they were located. There are high and low. Biscuit noticed that there were no contestants above the 200th floor. There are even people who are only on the 50th floor. In other words, it is not difficult to fill up the booklet with stamps. In fact, this was originally prepared for some tourists, and Lucci also wanted to make it a city business card. After all, if you really want to fight, the Sky Arena is the best choice. Biscuit also wanted these, but still found it interesting. Biscuit chose the strongest one, who was on the 160th floor. The staff was stunned for a moment, and they repeatedly asked Baizaji to confirm. After all, Baizaji didn't look like a martial artist at all, but more like a tourist. Of course, it costs money to participate in the challenge road and challenge the martial arts school disciples, and the uniform price is 500 guinea. In short, it is to generate income in all aspects. Ms. Biscuit, please follow me. Another staff member led Biscuit to the battle site. It is also in another area on the first floor. The structure is the same as the Sky Arena venue. Naturally, Baizaji couldn't get on the court at the beginning because there were two people lined up in front of her, and the challenge game was still going on. When Biscuit came to the preparation seat, he also attracted the attention of the two challengers. BG's delicate lowly look is so eye-catching. The auditorium was not full, but there were quite a few people. The fight on the ring looked very ordinary to Baizaji. She was observing other things. Whether it was the challengers or the disciples of the martial arts hall, the layout of the arena, and the situation of the audience, she kept a close eye on them all. It is indeed very interesting for ordinary people. In such an atmosphere, they may be influenced and take part in the challenge, and may even develop a desire to become a martial artist. As a martial artist, Baizaji was also very happy to see such scenes and changes. While Biscuit was waiting, another person came to the preparation table. Baizaji noticed that when the disciples of the martial arts school encountered challengers who were no match for them, they would try their best to give the challengers a chance to demonstrate their strength. Of course, there is also an illusion that you can win. If it was a real duel, Biscuit would not like this kind of playful tactics, but here, Biscuit can accept it. The two people before her were even ordinary people who didn't even have basic fighting skills. But even if they lost, they were still very happy. Soon it was Biscuit's turn. Chapter 31. Biscuit comes on stage. Her opponent was a middle-aged man in a martial arts uniform, and he was stunned when he saw Biscuit. He had seen many ordinary players, but few female opponents, let alone a girl of 12 or 13 years old like Baizaji. There was also a burst of shouting from the audience. People generally come to watch the challenge to see how some people make a fool of themselves, or to see how their peers perform. Of course, there are some individual martial artists who challenge, but considering the large base, this is still relatively small. The reason why the audience cheered was because of Biscuit's age. Hopley's specialty is actually stick fighting, but facing an opponent like this, he doesn't need any weapons. Ms. Biscuit, do you need to use a weapon? Asked the referee on the ring. He was also a disciple of the martial arts school. No, don't look down on me because of my age. Biscuit made a starting stance. The referee and Hopley understood immediately. The one in front of me should be a female martial artist with some basic skills. In that case, let's get started. Hopley also took a stance. Some spectators in the audience, seeing Biscuit's stance, knew that this fight would be interesting. With the referee's order. First, Biscuit launched the attack, launching the attack in a methodical manner. Hopley used his left hand to defend himself against Biscuit's attack. With just one contact, Hopley's entire body was knocked flying. Even though it was just a slow punch. However, Hopley immediately adjusted his posture, assuming a horse stance and a 1,000-pound weight, and turned into a transformed posture. From your previous introduction, you said you used stick techniques. Don't worry, just show us your full strength. Baisaji said. The punch she just threw wasn't her full strength, otherwise she would have been knocked away. The deliberate and methodical attack is also to let the other party see a fact clearly. I am sorry for being so presumptuous. Hopely immediately clasped his fists. He knew that he had met a martial arts master. And he is a very strong person. Judging from the other party's appearance here, Hopley guessed that this might be the other party's first time at the Sky Arena. Since the emergence of this challenge road, some unknown powerful martial artists have also appeared. There are also disciples from various martial arts schools who will choose to challenge for the sake of stamp collecting. That's why it's also called the Road to Challenge. Hopley immediately selected a weapon from the edge of the ring. Infinite Flow Hopley, please give me your instructions. He took a stance holding sticks in both hands and said his name at the same time to show respect for his opponent. And Baisaji also responded, Heart Source Flow, Baisaji Kolegia, please give me your advice. As soon as the word Xinyu and Liu came out, the referee was surprised and shouted, You are the Heart Source Flow. Because he was holding a microphone, his voice was transmitted throughout the entire arena. In the audience, some people who didn't know the truth started asking, Xinyu in school? Is it a powerful martial arts school? Why haven't we heard of it? You don't even know the Heart Source stream. I see there's no Heart Source Flow in the Challenge Road booklet. Some people took the booklet and started flipping through it. The Shinjin-ryu doesn't have a martial arts hall in Kari City. The Shinjin-ryu is the most powerful martial arts school in the world. The president of the Hunter Association is the founder of the Heart Source School. In short, there were a lot of discussions, which provided scientific information to many uninformed people and even explained the situation in the martial arts world, leaving some audiences stunned. And the people who said these things acted as if they knew that these were very great things, satisfying their own vanity. Then be careful. After knowing that Biscuit was a disciple of Xinyu and Liu, Hopley immediately launched a powerful attack with his stick, like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The reputation of Xinyu School is so great that every disciple of Xinyu School who appears in Kari City will become very famous. It seems that everyone in this martial arts school is strong. As for Hopley, he now just wants to show his strength. When facing Hopley's stick technique, Biscuit directly used his body to block it. He did not use any thoughts, but simply used his body to take the attack. Her training has put the most effort into strengthening her body, and in Baisaji's judgment, Hopley's stick skills do not have the power to hurt her. It is really hard to believe that a female martial artist would work hard to train and strengthen her body. The general direction of female martial artists is to take the route of agile techniques. Fortunately, Biscuit's clothes were made of good material, otherwise the clothes might have been torn apart under Hopley's fierce attack. Biscuit waited until Hopley had used up all his moves before he quickly approached him and knocked him down on the ring with one palm. You won. The Heart Source School is indeed powerful. Hopley could afford to lose. This is not simply a matter of being inferior in skills, but a real crushing victory. It's a pity that weapons cannot be used below the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, otherwise with your strength, you should be able to reach the 200th floor. Biscuit said this to the other party on the floor of the Sky Arena. Hopley, who stood up, shook his head and said, the Sky Arena is now on the 200th floor. If you can't master the mind, you are not allowed to go to the 200th floor. This is also a change in Sky Arena. Previously, people who didn't know how to recite the mantra could also reach the 200th level, but now it's different. Unless you have mastered the mantra, you are not allowed to register. As for those who want to master the mind, there are two ways. One is to join the various martial arts halls in Kari City and become a core disciple, then you will be able to practice how to master the mind. Another way is to sign up for the Hunter exam. The cooperation between Sky Arena and the Hunter Association allows players to directly participate in the first official exam without having to take the preliminary exam. This game is worth watching for the audience. After all, Hopley is a player above the 100th level, and the tickets to watch him fight in the Sky Arena aren't that cheap. The tour guide in the audience was also very excited. He didn't expect that he would meet a disciple of the Xinyu and Liu. He had already taken out his cell phone and started making a call. This is news, it should be able to sell for some money. Then, Hopley took out his seal and stamped Biscuit. He casually asked, Ms. Biscuit, do you want to challenge other martial arts halls? Of course, it feels quite interesting. At least we should cover this up. Biscuit replied with a smile. Then Miss Biscuit shouldn't mind if I tell other martial arts schools about you. If they knew, they would have included more powerful people in the challenge list. Biscuit nodded, of course. Chapter 32. Next, Baizaji began her challenge journey by challenging 4 martial arts halls every day. The martial arts halls that received the news also arranged for their powerful disciples to deal with the situation, many of whom were well-known players in the Sky Arena. Of course, there are also martial arts disciples who have mastered Nen, but they simply compete with martial arts and do not use Nen abilities. This is also an unspoken rule of the challenge road. Biscuit won all the battles, but of course some of them were not easy to win. After all, if you only use the lowly form, there will still be a gap. For Biscuit, it was also a great gain. As expected, there are always opponents here, and this way of fighting and communicating is very conducive to growth. From the first day, news about Biscuit's challenge was frequently reported in newspapers and even appeared on TV in Kerry. Wherever Baizaji went, the martial arts arena would be packed with spectators. A trend has formed in Kerry City. Of course, this is not the first time that this has happened in Kerry City. As long as a challenger with good strength appears on the challenge road, he will receive special attention. Various exposures can also be considered a form of publicity. And this kind of publicity is also useful, not to mention that every Biscuit's battle is packed. It also attracted some people who wanted to become famous to challenge themselves, and even a few rare female martial artists appeared. That is the reason for the development of the times. If it were in Lucci's previous life, the challenge road in Kerry City would definitely be a place where internet celebrities would check in. While Biscuit is on his road of challenge, he is also gaining a new understanding of the city of Kerry. The former gang is now a large group in Kerry City. If it weren't for the many entertainment industries and casinos, it would hardly be considered a gang. Here, Baizaji also witnessed the charm of television. In the past, Baizaji didn't pay much attention to television. Now the entertainment industry in Kerry City is filled with television programs. Of course, most of the program content is also related to martial arts. As long as you are in Kerry City, you will feel the martial arts atmosphere in all aspects. The top floor of Sky Arena. Long time no see. You have actually succeeded in your training. Looking at Biscuit, who is similar to the one in the anime, Lucci has a special sense of familiarity. On the first day, Baizaji's name spread and Lucci knew about it. But I didn't deliberately meet the other party. They didn't actually meet until Biscuit had filled up the challenge book. At this time, Lucci looked like a young man about 1.78 meters tall. Although he is already 23 years old, he has maintained himself in this state by relying on the practice of transformation. Keep yourself young at heart. If you can do it, I can do it too. Biscuit looked at Lucci, who hadn't changed much except for growing taller. I have to say, you have really made a remarkable achievement. After spending nearly a month getting to know the city of Kerry, Bisji only felt that the city was exuding a thriving vitality. She particularly liked the martial arts atmosphere. This is simply a martial artist's paradise. Are you coming to the Sky Arena to practice this time? Lucci asked. Of course, I have reached a bottleneck now. If I want to break through, I need enough opponents. Baizaji has a strong desire for martial arts. Then the current Sky Arena can definitely help you solve the problem perfectly. With your ability, you should be able to become the owner of the building. Lucci's current identity is no longer a referee, but the owner of the 251st floor of the Sky Arena. 8 years is enough time for Lucci's strength to undergo a drastic change. He started the competition only after his Sharingan transformed into 3 Megatama. Relying on the hypnotic power of the 3 Megatama Sharingan and the ability to control fire, he became the owner of the 251st floor 2 years ago. Of course, in addition to being the OP, he still retains the identity of a manager in the Sky Arena. The changes that Lucci brought to the Sky Arena are enough to make all martial arts schools believe that the prosperity of martial arts that Lucci had talked about is achievable. Do you want to fight? Biscuit asked with a burning gaze. Lucci shook his head. It may be a bit rude to say this, but Biscuit, you can't be my opponent right now. If you want to challenge me, wait until you become the owner of the 250th floor. Lucci has grown explosively in recent years. Now, all the auxiliary training methods in the Sky Arena are of no use to him. That is the limitation of technology. Otherwise, Lucci would really like his research team to develop a gravity training room or related products. As for various secret recipes, Sky Arena has collected quite a few of them in the past 8 years, and now it has become a large industry of Sky Arena. The martial artists who made money here spent their money here. Some even have to go out to work part-time to earn money. As long as they have experienced this auxiliary method of cultivation, they will not refuse it. In the Sky Arena, only the host can fully experience these benefits. Because the OP can receive dividends every month, he has enough money to experience these. As for wanting a better secret recipe that can assist in cultivation, I'm afraid it will require relevant scientific researchers to conduct research. At the same time, various rare materials are also needed. Are you so confident? Biscuit said dissatisfiedly. But energy began to emerge from Lucci's body and continued to spread in all directions. Just by feeling this energy, Baizaji felt a sense of pressure. Don't look at me in the current Sky Arena with old eyes. Once you experience battles above the 200th floor, you will understand the difference clearly. Lucci smiled and retracted his mental energy. Now Lucci thinks that it is time to go out and see the world, and first he must become a hunter. Unfortunately, the Hunter Association is a loose organization, and some of the hunters within it are very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, Lucci also wants to cooperate with some relevant hunters. Lucci has already made up his mind to wait until his 24th birthday to see what kind of abilities he will gain. Then make arrangements. The basic plan has been chosen: take the hunter exam, become a hunter, and travel around the world. Places that Lucci wants to go, such as experiencing the auction in Yokiksen and trying out the trial gate of the Zaldik family. There is also Whale Island. At the same time, it can also be regarded as opening a teleportation point. Phoenix's ability to transfer space requires a place he has been to. Of course, the consumption of mental energy also increases depending on the distance. Lucci was a little curious whether the spatial ability of telekinesis could be used to teleport between the human world and the Dark Continent. Judging from the plot of the anime, it seems not possible. So can Phoenix break through this limitation? Chapter 33. After Biscuit and Lucci met, they went to the 200th floor to re-register. After all, it had reached the 200th floor. Player Biscuit, start from the 200th floor and move up one floor at a time. To move up one floor, you need to win 10 consecutive games on each floor. And if you want to challenge the host, you must win 251 games in a row on the 10st floor. The staff at the registration office introduced the situation above the 200th floor to Biscuit. If you want to challenge the OP, you can only start from the OP at the 200th floor. You cannot challenge the host beyond your level. Only the owners of the 200th floor and above can challenge it, and so on. If it is not arranged in this way, the owners of each floor will be very busy. It can be said that the owner of the 200th floor changes most frequently. Also, the competition on the 200th floor is different from the previous ones and those in the anime. Fighting on the 200th floor and above will still earn you monetary rewards, but they are no longer fixed. The money is the ticket price for the game, and the winner takes it all. The more famous the match, the more expensive the ticket price and the more spectators there are. After arranging the room, Baizaji did not rush to sign up, but began to learn about the Sky Arena. The first place we went to was the bookstore that Lucci had once opened. It was still preserved in the Sky Arena and had been expanded a lot. It has become a library filled with various martial arts novels, some of which have been adapted into film and television dramas, becoming another pillar industry of the Sky Arena. Selling TV series every year can make a lot of money and further enhance the reputation of Sky Arena. In addition to novels, there are also some martial arts related books. Of course, they are all very basic things. Generally speaking, it is tourists who view and borrow the books. Then Biscuit went to the martial arts shop in the Sky Arena. You can buy martial arts related knowledge here, which is also relatively popular, but a little more advanced than that in the library. Give some individual martial artists some direction to move forward. After all, there will always be some people who don't like to join a martial arts hall and prefer to be alone. In addition, there are various daily necessities for martial arts practice. There are more than 10 kinds of medicinal bath body refining recipes that have become popularized, and it only takes 100,000 monks to experience them once. These secret medicines that can assist in cultivation vary greatly from low to high levels. The cheapest one costs only 1 guinea, while the most expensive one is a secret body refining medicine called Flame Tiger Paste which costs million guinea. Baizaji was very envious of those expensive secret medicines, and wondered if they would be helpful for her physical training. No wonder that Guy Lucci is so confident. I've probably been practicing with these things every day over the years. Thinking of this, I feel not only greedy but also envious. Biscuit also spent money to buy some, intending to try it on himself. There's not enough money. Biscuit walked out of the martial arts store crying. She knew from the beginning that there was not enough money for martial arts training. Ever since she left the Sky Arena, she stopped this kind of auxiliary training. Later he became a hunter, traveling around the world to discover gems. I have never experienced the method of relying on secret medicine to assist in cultivation again. Whenever she had money, she would collect some rare gems, which resulted in her never having much money. Only when I arrived at the Sky Arena did I realize that I was a poor bastard. Of course, not all secret medicines are effective against Bizaji. But after using some of them, Bizaji could feel that her body, which had not changed much, began to grow again, and she became excited. I am also more positive about the competition. When Bizaji was fighting for the position of OP, Lucci also quietly celebrated his 24th birthday. Just like before, I am still waiting for 12 o'clock to pass. Wait until after 12 o'clock. There was no change in Lucci's body, and his thoughts did not surge. Instead, I gained some more knowledge. So is it still possible to gain knowledge by signing in on your birthday? The knowledge that Lucci acquired is called the 6 styles of the Navy, which comes from the world of One Piece. Similarly, due to the different rules of the world, the 6 styles of the Navy in this world is not just a simple physical technique. It is a skill of applying telekinesis. In the past 8 years, Netero would come to the Sky Arena every year to play with Lucci for a day and teach him by the way. Lucci also learned some application skills of mind, which were not the common ones. For example, the ability to see far and the ability to jump high. The changes in the Navy's 6 styles are also applied skills. Of course, they involve the practice of subsystems, but they cannot reach the level of development. The 6 naval postures are shaver, iron block, paper painting, moon step, land cow, and finger spear. What made Lucci slightly disappointed was that life was not returned. The practice of shaving is nothing more than adding more mental energy to allow oneself to move faster. The iron block is a combination of physical skills and mind skills, so that the mind energy no longer floats on the surface, but can penetrate deep into the body's defenses. In Lucci's opinion, this potential is huge and can be considered as a development of the body. Finger painting has become an ability used in conjunction with a circle. No matter how small the circle is, as long as the attack is within the perception range, finger painting will allow it to be dodged. Of course, whether you can avoid it depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. At the same time, this will also focus on the development of physical abilities. The moon step has not changed much, but with the addition of thoughts, it can be used in this world. In the Greedy Island chapter, when Gon and Juezajwala met, there was a scene where they gathered energy under their feet and jumped high, and could stay in the air for a short time. The moon step can naturally adapt perfectly. Storm kick is a training application skill of the release system. The same goes for the finger gun, but with a little more strengthening training. If I had to describe it, it would be a striking type mental ability that focuses on physical skills while taking into account the development of the body. And now after Lucci understands this knowledge, it is possible to master it quickly. Go directly to the training ground and conduct experiments. All of them were easily mastered by Lucci. I never thought that the iron block, which is not valued in the pirate world, would become like this here. Lucci was practicing with the iron block. By using your thoughts to penetrate deep into your own body, you can achieve a kind of inner vision. Mind energy can protect the flesh, bones, blood vessels, organs, etc. This is an application of iron. But Lucci saw other functions. In addition to further understanding his own body, he also wondered whether there were sperm holes inside his body. I feel like the chi is really going to turn into internal power. Is this really not cultivating immortality? Lucci discovered a treasure. This 3rd birthday sign-in was of great value to Lucci. Chapter 34. A city called Vita. Lucci got off the airship and looked at the somewhat desolate city. I didn't expect that the first exam would be arranged in one of the 5 major countries. At this time, Lucci had already left Kari City. After acquiring the 6 styles, he mastered them briefly and informed some familiar people of his departure. So he took the hunter exam directly. Of course he doesn't need to take the preliminary examination. Arrive directly at the location of the first exam. The 5 major countries mentioned by Lucci are also commonly known as V5. They are the Bigaratype United Nations, the Sahiluda United States, the Okima Federation, the Minbo Republic, and the Kyokanyo Kingdom. Even among the 5 major countries, not all places are prosperous. Lucci bought a map and began to look for the venue for the first exam. This city called Vita is located on the edge of a desert, which makes the city look a bit desolate. The city was not big, and Lucci quickly found the exam location. It is on the edge of the city, towards the desert. There is a road covered by wind and sand heading into the desert. Lucci could basically guess that passing the preliminary exam would allow him to obtain information about the Vita city. Then the candidates need to rely on their own way to reach the city. The city could do without an airship airport. The reason why Lucci was able to arrive here was because he took the Sky Arena's airship directly to this city. That's what money means. When he arrived nearby, Lucci's eyes turned to a tall tower on the edge of the city. A person jumped down from above. "Are you coming so soon?" This was a young woman with a slightly dark skin wearing a white cloak. And nearby are the staff of the Hunter Association. He had already walked over and handed Lucci a number tag. "It's the 1th. My name is Tina Megan, and I'm the examiner for the first exam." The examiner for the first exam was a woman. Under normal circumstances, she would wait until all the candidates arrived before appearing. But sensing Lucci's presence, she jumped down from the tower and greeted him. "My name is Lucci Phoenix." The female examiner did not look very old, and Lucci looked at her. "There are still more than 3 hours before the exam. You can move freely in this city." After saying that, he jumped onto the tower again. "But I was thinking in my heart that I didn't expect that I would meet such a good candidate the first time I served as an examiner." Thinking back to when I took the Hunter exam. Since there was still so much time left, Lucci did not wait at the test site, but began to wander around the city. He was basically sure of the content of the first exam. A marathon leading to the desert, but the exact location is unknown. The Hunter Association will not proactively arrange the content of the Hunter examination, but will select hunters to serve as examiners every year and let the hunters formulate the content themselves. Of course, the final exam will be determined by President Netero. Despite this, every hunter assigned to be an examiner will perform differently. But once the number of times increases, the contents of the exams will become somewhat similar. Most of them are long-distance running marathons, which usually focus on distance and degree of danger. Others are the simplest dual exams, where candidates are screened by fighting. Lucci is no stranger to the Hunter exam, and not just because of the anime, he has also collected a lot of content related to the Hunter exam. Lucci even plans to publish a book related to the Hunter exam. But if it is a marathon exam, other methods should be possible. Lucci thought of an interesting situation. Just look around the city to see if there is any means of transportation available for purchase. At the same time, I also got some information. This desert is called the Vita Desert. In addition to water, getting lost, and sandstorms, there are some dangerous places in the desert. For example, creatures like quicksand, sand snakes, and monitor lizards. There is also a large oasis in the desert, an oasis called Bahari. This is all useful information. Because the endpoint of the first exam may be in this oasis in Bahari. Some candidates who arrive early may also have time to find out this information. While Lucci was wandering around, the city also welcomed many strangers. Some people arrived here on foot, while others arrived here by means of transportation, including but not limited to horses, camels, and buses. "Lord Lucci!" Someone suddenly called out Lucci's name. "Is a young man." It was naturally impossible for Lucci to know the other party. "Lord Lucci, my name is Wesley, and I'm a contestant who passed the 190th floor. I'm also here to take part in this Hunter exam and learn." It also means that the other party is an independent martial artist. As for why he knew Lucci, that was obviously obvious. As a reformer of the Sky Arena and Carey City, and the owner of the 251st floor of the Sky Arena, he is naturally a very well-known existence. Anyone who plays in the Sky Arena knows Lucci, and that includes other ops as well. Promote more and increase your fame. It also attracts martial artists who come for fame. Oh, so, before the exam starts, you can find some useful information for the exam in this city. Lucci first told the other party the location of the exam, and then gave some reminders. Since he is a player of the Sky Arena, Lucci doesn't mind helping out a little. The hunter exam is so dangerous that even a contestant who can defeat the 200th floor may fail. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean losing one's life, but being eliminated due to other reasons. Being strong does not guarantee passing. There are always some hunter examiners who choose to use some weird methods to conduct the examination. As long as it is not related to combat, there is still a chance of being eliminated. After all, Lucci also knew such examples. Thank you, Lord Lucci. Wesley respected Lucci too much. There was nothing he could do about the halo being too great, especially for a young man like him. Naturally, that also attracted the attention of some candidates. But Lucci didn't care because he was used to it. Even though it was a small city, Lucci still bought a car and also bought some food and put it in the car. When the time is almost up, drive directly to the test site. At this time, the examination center for the first exam had already gathered, with 359 candidates. It seems that this is the number of hunter exams this time. When Lucci drove over, all the candidates were stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood. No one who comes here is stupid. Of course, there are still candidates who are wondering, is this okay? Even the examiner Tina had the same expression, and was wondering whether to add some temporary rules. Chapter 35. My name is Tina, and I'm also the examiner for the first exam. Tina quickly gathered her senses and noticed Lucci sitting in the car. The opponent was an user, and the first hunter exam she arranged would not be able to stump him at all. It doesn't matter whether you drive or not. Then next, you all have to keep up with my pace. After saying that, he ran forward. Run into the endless desert. The other candidates also followed suit. Lucci is also ready to start. However, some candidates stood in front of the car, obviously planning to do something. Some other candidates were just watching the show, and of course they also had some thoughts about Lucci's car. If you can save some energy, do it as much as possible. Who knows what the next exam will be like? The hunter exam has no requirements for the character of the candidates. Even if one is an evil person, as long as he can pass the hunter exam, he can become a professional hunter. Only some examiners may have certain requirements on character. But it is also rare. Not only does the pass rate for the hunter exams is very low, but the mortality rate is also quite high. Kids, get out of the car quickly. We have requisitioned this car. If you don't want to die. The leader was a scarred man. He exudes a bandit-like aura and is accompanied by 3 companions who look like his younger brothers. There was murderous aura around these people, and it was obvious that they had killed someone before. Each of them was holding a knife or dagger in their hands. Brother Curry, don't be anxious. This guy will definitely think it over carefully. Just let me talk to him for a few minutes. A young man seemed to be planning to come up and smooth things over. But Lucci had no intention of talking nonsense with them. He just glanced at the 4 people. Then he said, you guys should just commit suicide. Ah! 4 screams of pain were heard and blood gushed out. The 4 people who were originally threatening Lucci actually committed suicide by slitting their own throats at Lucci's command. Lucci didn't even look at it anymore, he just started the car and chased after him. With the Sharingan, he only needs a glance to deal with these ordinary people. But this scene also scared some other candidates who were originally thinking about it. This method is simply unheard of. Dongba, the elder brother you just recognized is dead. It seems that even your first exam will be difficult this time. This was said by a candidate who knew the young man. Then they all took action and immediately chased after the main force. Fortunately, the desert is endless and there are not many high slopes, so we can see the advancing team, and there are roads, so it is relatively easy to catch up. In other words, Lucci has already driven away. Otherwise, when you hear this name, you will probably sigh. It turns out that the newcomer killer Dongba has begun to appear at this time. Dongba was born in 1953 and started taking the hunter exam at the age of 10. He is 17 years old now, a little younger than Lucci. Dongba looked at the 4 corpses and without thinking much, he immediately chased after them. While running, he began to think. Lucci drove leisurely and soon caught up with the main group. The difficulty of this exam is that the desert environment is too harsh, and the candidates will quickly become thirsty and dehydrated. Candidates who are well prepared may have a better chance. But the first problem that unprepared candidates will face is, the longer you run, the thirstier you will be. Plus there is a big sun in the sky. However, Lucci felt that this exam should not be as difficult as the one in the anime. This desert is incomparable to the Simile wetland in terms of danger. Shimalo wetland is a well-known adventure spot and is also world famous. Even Lucci had heard rumors about it without asking specifically, because there were dangerous monsters and many rare herbs in the Shimali wetlands. Some of the herbs needed for the advanced secret recipes of the Sky Arena were also obtained from the Shimalo wetlands. The candidates who ran forward at the beginning were all confident in their abilities and had not thought about getting Lucci's car. As for the candidates behind, after seeing what happened just now, they didn't dare to get close to Lucci. In their minds, they have already confirmed that Lucci is a dangerous person among the candidates. Lucci drove forward. He came directly to the examiner in the front. The speed of a car is definitely faster than the speed of a person running. Of course, this is only limited to ordinary running. Some of these candidates could run faster than Lucci if they ran at full speed. There are also huge differences between humans in this world. Examiner Tina, is the end point of the first test at Bahari Oasis? Lucci asked directly. If so, he would probably drive directly to the finish line and wait. Some candidates did not expect Lucci to be so bold as to strike up a conversation with the examiner and even ask about the content of the exam. Some candidates who have taken the exam once or twice know very well that the examiners are not easy to communicate with. It can be said that those who can become hunters are also very proud people. Wesley was the only one who thought this was not a problem. Lucci is too famous in the Sky Arena, with outstanding strength and status. Basically everyone knows that Lucci is a disciple of the Heart Source School. Tina smiled and said, "No, the Vita Desert is not an oasis." More than one oasis? Lucci didn't hear this information in Vita City just now, but he launched a money offensive. It's unlikely that anyone would deceive him. The only possibility is that not many people know about the other oasis. And this examiner named Tina seems to be a local. It seems that my plan to go directly to the finish line has failed. Because there is only one road from Vita to Bahari Oasis. Even if the road is covered by yellow sand, he can still find the right path, because his circle is enough to distinguish the road under the yellow sand. What the examiner said meant that they might deviate from this easy path halfway. If my car leaves the road, it will not be easy to drive in the desert. But it doesn't have any impact. Lucci said nothing more. Instead, just drive slowly and keep up. The conversation between Lucci and the examiner was also heard by the candidates in front. There wouldn't be too many fools who could reach here. What Lucci could think of, they could naturally think of as well. It's also good information. Soon I had been running for an hour. Some students have already started to fall behind. It's so cruel. In the anime, if you are eliminated in the first half of the first exam, at least your life will not be in too much danger. But here, in the desert, the mere lack of water can kill people. Now there are only 328 candidates left. From Lucci's perception, there were no other non-users among this group of candidates except himself. Chapter 36. I ran for another half an hour. The candidates who fell behind were all sweating and had dry mouths. Even the heat you feel when you breathe makes your body feel uncomfortable. However, those who can get here are not ordinary candidates. From Lucci's observation, more than half of the candidates did not show signs of being too tired. Of course, thirst is inevitable for many candidates. Some candidates were prepared and bought water after understanding the situation here, so there will be no water shortage for the time being. Suddenly Lucci's car trembled. This is coming down from the hard road. Is the turn finally starting? When they felt the change in the ground under their feet, all the candidates understood that this should be the second half of the exam. This is good news and bad news at the same time. The good news is that it means that half of the time until the exam has passed. The bad news is that if we leave the road, we will encounter various dangers, and running in the desert will take more energy. Tina ignored the candidates' changing moods and just ran forward at a steady pace. Lucci's car was able to continue driving, but suddenly the sand surged. A huge figure emerged from the sand, and from under Lucci's car. It was so big that it swallowed the entire car. All the candidates looked at each other in bewilderment. Tina felt it too, but just smiled. There was naturally a reason why she did not stop Lucci from driving to take the test. The second half of the exam. It is difficult to drive on high slopes, and due to its size and weight, it is easy to step on and sink into quicksand. In addition, there is the noise of driving and the fluctuations caused by the desert terrain, which makes it easier to be attacked by dangerous creatures in the desert. The one that suddenly popped out was the sandworm from the Vita Desert. It was huge in size, and because it felt the vibrations caused by the car, it thought it was some large creature and swallowed it in one gulp. The other candidates were all shocked, as they had all guessed that there would be danger in the desert. But such a large creature still scared them. Some candidates who had inquired about relevant information in the city also knew what kind of creature it was. Sandworm, one of the most dangerous creatures in the Ouida desert. Seeing such a scene, some candidates even felt happy about it. Let you be so proud. But they just had this idea. The huge sandworm that was about to escape into the sand suddenly had its entire body explode. The body was torn into pieces and green blood gushed out. A figure jumped out from it, and there were also broken vehicles falling into the desert. Lucci appeared unharmed, without even some blood or remains of the sandworm on his body. Naturally, this kind of threat could not have any effect on Lucci. Some sharp-eyed candidates have already noticed the scattered vehicle wreckage and the complete cuts. Although it is unclear what means Lucci used. But it was obvious to them that Lucci was not someone to be trifled with. You're so careless. This sandworm should not have burrowed underground to attack him, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to fail to sense it. It could only be that it was hiding under the sand to begin with, but because the noise made by the car was too loud, it attracted its attention and swallowed up both the car and the people in one gulp. At this time, the sandworm has not yet completely died. Half of the body was still in the sand, trying hard to get into the desert. What a powerful vitality! Judging from this situation, it probably still has vitality similar to that of an earthworm. These are not seen in Carrie. Without looking any further, he disappeared from the spot and chased after the team in front. Some candidates looked in the direction where Lucci disappeared. There aren't even any footprints. This man is terrible. The team with companions discussed with their companions, if there is a possibility that candidate number 1 will become an enemy in the future, don't hesitate and just give up. If you don't pass the exam this time, you can try again next time. As long as you are still alive, there are plenty of opportunities. Move on. Other dangers soon arose. One candidate accidentally fell into quicksand. Attacked by camouflaged sand snakes and a group of monitor lizards. Various dangerous creatures in the Ouida desert keep appearing and attacking the candidates. This also reduced the number of candidates again, directly dropping to 274. Lucci showed his momentum for the sake of trouble. The dangerous creatures in the desert could also feel this momentum and they dared not attack Lucci at all. The candidates behind him saw that Lucci was able to keep pace with the examiner and they knew that Lucci's ability was probably not inferior to that of the examiner. And Tina didn't expect Lucci to be so powerful. Her wild instincts told her that she was no match for Lucci. At this time, Lucci had already asked, "Is there anything on your body that can prevent those creatures from attacking you?" This examiner neither showed any aura nor showed any signs of using his mind. But none of the creatures of the desert came near her. This is my secret. Because Lucci was a master, Tina did not treat him from the perspective of a candidate. The second half of the running test takes much longer. It lasted for more than 2 hours. I even saw a mirage during that time. Until a hint of green began to appear in front of everyone, and the air was no longer so hot. Many candidates also discovered that what was in the distance was not a mirage. A small oasis appeared in front of them. Some candidates who were almost unable to hold on regained strength after seeing the oasis in the distance. Running forward vigorously. Finally arrived at the edge of the oasis. And Tina finally stopped. I looked at the time and waited for all the candidates to arrive. Lucci was the first candidate to arrive at the oasis. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the energy of this oasis was much stronger. As long as something exists, there is chi. There are also plants and animals in this world that have telekinesis. There are still 227 people. It seems that my exam is not that difficult. Tina looked at the number of people and said this unconsciously. After arriving at the oasis, the candidates began to rest. This is God's oasis. You can rest here. The second exam will be held tomorrow, and the Hunter Association's airship will arrive here tomorrow. You can move freely now, but please pay attention to the airship that will arrive tomorrow. After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the oasis. Without paying any attention to the candidates, her character was already completed. The other candidates either took a rest or walked deeper into the oasis to see if there was any water source. Chapter 37. The Hunter exam will not be conducted continuously, and candidates will be given time to rest. The examination location is also different and will require airship movement. Of course, there will not be a situation where the two examination locations are on two continents. And Lucci was also walking towards the depths of the oasis at this time. God's oasis? Being called that, there must be some secret behind it. Originally, Lucci was wondering whether there were any dangerous creatures in this oasis. But they soon discovered that in this oasis, there were only some ordinary creatures, which were completely different from the desert creatures outside. It's incredible. Wouldn't creatures from the desert come here to hunt? There is a small lake in the central area of the oasis, and there is also an island in the center of the lake. There is a tall oak tree on the island. Lucci immediately noticed something strange about the oak tree. It hadn't been apparent before, but now Lucci's eyesight could clearly see that the tall oak tree was emitting a powerful green aura. What Lucci had felt before came from this green oak tree. There are many animals drinking water near the lake, it is very peaceful. Of course, this peace will soon be disrupted by some candidates, some of whom are drinking water, some are hunting directly, and some are preparing for dinner. Tina, the examiner, had already jumped into the lake and swam towards the island in the lake. Lucci was very interested in the oak tree. Go straight to the island in the lake. That's right, just walk directly on the water. It's not that Lucci uses mind as chakra, after all, they are two different powers. Lucci was able to do this because his mind energy itself had special effects. Of course, he couldn't step directly and steadily on the water like chakra. But you can stay on the water surface for a certain period of time, just like staying in the air after jumping. The moon step that Lucci learned can also be used on the water, which is even more convenient. The performance is like walking on water. All the candidates who were resting by the lake looked towards Lucci's position. In contrast, there is the examiner swimming in the lake. Is this still a human being? This thought emerged in the minds of all candidates. Tina, who felt the fluctuation of the mind energy, immediately stopped and looked towards Lucci's position. Then he saw Lucci walking on the water and also showed a shocked expression. In addition to being shocked by the fact that Lucci was walking on the water, there was also the direction in which Lucci was heading. Of course, it soon became clear that Lucci was using his mind and controlling his entire body's strength. Although Lucci is already overrated, it is obviously not enough. Tina also stopped swimming. Since Lucci could do it, she could do it too. After several attempts, I was able to move around in the water easily. And not durable enough. It's not easy to walk freely on the water like Lucci. When Lucci passed by, he asked, I want to ask, this place should have some special meaning, won't you disturb the peace here by doing this? Tina is a local and this place is also called God's Oasis. Lucci thought it might have some special meaning. You can see God? Tina asked in disbelief. Can you see God? Lucci looked at the island and oak tree ahead. Can't other people see it? How is this possible? Even if I use condensation, I can't see through it. Tina had an expression of disbelief. This is indeed a special place. According to the records of the Hunter Association, this place can actually be considered a secret place. This oasis is not fixed in the Vita Desert, and it changes its location every once in a while. It can also be said that this oasis is alive. There was no desert here before, but an oasis. I don't know what happened, but it slowly turned into a desert. And Tina is a descendant of the tribe that once lived in this oasis. They are called the Green Spirit Tribe. The oak tree is the sacred tree of their tribe. Of course, as the oasis turned into a desert, the humans who once lived on this land naturally had to migrate, and the city of Vita on the edge of the city was the city where they once lived. As time and the times progressed, the green spirits basically disappeared in history. They are not extinct, but few people consider themselves to be green spirits. Instead, they came into contact with people from the outside world and gradually forgot the history. There are still related legends in the city of Vita. But few people know about this oasis, Vita City. Tina learned about the existence of this oasis of God when her father brought her here as a child. Of course, this oasis is no secret to the Hunter Association and some hunters. At first, Tina didn't think it was a big deal. But she soon realized something was wrong, because the Hunter Association, including some hunters she knew, were unable to find the island in the middle of the lake. Even if I wanted to get closer, I couldn't. It seems that if you can't see it, you can't get close to it. Then this place is defined as a secret place. It was also through the Hunter Association that Tina learned that there are many magical places in this world, and God's Oasis is not the most magical one. Or should I say it's pretty ordinary. Finally, through Tina's test, it was found that the existence of Lord God can only be seen by the descendants of the Green Spirit clan. Now Lucci can see it too. Could it be that he has the blood of the Green Spirit clan? It seems very mysterious. This attracted Lucci's attention even more, and he continued to walk forward. Then it disappeared into the mist. That's right, in the eyes of the candidates, the center of the lake was obscured by mist. As for Lucci, he just stepped onto the island in the middle of the lake. The air became extremely fresh, and with every breath I took, I felt that all the fatigue in my body was driven away. The island in the entire lake is not big. There were no trees except a tall oak. There are also some vegetation and flowers on the island. They have a unique fragrance, but unfortunately Lucci is not a botanist and cannot recognize what these flowers and plants are. He just walked towards this oak tree. This oak tree is about 30 meters high. From Lucci's perspective, the oak tree was constantly breathing, and the air was constantly flowing, drifting away and then disappearing. There are also some acorns on the tree. This oak tree is supposed to have magical powers. Lucci walked over and stroked the oak tree. Then a surprising scene appeared. The energy of the oak tree was actually connected to Lucci's body, and then the sperm pores on his body were activated extremely slowly. This means that Lucci has made some progress in his iron training and has become very sensitive to his body. Otherwise, this change would not be discovered. This was enough to shock Lucci, because this could be the third way to activate the mind, and it was so harmless and did not require hard practice. Chapter 38. But Lucci quickly calmed down. The hunter world is huge, and the focus in the anime is always on the protagonist. Despite many adventures, there are still many things that have not been revealed in the hunter world. Not to mention the Dark Continent, there are actually still many unsolved mysteries in the world known to humans alone. For example, there are many ancient ruins and ancient kingdoms. There are also many super large animals, not to mention the large group of creatures raised by the Zaldik family. Just the fact that Jin appears once in the anime and the huge size of the creatures under him is enough to make people explore. And now there is a tree here that can help people awaken their thoughts, which doesn't seem so strange. Even a sonata can kill people and awaken powerful thoughts in people. The one in front of us is still considered weak. At this time, Tina also landed on the island. He began to introduce Lucci. This is the sacred tree of our Green Spirit clan, and I also call it God Sama. You can see Lord God. It seems that you have the blood of our Green Spirit clan. Are you so sure that only some green spirits can see it? Lucci didn't quite believe it. He felt that his ability to see might be related to the Sharingan. The Sharingan itself has the ability to see through illusions, but there are very few people in this world who can use illusions. I didn't expect that the first thing I encountered with this ability was a tree. Of course, even President Netero can't see this. Of course, not being able to see it doesn't mean you can't enter. Tina said with certainty. Lucci didn't dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked about the Green Spirit tribe and this sacred tree. Perhaps because they shared the same blood, Tina didn't mind sharing and began chatting with Lucci under the tree. Telling stories she had heard before. You just asked me why I broke the peace here. In fact, this place has never been peaceful. Every once in a while, an explorer would appear here. Even though it is a moving oasis, you can still find it if you are willing. There will also be hunter associations that are interested in this simplest secret realm and appear here, trying to use various methods to enter the island. There are successes, and naturally there are failures. Aren't you worried that this sacred tree will be affected? Tina also noticed Lucci's look. There's nothing here except that Lord God is rather peculiar. Lucci disagreed. Is there no one interested in an oasis that can move in the desert? And this oak tree can help people awaken their thoughts. Of course, this effect may not have been discovered by others yet. If I didn't have very detailed control over my body, I wouldn't be able to feel it at all. Being able to move in the desert and having this small oasis is naturally all thanks to Lord God. This is Lord God's unique ability. Of course, some people have said that it may be that our Green Spirit clan's ancestors used special Nin abilities to cultivate God Sama, or that God Sama was transformed from the Nin abilities of a certain ancestor. Such a simple secret place will definitely be studied. It has even been studied thoroughly. This oak tree is known to be over 2,000 years old. After studying the hunters here sincerely, then you will know this oasis of God. Apart from protecting a piece of land, the value is really not that great. As for the ability to move in space, the speed is too slow and the effect is too poor. Similar abilities can also be achieved with the divine ability, and may even be better. In addition, not all hunters like to study this. Most people who become hunters become bounty hunters. Has it been cultivated with an ability, or some kind of an ability? There is no need to say much about the former, but the latter is quite rare. Sometimes, after a user of Nan dies, his or her abilities do not necessarily disappear, especially some creation abilities. It will remain in the world with a strong obsession. Lucci couldn't tell which of the two it was. You asked me before why the creatures in the desert didn't attack me. Now I can tell you. Tina took out a necklace from her neck. It's called a necklace, but it's actually just a rope with an acorn tied to it. Lucci looked up at the acorns on the oak tree. The acorns of Lord God have special powers. As long as you have the acorns on you, you won't be attacked by creatures in the desert. Of course, this is limited to the Vita desert and has no effect in other places. Has no one discovered that it can help people open their minds? Lucci wanted to know if the examiner knew the true value of the oak tree. Tina paused, then her spiritual energy appeared on her body, but she quickly retracted it. How did you find out? Tina's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. This secret really couldn't be known to others easily. No one knew it except himself. But now Lucci not only knew it, but also said it out loud. Even she only knew that Lord God had this ability after she had been coming and going to Lord God and gradually felt the existence of Qi. Tina didn't learn to read after becoming a hunter, but she became a hunter after learning to read here. Of course, it was only after becoming a hunter that I knew what this power was. When I got closer, I felt it. Lucci thought of something when he said this. Since this tree has a bit of mythical color. So whether. A ball of mental energy began to gather, and Tina became alert, thinking that Lucci was going to take action. Chirp! Phoenix began to appear, and as soon as it appeared, it stung Lucci's head. Expressing his dissatisfaction with Lucci for not letting him out. Phoenix, stop pecking me. I know I was wrong. Lucci admitted his mistake immediately. Phoenix also stopped. Then I felt something. The phoenix began to chirp, then began to flutter around the oak tree in a rush of joy. Is this your mind beast? Tina asked. Lucci nodded, its name is Phoenix. The phoenix flew over the oak tree, pecked at an acorn, and then showed a happy expression. A stream of energy surged out from his body, it was Lucci's energy and also Phoenix's energy. The fiery red gas is like a flame. And the air coming from the oak tree became thicker. What's going on? Tina had never seen such a change before. And Phoenix also felt the breath of the oak tree. They chirped happily and loudly, and the sound echoed throughout the oasis. Some birds in the oasis flew up. From all over the oasis, they started flying towards the center of the lake, biting on different branches. It's a bit like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. But Lucci didn't feel that way. The phoenix also took action, flying around the oak tree and then biting various branches from it. Lucci noticed Tina's expression. After all, this is the other party's sacred tree, so it is hard to guarantee that he won't be angry about this kind of behavior. Chapter 39. Tina was not angry. Everyone who could come here to study would pick leaves and break branches. She was used to it. Then the two of them were shocked. Give this bird the chance to fly into the island. Tina was shocked that these birds could fly in here, and immediately guessed that it was because of the mind beast. As for Lucci, looking at the many flying birds, white bird paying homage to the phoenix. No, the phoenix is not the eastern phoenix and does not have this ability. Lucci was also equally confused about phoenix's changes. These birds seemed to be affected by the phoenix's singing. They held branches in their mouths and placed them at the top near the center of the oak tree. This is nesting. Lucy and Tina noticed it immediately. The phoenix also participated, the other birds were from various places in the oasis, and the phoenix used branches directly from the oak tree. Could it be that this mind beast has its own consciousness and cannot be controlled by you? Tina quickly came to a conclusion and said it. Phoenix does have a sense of self. Could it be a divine bird? Tina couldn't help but shout out loud. Among the mythical stories of the green spirits, there are naturally mythical stories related to birds. The phoenix itself is also very gorgeous, but I didn't consider this aspect before because it is a mind beast. But with this change now, it is inevitable that Tina will have to make associations. She even became more convinced that Lucci was a descendant of the green spirits. Perhaps it is the influence of blood that gives him this kind of telepathic ability. Tina dared to make such an association because her way of thinking was extraordinary. Is it going to live here now? The act of nesting is all too obvious. But Phoenix is Lucci's mind beast after all. Even if he wants to build a nest here, he can't stay here forever, right? The two continued to watch. Soon a bird's nest appeared in the oak tree. All the birds have dispersed. The situation in the center of the lake aroused the curiosity of many candidates, and some candidates had already swam towards the center of the lake. I want to know what's going on in the fog in the middle of the lake. Unfortunately, once you enter the fog, you will just spin around and then swim out of the fog. As if nothing happened. But the examiner and candidate number 1 were both missing, so how could there be nothing in the fog? There must be a secret that they don't know. Only Wesley guessed the existence of telekinesis and associated it with something. And Lucci on the island showed an expression of surprise and joy. As the Phoenix, Phoenix has the ability to control fire. But the reason why it is called the Phoenix is that it has the ability to be immortal and can achieve nirvana and rebirth. But for so long, Lucci had never thought about this ability or tested it. After all, Phoenix is a telekinetic beast. As long as Lucci is fine, he is an immortal being. There is no need to use any nirvana ability at all. And now Phoenix is telling him that it is ready to be reborn. Lucci didn't know that according to the legends about the Phoenix, every 500 years or so, the Phoenix would collect various fragrant branches or leaves, stack them up, and then set them on fire to burn itself, and finally a reborn young bird would emerge from the ashes. But the Phoenix is not a pure mind beast, and it can even be said that it is not a pure magical animal. After encountering the oak tree, which was also an extraordinary existence, the two reached a chemical reaction. Phoenix intends to achieve nirvana, which includes his own power, but he also intends to use the energy of the oak tree. After nirvana's rebirth, Phoenix's abilities will be enhanced and will also benefit Lucci. We will have to wait until after nirvana to know what will happen specifically. What's wrong? Tina asked immediately after noticing the change in Lucci's expression. Phoenix is about to achieve nirvana. Lucci answered casually. Then pay attention to the changes in the air between the Phoenix and the oak tree. In Lucci's eyes, the energies of the two were connected. The core place is the bird's nest. Nirvana? Tina said she didn't understand. But soon she became worried because flames came out of Phoenix's body and it rushed directly towards the newly built bird's nest. The entire bird's nest was burned. This. Tina couldn't help but go up to stop it. Be a moment. At the same time, the leaves of the oak tree fluttered without wind, and Tina also sensed something. She seemed to hear something, or to be more precise, she felt the message that God was conveying to her, not to stop it. Flames began to burn in the oak tree and the Phoenix's voice continued to chirp. The flames were confined to the bird's nest and had no impact on the oak tree. The sky gradually darkened. The many candidates standing by the lake were able to see a light emerging from the center of the lake. Unfortunately, even if they were curious, they had no idea what had happened. I can only wait until I become a hunter in the future and then see what secrets are here. The center of the island. Lucci and Tina were both watching intently. The chirping had died down and the flames were not as big as they had been at the beginning. It is starting to shrink slowly, but I don't know how long it will take. In Lucci's eyes, Phoenix's energy became weaker, and he was unable to support it with energy. But even if it becomes weak, one can still feel a powerful life force from it. The air of the oak tree is also infused into it. The oak tree actually began to wither. If it weren't for the oak tree that stopped her just now, Tina would have stopped this from happening long ago. But as the oak tree's power weakened, all the creatures in the oasis began to feel uneasy. Even the fog in the center of the lake began to dissipate. Lucy and Tina noticed this change immediately. Suddenly Tina thought of something, not good, God's power is weakening now. Lucci was confused at first. Is there any problem? But I soon remembered that the reason this oasis was not affected by the various creatures in the desert was because of the power of the oak tree. Now the oak's power is weakened. Then there is a high possibility of causing a riot. Lucci immediately expanded his chi to form a circle that expanded outwards. Naturally, I also noticed that the candidates were looking in this direction. Just from the way they looked, it was obvious that they all noticed this place. It's undergoing a transformation now and cannot be disturbed by anything. Lucci said quickly. Lucci didn't know what the consequences would be if he was disturbed, but he wouldn't allow it to happen. This was the first time Tina had seen such a situation. Her energy also began to move. A slight ripple in the oak tree told Tina something. The creatures in the oasis are panicking. Lord God needs protection. This ritual cannot be affected. I'm afraid the creatures in the desert will come here. Their target is Lord God. Tina's face changed drastically. It must be stopped. The energy on Tina's body exploded, and green light turned into light spots and flew around, landing on the bodies of all kinds of animals in the oasis. When Lucci saw this change, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you are not a druid?" Chapter 40. What's going on? All the candidates who were preparing to take a break immediately became alert. Isn't the first exam really over yet? Some candidates began to doubt. On the island, Tina's thoughts were opened with the help of the sacred tree, and there is a certain specialness to it. She is a user with special abilities, and she named her ability Sage of the Secret Realm. You can strengthen the control of the animals in this oasis. It sounds like she should be from the Animal Protection Association. But this is not the case. The oasis is only this big and can only accommodate so many creatures. If the reproduction exceeds a certain number, Tina will take the initiative to hunt, which was taught to her by her father. So Tina didn't mind the candidates hunting and killing animals in the oasis, as long as they didn't go too far. Hearing Tina's words, Lucci couldn't help but think of the scenes in some novels where when natural treasures are about to mature, many creatures scramble to grab them. So is this the case now as well? Tina first looked up at the sky. There were many creatures in the desert, and the first thing she was worried about was the various birds. And birds should be the fastest. But no birds were found. Thinking about what happened just now, Tina guessed that it should be related to Lucci's mind beast. But other creatures are also troublesome. It's not that powerful that makes Tina feel troubled, but she is worried that there may be too many of them. After all, this was the first time she had seen such a thing. Suddenly there was a feeling of an earthquake. And in the distance of the oasis, a large group of sandworms dug out of the ground and rushed towards the oasis. Each one was very large. Because the underground geology of the oasis is different, and there is groundwater. These sandworms did not choose to burrow underground to enter the oasis. In addition, there are various desert creatures such as sand lizards. Normally, these desert creatures would fight and hunt each other, but now they are all heading towards the oasis. It was due to some powerful attraction. Feeling this vibration, I will go and stop them. You stay with Lord God, and please help protect these candidates. Tina said and rushed forward. A powerful mental energy appeared. She first ran for a distance on the lake surface before falling into the water. It was obvious that she was not yet able to walk on water. Tina could only delay as much as possible. Hopefully we can delay until the Hunter Association comes to support us. Her abilities can play a big role in this oasis. At the same time, she was also thankful that the weakness of the Lord God did not affect her. As for protecting the candidates, the main consideration was that the first exam had ended, and although this matter was not led by her, she would still take responsibility. Now go to that island immediately. Tina shouted to the candidates after she got ashore. Seeing the change in Tina's expression, all the candidates knew that something had changed. Examiner Tina, what exactly happened? The dark-skinned female candidate, whose number tag on her chest read 12, asked immediately. Don't ask any more questions. It's no longer safe here. All of you should go to the island. Without saying anything more, he disappeared from the sight of many candidates. The animals in the test-controlled oasis began to fight. Some candidates also noticed the situation and climbed up the trees directly, looking into the distance, and were able to see some of the situation. The creatures in the desert have gone crazy. They are all heading towards this oasis, and they are coming in groups. A candidate shouted out what he knew. It seems that something has happened that even the examiner did not expect. Candidate number 88 actually smiled. So what should we do now? Should we go and help? Of course I'll go check out the situation first. Among the candidates who can come here, all of them are people with good abilities and are confident in their own abilities. Naturally, I would want to go and see the situation. And who knows whether the examiner is acting or not. From some situations, it can be seen that the examiner is a local. Maybe this situation happens frequently and it may really be a test for them. Of course, there were also candidates who swam towards the island in the middle of the lake. It's not about seeking refuge, but about wanting to know what secrets the island has. Lucci just stood quietly beside the oak tree, sensing Phoenix's situation. The trees in the oasis were constantly falling down, and there was a strong smell of blood. The battle was about to break out. I just don't know if this examiner Tina can hold on. That should be enough. Some of the candidates who suddenly went to check the situation had already run back. Run away! Shouted loudly. Behind him was a gigantic monitor lizard, 3 meters tall, knocking down trees one after another and heading towards the lake. At this time, a figure fell from the sky and knocked the monitor lizard to the ground with one kick. It was the figure of Examiner Tina. After killing a monitor lizard with 1 foot, it jumped towards the nearest invading creature. Lucci also noticed Tina's abnormality. No circles are used, but the system seems to understand the situation of the entire oasis. Is it because of the oak tree? Tina was like a firefighter at this time, killing and defeating those powerful desert creatures as much as possible. Even after her powers were enhanced, the animals in the oasis could not undergo drastic changes. Faced with numerous desert creatures, she was completely unable to eliminate them. Especially the smaller creatures in the desert. It's not possible. It might be dangerous to go to the center of the island. Candidate number 89 said to candidate number 88. At this time, insects such as poisonous scorpions in the desert also arrived nearby. But there is no way to retreat. Since the examiner asked us to go to the island, he must have had his considerations. Candidate number 88 used a branch to sweep away a large group of poisonous scorpions and quickly retreated. And his companions also retreated together. The other roads were filled with various creatures, so they had no choice but to flee to the center of the island. As for Tina, she was already a little exhausted and could only jump around the lake. Because she and some other candidates formed a defense line at the edge of the lake. It also allowed many candidates to witness the strength of Examiner Duna. As expected, they are hunters, so powerful. Some candidates have already landed on the island. There is nothing rare on the island, except for a tree and some flowers and plants. Lucci watched. Tina couldn't stop it, so it looked like he had to take action. After taking a look at the situation on the tree, Lucci did not leave the vicinity of the oak tree. In his eyes, these candidates might also have an impact. And some candidates have also noticed the big bird's nest on the tree. In this case, Lucci jumped and broke off a branch from the oak tree. Some candidates also noticed Lucci's behavior. Hold the branch, use it as a sword, and inject thoughts into it. Just wave it in one direction. A huge vacuum strike appeared, splitting the lake in two. Rushing out of the lake, it cut all living things and trees in the straight line in half. Everyone was stunned, even Tina's movements paused for a moment. The other candidates all looked at Lucci with disbelief. Is this a human being? Chapter 41. Lucci changed his position again, continuously launching vacuum slashes. To be able to achieve such power, one must naturally use the power of thought. These slashing attacks are just another use of the storm kick, except that they use hands or weapons to attack instead. In the world of One Piece, he must be called a swordsman. These blows also made the trees near the lake fall to the ground like grass being mowed down. As for those large desert creatures, they were cut in half. When Tina saw this scene, she had never seen such a powerful person with the ability to release energy. He was too strong. After becoming a hunter, she also traveled and fought with some non-users. But this was the first time she had seen such an exaggerated performance. It was a completely different level from the non-users she knew. Of course, Tina was also relieved. Since Lucci had such strength, there was no need to worry about the ceremony being affected. The candidates were all stunned. Those who were still fighting and resisting simply gave up and went directly to the island in the lake. I was afraid that I would be affected and cut in half. Among the candidates, Wesley was the only one who looked at Lucci with admiration. Noticing the looks of the other candidates, he also smiled knowingly. Where is this? If you have been to the Sky Arena and watched the Ops Challenge, you will truly understand what it means to be strong. Wesley was also fortunate enough to watch the Ops Challenge. Why say lucky? Because the tickets for the Ops Challenge are extremely expensive, and are hard to come by, there will always be such a competition in the Sky Arena. Even if it is just a competition to challenge the owner of the 200th floor, the ticket price can be hyped up to millions. The one he watched was the challenge for the owner of the building on the 217th floor. Let him see what a fight between gods looks like. The arenas for the Ops Challenge are all specially made, and even require personnel to maintain the arenas, otherwise the buildings will be directly destroyed. That is, Wesley didn't know, otherwise he would know that it was a special barrier formed by the word God. Wesley had never seen Lucci take action, He had only seen news photos related to Lucci. And now, the means that Lucci showed was simply waving the branch in his hand, but he was able to swing such a powerful slash, directly refer to Hawkeye in the top war. Of course, the power is not as high as Hawkeye. Of course, Lucci's actions can only kill those larger desert creatures. Small creatures like venomous scorpions and tarantulas are not a problem. Of course they couldn't get close because of the lake blocking the way. There was no wisdom, even the lake water just went straight into the lake and continued to move towards the center of the island. When Tina saw Lucci taking action, she stopped wandering around. Instead, it focuses on protecting a certain direction. The oasis at this time was severely damaged. The trees had been knocked down, but the desert creatures were still advancing fearlessly. Various corpses were piled up on the lakeshore. This battle lasted for nearly an hour. Tina is already a little overwhelmed. Here, her mental energy is very huge and she usually recovers quickly. But the Lord God became weak, causing Tina's recovery speed to become normal. She overestimated herself and realized that she couldn't stop it at all. We had no choice but to retreat back to the center of the island. He was in a dishevel and had a lot of blood on his body. Looking at Lucci who was still fighting, she sighed in her heart that if Lucci was not there, she would probably have no choice but to run away. Even a little relieved. She didn't think that Lord God's change was entirely due to Lucci's mind beast. Looking at Lord God's current situation, she was afraid that it might appear again in the future. If you are not here, or facing it alone, there is no way to defend it, so the only choice is to escape. Tina stopped fighting and had time to observe Lucci's methods. Every attack of Lucci is terrifyingly powerful. It wasn't a pure ability to release telekinetic bullets, and she didn't believe that anyone could continuously release telekinetic bullets for nearly an hour. This is true. Lan Jiao turned into the application skills of thought. It involves the use of refining, entanglement, circulation and condensation, the practice of releasing thoughts, and most importantly, the ability to launch a vacuum slash. That is to say, the branch in Lucci's hand was wrapped with something, otherwise it would not be able to withstand such a swing. Even if no object was hit, the force of the wind was very strong each time. Seeing that Lucci still had some energy left, Tina quickly understood the extent of Lucci's mental energy. Another hour passed. Tina was numb. The candidates were equally numb, but their eyes were filled with awe. Lucci didn't feel tired. The amount of his mental energy has not been tested, but if he can maintain his current strength, he can maintain it for more than 18 hours. It is not clear whether he uses it for fighting because no one has been able to force him to consume his mental energy. The sparring with his master, President Netero, was just a brief one. But Lucci knew that he was not good enough. At least now, when facing 100 styles Guanyin, he could only dodge 10 or so slaps. At this time, the lake was already filled with many corpses. The entire lake has been dyed bright red. If the fighting continues like this, I'm afraid the entire lake will be filled up. Is it so attractive? Lucci released his aura unscrupulously, but these desert creatures completely went against their instincts and remained fearless. Now we can still fight a protracted war. It depends on when Phoenix succeeds. It lasted about another half an hour. There was a sudden pause in Lucci's movements. Tina felt something and looked towards the oak tree. Even the candidates felt an invisible fluctuation and looked towards the oak tree. Sure enough, it is not that simple here. This is what some candidates think. Suddenly, huge flames broke out from the entire oak tree, and the core area was exactly where the bird's nest was. The bird's nest was burned to ashes. The oak trees, on the other hand, were not affected by the flames. Balls of black ash fell from the trees, landed on the ground, and quickly merged into the soil. The phoenix's cry sounded, very high-pitched. The flames began to shrink, and a palm-sized firebird appeared on the tree. Then the flames slowly expanded, and the phoenix appeared again. This time, the flames on its body even had a bit of luxurious gold in them. It spread its wings and flew up, with brilliant light emerging. As the phoenix flew up, the oak tree also emitted green light, which was chi. And this green light could be seen even by the examinees present at the meeting, and the oak tree's gaseous substance could be seen clearly. Tina felt her fatigue disappearing and her mental energy recovering faster. Phoenix flew out of the island, Mars appeared in the sky, and fell into the lake and into the oasis. A huge flame began to spread. The power of this flame was so strong that it burned everything on the corpse to ashes. There are also many corpses in the oasis. This fire only targets corpses and desert creatures in the oasis. Outside the oasis, the desert creatures that were still coming from afar also began to return to normal. Chapter 42. The branches and leaves on the oak tree grew rapidly, and immediately became lush and leafy. The lake that was dyed red with blood was actually becoming clear very quickly. Desert animals began to retreat. There is also green light in the oasis, and some vegetation is growing. And these scenes were like miracles in the eyes of many candidates, even in Tina's eyes. As for Lucci, he stopped. Watching this scene quietly, feeling the changes in Phoenix and myself. First of all, Lucci's already huge mental energy increased once again. Some of Phoenix's abilities no longer require possession. There is an additional contract ability. This ability is obtained through the interaction between Phoenix and oak. In addition, there is some information about oak trees. This oak tree was left behind by an user long ago. A special mind ability that directly turns into a tree. I don't know whether it is a mind beast or a materialization ability. Lucci guessed that it might be a trait ability. It is also because of this relationship that he and the Phoenix established a connection with each other, and then through the characteristics of the Phoenix, they transformed together. I never thought that a person's telepathic ability could really remain in the world, remain unchanged after so many years, and instead slowly grow and transform. So are all the existences named as magic realms or secret realms like this. And now Lucci can also slightly sense the sound of the oak tree. This oak tree has a certain self-awareness. Soon, after burning everything, the Phoenix disappeared into the air. It disappeared on its own initiative and Lucci did not stop it. Because Phoenix told him he needed a break. The flames began to dissipate, and life in the oasis began to emanate. The flame contains the power of life, but Phoenix cannot fully use this flame. There are limitations. Next, the oak tree began to exert its strength. The trees that were knocked down and cut down began to decay rapidly and became the power of the land. And the new vegetation is growing rapidly. Okay, leave this island immediately. Tina suddenly shouted. This was an order given to her by God. There are many magical things on this island, especially this tree, so these candidates naturally don't want to leave easily. However, after seeing the examiner's cold eyes, they made a quick decision and left the island quickly. As for Lucci, he is definitely not among them. There is a big secret here, and Lucci really wants to study it. At least study the formation mechanism here. At this time, Lucci felt a call. He walked under the oak tree. An acorn was quickly produced and then fell down, landing in Lucci's hands. This acorn is larger and fuller than ordinary acorns, and it is full of life. This is Lord Oak God's thanks to Lucci. Without you this time, God Sama would be in danger. And because of your ability, God Sama has become even more powerful now. Maybe he will come back in the future. Tina's cognition was also refreshed today. But what she felt more was joy. Perhaps the name of their green spirit tribe will appear in the world again, instead of being hidden in history. After all, it was me who caused it. Lucci didn't dare to take credit for it. Then Lucci also left the island. Because the island and the oak tree were still changing, he couldn't disturb them. He is looking forward to the future changes here. And those candidates saw Lucci walking from the lake to the shore. Candidate number 12 Lucy couldn't help herself, so she approached cautiously and asked, "Sir, what is going on?" Also close by was Wesley. After all, the previous scene was beyond his understanding of Nian. This is not something you should know now. Once you become a hunter, you will naturally know it. Moreover, many hunters' goals are also these miracles. Lucci gave an ambiguous answer, clearly stating that he was not even a hunter yet. Many candidates have some aspirations. Is this what a hunter is like? Is this the life of a hunter? Seems to be more interesting than just a bounty hunter. There are also some candidates who are thinking about the power generated by this. What kind of power is this? Lucci ignored it. Instead, he found a place to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed and began to understand this new contract ability. This ability is the power of the oak tree. In the case of Phoenix or Lucci, it becomes. From now on, Lucci can use his mind to imprint a phoenix pattern seal on people. Through this seal, one can slowly help open the sperm orifice and learn the ability of mind reading. And it will also connect with Lucci. The life and death of the person whose seal is engraved by Lucci is not in Lucci's hands, but Lucci can put the other person in a state of forced death. It is also an alternative way to put life and death in Lucci's hands. At the same time, these seals are also transmission points, allowing Lucci to be teleported to his side at any time. Lucci can also use his own mental energy to help those who have the seal. If the person who is contracted wants to borrow the mental energy, he or she must return an equal amount of mental energy later. It is equivalent to borrowing Lucci's mental energy to fight. When it is no longer needed later, he has to return the mental energy and directly enter the state of forced extinction. Until it is paid off. This ability is the ability to develop subordinates. Just the idea of learning to chant so that you can be safe and worry-free is terrifying. Of course, because this is a kind of mind ability. The contract can also be terminated by removing thoughts. Will this borrowing of mental energy make my mental energy even more powerful? Lucci thought of a line. My energy is endless. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation while taking a hunter exam. I'm so lucky. None of the candidates had any rest that night. The sky gradually brightened, and at the edge of the sky, an airship was flying from a distance. There is the logo of the Hunter Association on it. Tina also came out from the island. At this time, the fog in the center of the lake became thicker, and even a little fog appeared in Lucci's eyes. And in the high-altitude airship, a figure looked down from high above. What happened? Such a thing actually happened in God's oasis. A man wearing glasses looked down, exuding a scholarly air. The airship lands. Tina had already brought the candidates to the edge of the oasis and was waiting. Fortunately, the accident at night did not result in the death of any candidates. Of course, there were some injuries, but they were only minor. Tina, what's going on? Tommy asked immediately. He was the examiner of the second test and he knew about God's oasis. He had been here before. Sorry, I can't tell you this. Also, I may need to stay here for a while. I will contact the president. Tina handed the candidate to Tommy and returned to the oasis. Tommy didn't ask too many questions because he had responsibilities. Chapter 43. On the airship. My name is Tommy Soren, and I'm your examiner for the second exam. The airship will now take you to the venue for the second exam. It seems that you encountered some problems yesterday, so you can take a short rest on the airship now. Of course, the exam cannot be taken on the airship. The candidates dispersed. Lucci also planned to find a random place. Lucci was not sleepy either, so he found a deserted place and practiced simple mind training. As long as he has free time, Lucci will not let it go and try his best to integrate cultivation into his daily life. Nothing else happened. 3 hours later, the airship arrived above a prosperous city. The second exam will take place in the city, and I don't know what kind of exam it will be. Lucci knew this city. Ferrell is also a well-known city in the world. Because this city has the largest library in the world, the books in the library are all-encompassing. Lucci didn't expect that the examiner would take them directly to the Stockton Library. That is the largest library in the world. The library is in the form of a building. Because there are so many books, they have become a high-rise building. And Tommy Soren, the examiner, seems to have some kind of authority in the library. After arriving at an empty inner library, Examiner Tom began to announce his test questions. His exam was simple, it was a straightforward paper exam. As for the content of the exam, it was in the library behind him. The total score is 20. As long as you can get points, you will pass the exam. It's very simple, right? Tommy said with a smile. How is that possible? There are so many books here. This internal library probably has about 10,000 books. So, I give you 3 days to read these books. Tommy gave the candidates 3 days, but it was a bit too much. But what should I do if I can't read? There are always some special candidates. Tommy said with a helpless expression, that's nothing I can do. This is my exam rule. The exam content sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. Lucci had already taken action and picked up the book to start reading. And the speed of flipping through is very fast. Lucci doesn't have the ability to remember everything he sees at a glance. But as long as he has seen it, he can use his dream ability to search. Lucci's memories are very complicated. It is definitely not just a dream to find what he needs from so many memories. Instead, it has a certain search capability. By searching for keywords, Lucci can quickly select many related memories. And now Lucci's dream ability has developed into the ability to take a nap. It is already very convenient to use. By the way, if anyone destroys the books, they will be deducted points. Of course, if anyone wants to withdraw, they can bring it up now. Of course no one quit. Examiner Tommy then disappeared, giving many candidates a chance to learn. There are still more than 200 candidates now. In fact, if they work together, they can handle this exam. First of all, the examiner only said that it was a simple exam and did not mention that cheating was not allowed or even that students could not copy each other's answers. Even open book exams are possible. Of course, none of it matters to Lucci. He can cheat anyway and doesn't need to consider too many situations. Tommy is also a relatively rare book hunter among hunters, and he is also a learning and text hunter. Everyone, my name is Dongba. Lucci stopped and looked over. Dongba, have you started taking the hunter exam? What I saw was not a square-nosed uncle, but a young man who did not look like an anime character at all. This is the young Dongba. Dongba began to talk about his discovery. I feel that this exam requires everyone's cooperation to pass. The examiner did not say that students could not copy from each other. In this case, they only needed to divide the work and read part of the books. Of course, this was also a test of the candidate's memory ability. It's not like you can just memorize something in 3 days. Because of Dongba, many candidates started to think that cooperation is indeed necessary. We also discussed various possibilities. Some candidates even suggested stealing the test papers. As long as they knew the questions, it would be much easier to find the answers. This is also a method. It was also recognized by some candidates. Dongba even said that if you want to copy the test paper, you might be able to find the staff here and bribe them to find out. Then he suggested finding some scholars in this library who were very familiar with the books in this internal library. While waiting for the exam, let him be there to help you. It is not necessary to read books. Just need to be able to pass the exam. Very unconventional. These methods made Lucci look sideways. Dongba, the newcomer killer in the anime, does have some brains. But that's true, he started taking the hunter exam at the age of 10, and even though he didn't pass, he survived. He continued to take part in the hunter examinations, and when the protagonist appeared, he was intact without any broken limbs. He definitely has the ability and is smart too. Dongba now probably hasn't thought about becoming a newcomer killer yet. He only started to give up after failing the hunter exam. In the hunter exam when the young lady appeared, in the penultimate exam, it was obvious that Dongba really wanted to be a hunter. Lucci did not choose to act with the other candidates. That is to say, there is no shadow clone, otherwise Lucci plans to read all the books here when he has time. Even if he cannot finish reading all the books here, he does not have to worry during the exam. If he cannot type the answers, he can copy the answers of other candidates. Of course if none of them are right, then there is nothing you can do. I can only say that I was unlucky to have met such an examiner. The difficulty of the exam will vary depending on the examiner's expertise. If you encounter this kind of examiner, candidates will be eliminated quite quickly, and it is even possible that all candidates will be eliminated. 3 days passed quickly. At the exam time, all candidates gathered in the library. Tommy also entered the library with the test paper. In the library, in addition to the candidates, there are other people found by the candidates who can help with the exam. I believe that with their help, passing the exam will be easy. The examination is also held in the library. Tommy didn't set any restrictions and even said that it was okay to look up books during the exam. This is an open book exam. There are 100 questions in total, all of which are fill-in-the-blank questions. The duration of the exam is 6 hours. Chapter 44. The test papers are distributed and the exam begins. A large countdown tool is placed in the library. After the test papers are distributed, all candidates will hand over the test papers in their hands to the scholars they have invited to help them answer the questions. Dongba even invited too. And when Lucci looked at the examiner's smile, it didn't seem that simple at all. This is indeed the case. There are too many books in this internal library. Even scholars who are familiar with this place dare not say that they have mastered all the knowledge here. And the number of books in this library is still increasing. Because this library belongs to Tommy Soren, his current research direction is related to the books in this library. This library contains information and related knowledge of an ancient kingdom. Lucci took a look at the test questions and started searching directly. Tommy was looking forward to the performance of the many candidates. He admitted that the candidates this time were all very smart, but the questions he asked were very obscure. I am afraid that these scholars who were invited to come up with an answer immediately may not be able to do so. Moreover, these candidates will not be able to find the real masters in this field in a short period of time. After reading the topic, these scholars began to think about it. Then we started looking for books for the exam in the library. Judging from the topic, it would be easier to find relevant books in this library if you can determine the direction. It's just much better than the candidates who have no idea where to start. Tommy was quickly attracted to Lucci. When Lucci uses his ability, it will definitely stimulate his chi, and Tommy, as the examiner, will definitely take notice. Then I saw Lucci, who had his eyes closed and was using some kind of ability, open his eyes and start writing the answers. So fast! Tommy was surprised. Lucci was very quick, answering a question every time he opened his eyes and closed his eyes. If he encountered a question that he couldn't find, it meant that he hadn't seen it yet. After all, no matter how fast Lucci is, he can't finish reading all the books here. But it's fast enough. 20 points are definitely achievable. Of course, the candidates also noticed Lucci's performance, but unfortunately they didn't dare to communicate with him too much. Not to mention trying to find Lucci to copy the answers. In the end, Lucci only answered 53 questions. There were 100 fill-in-the-blank questions, each worth 1 point. It was incredible that Lucci could answer so many questions. It didn't even take half an hour. After finishing writing, Lucci didn't worry about the rest of the questions. Instead, he stood up and handed the paper to examiner Tommy. There is no saying that you cannot submit the paper early. Examiner Tommy looked at the test paper and was really curious about what kind of telepathic ability Lucci used to find the answer. Of course he knew that there were some things he could not ask. Tommy just glanced at it and found that he answered all the questions he could answer correctly. You have passed and are now free to move around and wait for the exam to be over. It seems that contestant number 1 is bound to pass the hunter exam. It's a pity that neither Tina nor Tommy knew Lucci's identity, otherwise it wouldn't be so strange. The city of Kerry has become famous, but it is not well known in the world, and many countries may not even know that this place exists. Information exchange is too inconvenient. Even with the internet in the future, information exchange in this world will always be a problem. After answering the questions, Lucci did not leave. Instead, he continued to read the books he had not finished in the library. Lucci was still somewhat interested in this ancient kingdom. The ancient kingdoms of the hunter world may not have had the technological development we have today, but their power is not necessarily weaker. Whether it was the oasis of God that he had been to before, or some of the information that Lucci had seen in these books. At least the ancient kingdom in the book that Lucci is reading now possesses supernatural powers and is an island country. Tommy is not a relic hunter, but he was once a member of an archaeological team, and these books are of value to their archaeological research. These books were all written by Tommy and his companions. To be honest, the most impressive part of Lucci in the anime was not the Ant arc, but the previous chapter, the Greed Island arc. It's not just a playground. Instead, it was Jin's team, powerful hunters in their respective fields, who worked together to create Greed Island. Lucci feels that as a hunter, one cannot simply discover, dig and hunt, but sometimes one also needs to create. For humans, this is what really matters. In these books, Lucci saw traces of the word God. So, the ancient ruins and ancient kingdoms were all controlled by the power of God? Lucci thought of the mind pot of the Kajin Empire again. It's very noisy in the library. The originally agreed cooperation did not involve all participants, but was divided into small groups. Even within a small team, everyone has their own calculations. The answers varied. All candidates submitted their test papers to the examiners at the last minute. In the end, excluding Lucci, only 176 people passed the second exam. Why? Some candidates asked their companions in disbelief. I don't understand why they would betray me. Some of the scholars invited by some candidates were even bribed by other candidates, and gave wrong answers to the relevant candidates. The so-called teamwork is just talk. One of them spoke the loudest. Dongba took his test paper and looked at the handwriting on it. It was not his at all. He looked angrily at candidate number 76, Lao Toka, who was also a young man in his 20s. He used to be on friendly terms with Dongba, but now he has a cold face. At the end of the exam, everyone in their small team handed their exam papers to Lao Toka, and then to the examiner together. As long as you have read the book, you will basically not find anything wrong with this. But Lao Toka exchanged his examination paper with Dongba's, and his name was also changed. The result was that everyone else in the small team passed, except Dongba. He didn't understand why he was being targeted like this. He even asked the examiner, but the examiner said that he could not help. He only looked at the test paper for this exam, and other means were not within his consideration. As for the reason given by Lao Toka, it was because he was very unhappy with Dongba's behavior, especially because he was showing off that he had participated in several hunter exams and had a basic familiarity with some hunter exams. To many people, this seems like a weird reason. Today's Dongba is still too naive. Since you have participated so many times, you don't mind continuing to participate. You are used to it anyway, right? This statement is already a bit murderous. Chapter 45. Dongba was not the only one who was betrayed. But only Dongba showed an extremely sad expression. Lucci just watched and wondered if Dongba would become a newcomer killer from this time on. Okay, all the eliminated candidates, you can leave now. Be thankful, at least I won't have to go through any danger in this exam. Tommy started to chase people away. Even though this was the largest library in the world, people who wanted to read books here also needed to obtain qualifications. It is not open to the public for free. The reason why this place is used as an examination room is because Tommy is not only a hunter. Indeed, compared to the danger of the first exam, the second exam was much safer. Next, Tommy took the past candidates away on an airship to the next examination room. This time the airship was heading to the wild. We arrived at the edge of a forest, with mountains in the distance. Someone was already waiting at the edge of the forest. He is a strong man. Husum, the examiner for the third exam. Are there still so many people? Tommy, your exam won't be the same again, right? Seeing so many candidates, the examiner named Husum seemed a little dissatisfied. There are very few true professional hunters. Even in the election chapter of the anime, there are only 680 of them. This class of people is very good and they are very smart. This is Tommy's second time as an examiner for the hunter exam. Not so many people passed the last exam. What's important is that the candidates this time were smarter and were willing to cooperate at the beginning. If it weren't for the last little thought, there might be a possibility that everyone would pass. And it's not just me. Your test format doesn't seem to have changed, does it? The person in front of him is Tommy's senior. When he took the hunter exam, Husum was the examiner. Not all hunter examiners are willing to think about the content of the exam. Generally speaking, when the hunter association comes over, they will choose things within their own field as the content of the exam. After hearing the conversation between the examiners, some candidates had some thoughts. Does it mean that if they fail the exam this time, they will have a great chance if they meet the examiners again next time? But it is basically unlikely, because once you have been an examiner for the hunter examination, it will take at least 5 years to be able to be one again. A hunter will not be allowed to serve as an examiner for the hunter exam repeatedly within a short period of time. My mission is also completed. Now it's up to you. Tommy waved goodbye and returned to the airship. The airship did not leave, apparently waiting for the third exam to be over. My name is Husum, and I'm your examiner for the third exam. Next I will announce the content of the third exam. You all listen carefully. Husum had a serious expression and seemed difficult to deal with. Now before you is the Bremen forest, and in the distance is the Bremen mountains. This forest is where you will take the exam. He snapped his fingers. A buzzing sound began to appear, and dozens of palm-sized bees flew out from the forest. But these bees are blood-colored, and upon closer inspection, they are blood jade color. Because of its size, the needle in its tail is quite scary, giving people a ferocious feeling. This is a blood jade bee, and your test content is to obtain the blood jade bee's honey, no matter what means you use. This is the container prepared for you. Behind Husum is a pile of iron bottles. Also, let me remind you not to go into the mountains, Husum reminded. Because there are many dangerous creatures in this mountain range, some of which are dangerous species that need to be isolated, and there are also magical beasts among them. How is this possible? The blood jade bee is a dangerous species. Some candidates also recognized the blood jade bee. In this world, there are rating standards for various creatures. However, the blood jade bee has not yet been rated, proving that its harm is limited. But for ordinary people, it is definitely an extremely dangerous creature. A single blood jade bee is naturally nothing. But the problem is that bees act in groups, and if you want to get the honey of the blood jade bee, you must go to the beehive. I don't know how many blood jade bees would be affected. In other words, the living environment is quite demanding, otherwise the blood jade bee would probably have a rating. Lucci thought this sounded familiar and used his dream search ability. The relevant information was quickly obtained. That is, among the secret recipes of the Sky Arena's medicines, many of the medicinal and dietary supplements require the use of special honey. There must be many different species of special bees like the blood jade bee all over the world. The honey also has different effects. These honeys are very expensive. If it is royal jelly, it can even be sold for hundreds of millions of reals. If you can become a hunter, there is no such thing as poverty. But when Lucci uses his abilities, Husum will naturally notice it. It seems that someone will pass his exam. As long as he is the examiner, the exams will be the same and he won't even look at them. Because of his exams, the casualties were relatively high every time. Because in this forest, besides the blood jade bees, there are also other dangerous creatures. They have all been assessed as dangerous by relevant agencies, but no grade has been given. You have 7 days in total. As long as you can bring the honey to me at any time within these 7 days, you will pass the test. There is no limit to 7 days before submission and approval. No matter how much Husum wants, he would never hope that the candidates would only think about snatching other people's honey to pass the exam. Then let's start. Husum gave the order. All candidates took action. They swarmed into the vast Bremen forest. Lucci was slow and leisurely, after all, his strength gave him confidence. Perhaps related industries can be developed in Carey City. As the controller of Carey City and Sky Arena, these two places are like blueprints in Lucci's hands, allowing Lucci to plan them at will. Some schools can actively cultivate people with relevant knowledge. After all, it is beneficial to the development of the martial arts hall, so it should not be rejected. After Lucci entered the forest, he jumped directly onto a tree and then kept jumping on the tree to move forward. This way of moving forward reminded him of a certain anime. While moving forward, Lucci released Phoenix, which had already rested. As soon as Phoenix came out and saw the vast forest, he was excited, then began to fly and disappeared in an instant. Feeling the Phoenix's excitement, Lucci let it play around. Observed nearby. I guess, because they are worried that the candidates don't know what the blood jade bee looks like, can they prepare for it? No blood jade beehive was found nearby. Chapter 46. It seems that the only way is to expand the circle. Not long after, screams were heard in the forest. This forest is also a place where few people go, and it is full of various wild beasts, snakes, insects, rats and ants. If you are not careful, you will easily be targeted by creatures in the forest. Lucci paused. Expand the circle and move it. The blood jade bee was not found immediately. It's a pity that Lucci doesn't know much about this blood jade bee, otherwise he could look for it based on its habits. But since there is honey, there must be flowers for them to collect nectar. With this guess in mind, Lucci was paying attention to places with more flowers. Suddenly a fishy smell hit my nose. A huge mouth came towards Lucci, trying to swallow him in one bite. It was a huge python hanging on a tree. Of course, he hadn't gotten close to Lucci yet. Lucci simply made a light stroke with his hand, and a vacuum slash appeared, starting directly from the python's mouth and splitting it into two. The creatures in this forest are much more dangerous than those in the Vita Desert. At least, sensing Lucci's aura, ordinary beasts dare not attack him. The python was just a minor incident, and Lucci continued to move between the trees, looking for the trace of the blood jade bee in a circle. It was very strange that no beehive was found in the forest, and not even a blood jade bee was seen. Could it be in the mountains? Lucci guessed. Lucci was moving very fast and had already reached the depths of the forest. He was also attacked by many wild beasts, and of course, he died at the hands of Lucci in the end. Suddenly a roar resounded throughout the forest, startling countless birds and causing the sound of trees falling down. Lucci finally found the trace of the blood jade bee. In the distance, a huge nest 3 meters high appeared in the forest. There were various buzzing sounds all around, and a large group of blood jade bees were constantly flying out of the hive. It was attacking a figure over 5 meters tall, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a giant brown bear. The brown bear kept waving its paws, and then slapped the blood jade bees away one by one. These blood jade bees were slapped away by the brown bear, but they did not die. It can also fly. The blood jade bee used its stinger to sting the brown bear. But this brown bear has thick skin and tough flesh, so it has no effect at all. The stinger of the blood jade bee will not remain on the brown bear's body. They are no longer like ordinary bees. Suddenly, a group of larger blood jade bees, the size of an adult's head, flew out of the hive. Lucci had already arrived nearby. He used Ju, restrained his breath, and watched the battle in the distance. Hostile? Or does the brown bear want to eat honey? This blood jade bee is indeed not simple. These blood jade bees that have been processed are not only larger in size, but their tail stingers are also larger and sharper, and there is even a trace of liquid dripping from them. That is the venom of the blood jade bee. If an ordinary person is bitten, he will be poisoned and die immediately. However, this brown bear is also a veteran. With a roar, it stunned all the ordinary blood jade bees surrounding it. With an acceleration, he slapped the larger blood jade bees away, and after slapping them away, he immediately followed up and smashed all the blood jade bees to death. These blood jade bees are no match for the big brown bear. This big brown bear is also the overlord of the Bremen forest. When mature, it is 7 or 8 meters tall, with thick skin and flesh. Ordinary firearms cannot even kill it. But it is not so easy to get honey. When Lucci's circle swept over just now, he knew that this honeycomb was not simple. There is a larger life form inside, and Lucci guessed it should be the queen bee. It seems that the queen of this blood jade bee is not simply focused on reproduction. After the brown bear killed a lot of blood jade bees. Sure enough, the beehive began to shake, as if it sensed the changes in the outside world and became uneasy. Immediately afterwards, another blood jade bee flew out, and there was also a larger blood jade bee, the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Although the color of the blood jade gives people a gorgeous feeling, the mouth parts, tentacles, and tail needles all give people a hideous and terrifying feeling. It's the type that can give people goosebumps. As the queen bee appeared, a hole was broken in the hive. All the blood jade bees inside flew out, even those that had not fully developed had all left the nest. Also present is the scent of honey from the blood jade bee. Lucci felt that he was lucky. This scene of 2 tigers fighting was a favorable situation for him as a spectator. When the queen bee appeared, the chaotic attacks of the blood jade bees began to change and became orderly. They wanted to rely on their numbers advantage to attack the brown bear. Although the queen bee is the largest and can pose the greatest threat to the brown bear, it does not actively attack. It is more about controlling other blood jade bees. Through observation, Lucci found that both the brown bear and the queen bee were quite intelligent. They can no longer be simply described as beasts. Lucci suddenly heard the sound of someone approaching quickly. It's other candidates. With such a loud commotion here, plus the fragrance, everyone else would naturally wonder what it was and rush in this direction. Before other candidates come closer, the blood jade bee began to mutate. A large group of blood jade bees surrounded the beehive and were actually planning to take the beehive away. It is indeed wise. Of course it's not that easy. Sensing the actions of the blood jade bee, the big brown bear roared. There was some urgency in the movements. The 3 candidates arrived at the edge of the battlefield at the same time. They are candidate number 88 Ivy and candidate number 89 Nance. They are companions and 2 of the most outstanding candidates this time. The other one is candidate number 101, Wesley. When they arrived at the battlefield, they quickly discovered the situation there and were surprised at the size of the blood jade bees and the size of their nests, as well as the extremely dangerous big brown bear. But we are also thankful that if the nest is so big, there will definitely be more honey, and the candidates can cooperate with each other, and now many blood jade bees have died. As long as the blood jade bee and the brown bear can both suffer losses, they can get the upper hand. The best situation. But some things can be obtained just by thinking about them. The brown bear put all 4 limbs on the ground and charged directly, knocking away all the blood jade bees blocking its way. Quickly came to the beehive. He just slapped hard, and many blood jade bees were slapped away, and even a corner of the beehive was broken into pieces. The queen bee was really anxious and took the lead in stabbing the brown bear. But he was slapped away by the brown bear's other hand. Roar roared again, the brown bear was actually trying to push down the beehive. These blood jade bees are no match for the brown bears. Seeing that there was no such thing as a lose-lose situation, the candidates naturally took action to stop the brown bear. Chapter 47. However, you can only choose to use long-range stone-throwing attacks. They didn't bring any weapons with them, maybe they could make them themselves, but the exam had just begun and there was too little time. It has no effect on brown bears at all. They didn't dare to go forward, mainly because there were still a lot of blood jade bees and they didn't want to be attacked. Then something unexpected happened to the candidates. The queen bee that was slapped away actually flew away with other blood jade bees. He actually knows how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Honey was already flowing out of the broken beehive, and the brown bear had already begun to lick it. It even bit off a corner of the beehive. Although the brown bear may be stronger, the candidates would rather face the brown bear than the overwhelming blood jade bees. Lucci didn't try to grab the honey. Through Phoenix's perspective, he has discovered many huge beehives in the forest. Many blood jade bees live here. And there are other discoveries. There are many flowers in the forest, but only other bees are collecting nectar. I didn't see any blood jade bees. Their nectar gathering target seems to be in the mountains. Lucci caught up with the escaping group of blood jade bees. As an intelligent queen bee, Lucci wanted to know what they would do next. Then they discovered that the swarm of bees was actually flying towards the mountains. The entire Bremen Mountains were shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible to see clearly. But starting from the foot of the mountain, the trees in the mountains become taller, and even the weeds are more than half a meter high. There is no mountain road leading up, and it is an even more remote place. Lucci did not enter the mountains, but asked Phoenix to chase him. Lucci noticed that many creatures in the forest tried to avoid getting close to the mountains as much as possible, as if there was something scary here. In addition to the examiner's reminder, there should be more dangerous creatures in this mountain range, perhaps even monsters. Anyway, since he has Phoenix sharing the vision, he doesn't have to go in. He'll pass the exam first. Lucci headed to a nearby hive point, also focusing on Phoenix's perspective. With Lucci's strength, he can naturally collect the honey of the blood jade bee easily. It was a pity for Lucci as he didn't have any spatial ability, otherwise he would have wanted to take all the honey away, not even the beehive. The structure of the honeycomb does not seem to be simple either, and it can also be used as food or medicine. What a rare thing! After collecting the honey, Lucci went straight out of the forest. It took less than 3 hours. As expected, you are the first one to pass the test. The examiner was not surprised to see Lucci appear. The honey from this blood jade bee is your reward for passing. The examiner did not covet the blood jade bee that Lucci obtained. This honey is a rare divine product in the outside world, and it has many functions. Perhaps fearing that Lucci might not understand, the examiner gave Lucci some scientific advice. Beautify your skin, slow down aging, and prevent various diseases. It also has the effects of weight loss and aphrodisiac. It is a product that will be sold like hotcakes as soon as it appears on the market. There are exams coming up, so it's not convenient. I'd better leave it to you, the examiner. Lucci had seen too many good things, but he didn't have the spatial ability to store them. Lucci thought it was too troublesome, so he gave it to examiner Husum. Then you really don't know what's good. Lucci didn't mind the examiner's words and asked casually, the flowers where these blood jade bees collect nectar don't seem to be in the forest. You noticed it in such a short time. You are really not simple. Husum also praised him. But I can't tell you that. Husum smiled. Does it have something to do with the mountains? I'm here to advise you that the Bremen Mountains are a very dangerous place. Even if the hunter team enters, it will be dangerous. You are not a hunter yet. When you become a hunter, you can learn more through the hunter's special intelligence network. Don't think that just because you have learned to chant, you are so high and mighty that you can go anywhere. Husum's words are both an admonition and a warning. In fact, Lucci had already discovered the situation in the mountains. That group of blood jade bees encountered attacks from many birds, as well as some chameleons, which were so perfectly hidden that they could not be spotted by naked eye observation alone. The originally huge army soon became only 100 or so. Why did the queen bee bring the blood jade bee into the mountains? Lucci went straight back to the airship. Focus all your attention on Phoenix. From a perspective alone, these blood jade bees entering the mountains are simply seeking death. What's the reason? By the time the last queen bee arrived, it could no longer move forward. Because there were spider webs in front of it, and many spiders as big as millstones were blocking its way. Is this the end? Lucci was thinking about whether to save the queen bee and see where its destination was. But there was unrest in the mountains. Attracted Lucci's attention. The phoenix immediately flew towards the source of the sound. As for the various birds of prey in the sky, it seemed as if they did not see the phoenix. This is Phoenix's talent. Although it cannot control birds, it can prevent them from attacking it. Of course, Phoenix is not afraid even if attacked. It flew several thousand meters towards the queen bee. Finally I saw the situation clearly. A high mountain, or to be more precise, a huge beehive about 10 meters high appeared in Lucci's eyes. Seeing this, Lucci couldn't help but think of the chimera ant's nest. There is such a big beehive. A giant spider and a large group of spiders are fighting with the blood jade bees that are everywhere in the sky. It seems like the division of territory is taking place. The largest blood jade bee here is the size of a queen bee, and there seems to be no larger blood jade bee. But they fly faster and attack more fiercely. And the force was very strong. Lucci noticed that even if he was entangled in the spider web, he could quickly break free. This group of spiders whose names are unknown are no match for the blood jade bees. Phoenix flew high under Lucci's control. Then we discovered that the beehive was on a cliff. Below is a circular basin. That is to say, Lucci cannot acquire Phoenix's sense of smell, otherwise he would definitely smell an extreme aroma. In Lucci's vision, the basin was blood red. There are rows of red plants, and blood jade bees are flying in and out of them. Lucci also noticed that some blood jade bees were scattered with a plant. Some settled near the basin, while others flew beyond the mountains. Raising the viewing angle, Lucci discovered that the entire basin was surrounded by several huge beehives. Chapter 48. Lucci stood up immediately. Get off the airship immediately. Quickly went towards the forest. Soon he arrived at the place where he had just collected honey. The blood jade bee buzzed again. But there were only a small number of them and they couldn't attack Lucci at all, because the corpses of other blood jade bees were lying on the ground nearby, and they were naturally dealt with by Lucci. Before, he only thought about passing the exam. There is not much research on this hive. The queen bee appears with some blood jade bees. But as soon as the queen bee appeared, she was controlled by the Sharingan. He could not control ordinary blood jade bees, but the queen bee possessed basic intelligence. Naturally, he would also be hypnotized by the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the embodiment of Yin-Tun power, and in this world it is the embodiment of spiritual will. Lucci relies on the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan, and in addition to mind power, his main attack is mental attack. Unfortunately, this kind of spiritual power can only be exerted through the Sharingan, and can only be used for illusion hypnosis. If it can be used, Lucci is also thinking about trying out what telekinesis is. The queen bee was controlled by Lucci, and the other blood jade bees no longer attacked Lucci. On the other side, Phoenix planned to enter the basin to take a look at the specific situation, but as soon as he approached the basin, he would be attacked by many blood jade bees. It also caused a chain reaction, and all the blood jade bees in nearby nests flew out. Lucci was curious. Does anyone know about this situation? In Lucci's opinion, the threat level of these blood jade bees is much higher. The power of the Zerg should not be underestimated. Phoenix was not afraid at all when facing numerous blood jade bees, and he did not need to attack them head-on. He could directly use his ability of space transfer. Then he rushed into the basin and directly picked a blood-red flower. Then fly away from the basin. It flew in the direction of Lucci. The blood jade bees chased it for a while, but soon stopped. As for Lucci, he was slowly opening the honeycomb, slowly revealing the interior. Then finally something was discovered. In the very center of the beehive, there is a plant that is the same as the plant in the basin. In Lucci's eyes, this plant has very strong vitality. And it is also grown in honey. It seems to be growing by absorbing the nutrients from honey. Could it be that the honey depends on this one plant? How can this be? Lucci said he couldn't understand it and it went against common sense. But when he thought that this was in the hunter world and he was a reborn person, even outrageous things might still happen. Just like he didn't believe in the existence of gods before, but after experiencing rebirth, Lucci now believes in it 100%. So the queen bee returned to the mountains for this plant? There are still too many questions now. Lucci did not take the vegetation away. Soon Phoenix brought it back to him, now curious. Lucci asked Phoenix to continue exploring the situation in the mountains. And he planned to take this plant to ask Examiner Husum. On the way back, Lucci could go to the place where the brown bear had fought before. The battle was over, but the brown bear was still gnawing on the beehive and licking the honey. There were some corpses of the examinees nearby. Obviously, the candidate's attempt to attack the brown bear was a failure. When they are at the mercy of others, they can't be the jackal at all. Without looking for other candidates, Lucci went out of the forest again and found Husum. When Husum saw the vegetation in Lucci's hand, he showed an incredible expression. There was no need for Lucci to come over, he just rushed over. How is it possible? How did you pick the blood orchid? You can't enter the mountains in such a short time. He looked at Lucci. Then he immediately said, it's impossible for him to come back so intact. Examiner, how can you be sure that this blood orchid of mine was picked from the mountains? Why can't it be? The color is so bright, and it doesn't have the scent of honey. It can only be the blood orchid in the mountains. Husum's expression was complicated. Then examiner, can you tell me about this blood orchid? Lucci asked with narrowed eyes. I didn't expect someone like you to appear. Although I don't know how you got it, what can you give me to get relevant information from me? Husum would not tell Lucci the information for nothing. Then how about this blood orchid? Lucci asked. The ability of space transfer is too buggy. Since Lucci can get one plant, he can naturally get the second one. Are you really willing to give it to me? Husum had an expression of disbelief. You may not know the value of this blood orchid. If the blood jade honey is worth 1,000 gold, then this blood orchid is something that cannot be measured by money. Lucci said nonchalantly, now I just want to know the information about this blood orchid. When he came back, he had already discovered the extraordinary nature of this blood orchid. As long as the fragrance was smelled by any creature in the forest, they would attack Lucci fearlessly, and their target was the blood orchid in his hand. Now hearing this familiar name, Lucci wondered if it was similar to the blood orchid in a certain movie? It is good. Husum took the blood orchid directly from Lucci's hand. The blood orchid in Lucci's memory comes from a movie, Anaconda. According to legend, in the deepest part of the Borneo jungle is an unexploited wilderness. The rugged geographical environment has become a natural protective barrier for various rare animals and plants. Blood orchid grows here. It is an extremely rare red orchid. The serum it secretes can prolong the life of cells and has the effect of maintaining eternal youth. It is the fountain of youth in the medical field and has the reputation of immortal flower. If this blood orchid also has such an effect, then it can be regarded as a true treasure from heaven and earth, and it would probably be of great help in cultivation. Please wait a moment while I deal with this blood orchid. Husum left quickly and ran into the forest. He should be living in the forest. Lucci was not afraid that he would run away, after all, he was still the examiner of this exam. After waiting for a while, it was getting dark. The airship will not provide food to candidates during the exam. I had no choice but to go hunting in the forest. Then they lit a bonfire and grilled the meat. This inconvenience made Lucci wonder whether he should develop a space-type ability. It's a pity that Phoenix doesn't know any other magic from the Harry Potter world. While Lucci was waiting and dreaming, Husum came back again. I also brought some things. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. It's very troublesome to deal with the blood orchid, and it took up quite a bit of time. Husum no longer considered Lucci as a candidate, but an equal existence. Chapter 49. Husum brought 2 bottles of wine, as well as some spices and food. Knowing that Lucci hadn't eaten yet, he came to entertain Lucci. Then the two of them drank and ate barbecue. Husum also began to explain blood orchid to Lucci. Since you discovered the blood orchid, you must have also discovered the blood orchid in the blood jade beehive. Lucci nodded. Blood orchid has always been a legend in this mountain range. Every year, people go in to find it, and there are also professional hunters who want to find it. But none of them ever came back. According to Husum's explanation, blood orchid was found in general ancient books, which recorded its relevant effects. This is a special plant that can help people prolong their life and stay young. Can it really extend your life? In that case, longevity rice doesn't seem to be that great? No, the effect of longevity rice might be even more terrifying. Lucci thought of Dong Fulishi, who might still be alive and writing a book. If the other person is really not dead, then he has truly lived for hundreds of years. The effect of blood orchid is certainly not comparable to it. In addition, blood orchid can also allow organisms to evolve. This is Husum's guess. There is no relevant research. After all, so far, no one who knows about the existence of blood orchid has been able to obtain it. No one? Not even V5. Lucci didn't think so. If the country's power was used, there would be no one who couldn't get it. How could V5 know even if this is here? The Bremen Mountains are located within the territory of the Kyokanyo Kingdom. Not many people know that blood orchids exist, and even fewer know that blood orchids exist in the Bremen Mountains. Generally, people who know this news will not easily tell others. This is a huge fortune, how can we give it to others? As far as Husum knew, only a few large companies knew about it, as well as some relevant people that Husum knew. It is also because of this that the Bremen Mountains remain safe and sound. Don't underestimate the power of mankind. Even if there are many terrifying creatures in the Bremen Mountains, they cannot be stopped by artillery fire. Husum continued his explanation. After talking about the effects of blood orchid, the blood jade bee was mentioned. Husum believes that all the changes in the blood jade bee were caused by the blood orchid, and perhaps at the beginning the blood jade bee was just an ordinary bee. Evolution was achieved through the blood orchid. It was Husum who first discovered the blood orchid in the blood beehive, and then explored the mountains by observing the blood bees. Know some of the situations in the mountains. He and his companions spent a lot of effort to find out the situation of the blood orchid in the mountains. But you can only watch from a distance and can't get in to pick a blood orchid. As for why not snatch it from the blood jade bee? They had actually tried it, and the blood orchid in the beehive, although still a blood orchid, had actually been degenerated. And over time, it will continue to degenerate or wither. Or it can become a blood magnolia. The effect is greatly reduced. Husum continued to talk about the situation of the blood jade bee. The situation of the blood jade bees in the forest is unclear. It is not clear why a beehive was built in the forest. It feels like a selection of blood jade bees in the mountains. The blood magnolia cultivated in the forest actually also has seeds. There are also blood magnolias planted in the forest. But as long as the flowers grow and the fragrance is emitted, it won't take long before the creatures attracted to it are eaten. It won't be retained at all. That's why there is no blood orchid in the forest, except for the beehive. Even so, the blood orchid in the beehive is not safe. The hive may be broken into by some powerful beasts and the blood orchid may be eaten whole. Luchake realized that the brown bear's real target was probably not the honey, but the blood magnolia in the beehive. What Husum didn't say was that he cultivated a lot of blood magnolias and blood jade bees at his residence. He is the forest ranger here and also a beekeeper. But he had never cultivated blood orchids before, so he was so excited when he saw Luchi picking a blood orchid. Even the Hunter Association doesn't know about the blood orchid. It is a loose organization and hunters do not report to their superiors. It would only be reported if there was news that blood jade bees were eating and injuring people in the Bremen Mountains and expanding outward. In other words, the danger level of the blood jade bee is very high. Husum said, "It's hard to say, actually. I don't know much about the blood jade bees in the mountains, but the blood jade bees in the forest are actually the same as ordinary bees. They will not actively attack humans." Luchi gained a lot that night. Or should I say, he gained a lot since he took the hunter exam. Everything that Luchi learned from these 3 exams interested him, and many of them were helpful to his planning. The examiners of these 3 exams all have outstanding expertise in related fields. We cannot judge them simply by their strength. I don't know if there will be another exam next, or will it be the final exam. It's time for the Sky Arena to start developing intelligence. For the next few days, Luchi stayed outside the forest with nothing to do. But in fact, Phoenix has been used to fly and explore in the mountains. This mountain range is huge and also very dangerous. There are flying birds everywhere. If you try to enter from the air, you will be attacked in various ways. It is an absolute no-fly zone. And in the mountains, there are various unknown giant beasts. Luchi even discovered some special beings that could control thoughts, which was really eye-opening. Also in the mountains, Luchi discovered some buildings. They seem to be some ancient relics, proving that people once lived here. It seems that this is a place that not many people have explored. In the human world of the hunter world, there are still many places that have not been explored by humans, and this is not the only one. During the examination period, candidates passed one after another. Some candidates chose to give up. They were injured and could not continue. Instead of dying, they decided to give up and wait for the next opportunity. Sometimes, choice is also very important. By the last moment of the 7 days, only 37 candidates passed. There were more than 50 candidates who chose to give up and failed the exam. Half of the candidates died in this forest. This is the danger of the hunter exam. If you participate without a certain level of strength, you are just seeking death. Candidates who fail the test can only leave on their own. The Hunter Association's airship will take the passed candidates to the next examination location. And I was notified that the next exam would be the final one. Chapter 50. The airship still took the remaining candidates to the examination venue. On the airship, Tommy and Husum were there too. Two people were talking in a room. What's going on? Shouldn't there be another exam? Why is it the final exam? Husum didn't quite understand and asked Tommy. The hunter exam is divided into a preliminary exam, a formal exam, and a final exam. The preliminary examination is to register and arrive at the designated location to participate. If you pass the exam, you can get the official start point. That's the case in anime. Of course there are exceptions. For example, Lucci arrived directly at the official test site, and Killua in the anime received help from the Evil Fox family and also arrived directly at the correct test site. There are 5 formal exams in total. I've been notified. There's a problem. Something happened to the examiner for the 4th round. Tommy was also surprised when he first heard the news. What happened? That guy Baruto is not weak. Baruto was the examiner for the 4th exam. When the exam content was first set, the 4 examiners met at the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Also aware of other people's situations. I can only say that he had extremely bad luck. He was attacked by the thought of afterlife and died instantly. Tommy explained the situation. Thoughts after death are relatively rare in the hunter world. Even if one has a strong obsession, it may not necessarily lead to thoughts after death. I've never heard that Baruto has any enemies. What kind of afterlife could kill him? The details are not very clear, but it is not a normal person's afterlife thought, but it is related to the ruins. Tommy only had a brief acquaintance with Baruto and was not familiar with him. Curse. Husum said immediately. Thoughts after death are rare, but they are very common in some places, such as in various ancient relics. According to the records of the Hunter Association, there are great dangers in excavating ancient ruins. In addition to the various dangerous mechanisms within, the most frightening thing is the possible existence of thoughts after death. And the 4th examiner is the relic hunter. There are different forms of thoughts after death. Some will directly turn into physical attacks, while others will become something like curses. At some point, someone is killed suddenly. Moreover, some curses may not be detected even after being hit. Apparently, this is exactly what happened to Baruto. This is the danger of being a hunter with aspirations. If you want to challenge the unknown, you will encounter various dangers. No one expected that something like this would suddenly happen during the hunter exam. This is also the first time in the history of the hunter exam. There is no response plan, and there is no time to find other candidates, so just go straight to the final exam. Give it to President Netero. The airship arrived at a star-rated hotel in a large city. The entire hotel has been booked by the Hunter Association. The final exam of each hunter exam is always held in the city and rarely in the wild. Because we also have to consider some explanation questions that the candidates may have after they pass the exam. Netero appeared in the hotel with people from the Hunter Association. There was a small problem. There was supposed to be a 4th exam, but now it's the final exam. Netero didn't mind the sudden situation. You just need to prepare for the exam in advance. As the examiner of the final exam, Netero, unlike other examiners, will not select the exam content in advance. Instead, it will be made temporarily based on the candidates arriving for the final exam and their situations. Lucci, you finally want to become a hunter. Netero said to Lucci with a smile. Yes, Master, I've been in Kari City for a long time and I want to travel around. It will be much more convenient with a hunter's license. Lucci replied with his head down. Master. The candidates and examiners were all stunned, as were some staff members of the Hunter Association. Although Lucci became Netero's disciple, he was not well known in the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association was just a loose organization and would not pay special attention to Netero's recruitment of disciples. After being surprised, both the candidates and the examiners were able to understand Lucci's strength and excellence. So, you encountered something interesting this time, right? Netero didn't seem to be in a hurry to take the exam. Instead, he chatted with Lucci. Netero is talking about the situation in God's Oasis here. It is also a strange change in the secret realm. Some secret realm hunters are already studying the changes in God's Oasis. Netero wondered what changes should have taken place in Lucci's strength. Well, I can improve my martial arts practice even more. There are still many things in the world waiting for me to explore, and they can all serve as nourishment for my martial arts. Lucci said this as the controller of the Sky Arena. Netero looked at Lucci with satisfaction in his eyes. He valued Lucci's talent and strength, but what he really valued was the execution that brought martial arts to life. Even Netero was benefiting from many of the things Lucci had suggested. In Netero's eyes, Lucci is a man who can change the world. This is a very big review. There is no need to rush the Dark Continent, as the potential of the Hunter world and the human world areas has not yet been fully tapped. He needs more like-minded people to be his helpers. Take these people forward together. Then after the exam, let me see how you have changed during this period of time. After saying this, Netero stopped talking to Lucci. At first, we talked about how there was originally a fourth exam, but due to some unexpected events, we had to go straight to the final exam. Some things still need to be explained. There is no fourth exam. Candidates will only think this is good news. Next, Netero began to talk about the content of the final exam. There are some number plates hidden in this hotel. As long as the candidates can obtain 7 corresponding number plates, they can pass the exam directly. It sounds simple, just look for the number plate. But importantly, the qualifying cap is 3 at most. That is to say, there are only 3 qualified places. If others qualify first, then the remaining people will all be eliminated. Some candidates breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was best not to have to do anything. There was no way they could beat Lucci, even if all the candidates tried. Some candidates became worried, fearing that Lucci would kill everyone and then slowly search for the person who would eventually pass. Fortunately, President Netero hadn't finished talking about the rules. Candidates are not allowed to attack each other or snatch number tags. In addition to the number tags, there are some special number tags in the hotel, which will have different effects when collected. There are 3 types in total, namely trading, eliminating candidates, and defensive elimination capabilities.